James Gilmour of Mongolia.
My Diaries, Letters and Reports.
First published in 1892, edited and arranged by Richard Lovett. Revised in 2025, and audiobook produced by scrollreader.com.
About feelings. Don't worry about them at all. Things are true whether we feel them or not. Let us take God at His word and not rely on our emotions. God turns no one away who comes to Him sincerely. Let us be absolutely sure of this. I once heard Spurgeon say something very helpful. When doubts or the devil come and say, "You are not saved, you are not right with God," I go to him and say, "If I never came before, I come now. If I never trusted before, I trust now." That clears away all doubts about the past and gives us a fresh start in the present. All these promises are ours to claim. Did you read the story in The Christian some time ago about an old woman from Annan who was about to be sold out for not paying her rent? She had no money, but her son in America had sent her letters. A neighbour, curious as to why her son hadn't helped, asked to see them. Among the letters was a post office order for £7 10 shillings, which she'd had for some time, but thought was just a picture. When the order was cashed, she had the money she needed. Wasn't she a foolish old woman? To be bankrupt while holding an uncashed post office order. But how often are we just as foolish, if not more so? We fear, worry, and feel troubled or cast down while holding all of God's promises, ready for us to claim. Let us cash our cheques. Not only do we have God's promises, but we also have God Himself as our portion. Why should we ever be spiritually bankrupt?
Original preface from 1895. This book, in its more expensive editions, has been available to the public for several years. It has been widely read and has received remarkable attention from various sections of the press. The author has received striking testimonies from around the world about how this account of James Gilmour's heroic self-sacrifice for the Lord Jesus and his beloved Mongols has touched the hearts of Christian workers. It has deepened their faith, strengthened their zeal, inspired wholehearted consecration to the same Master, and brought encouragement to many who labour in solitude. Numerous requests have been made for an edition at a price accessible to Sunday school teachers, Christian workers with limited means, and older students in our schools. The committee of the Religious Tract Society has gladly responded to this need at the earliest opportunity. Their hope and prayer for this new edition is that, though James Gilmour has passed on, his life and testimony will continue to speak, stirring many hearts to diligent, faithful, and self-denying service for Jesus Christ. James Gilmour passed away in 1891, and some years later, the London Missionary Society transferred the mission to the Irish Presbyterian Church. In February 1907, 16 years after his death, a remarkable testimony to his unwavering faith, effective preaching, and lasting influence reached England. It came in the form of a letter from Liu Yi, one of Gilmour's early converts, who expressed the deep debt he owed to the faithful ministry of this beloved missionary. "Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth. Yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labours, and their works do follow them." Chapter 1. Early Years and Education. James Gilmour of Mongolia, the son of James Gilmour and his wife, Elizabeth Pettigrew, was born in Cathkin on Monday, June 12, 1843. He was the third of 6 sons, all but one of whom lived to adulthood. His father was financially comfortable, so unlike many of his great countrymen, James Gilmour did not experience the hardships of poverty. Cathkin, a small estate consisting of about half a dozen farms in the parish of Carmunnock, lay just 5 miles from Glasgow. It was owned by Humphrey Ewing Maclay, a retired Indian merchant who lived in the estate's substantial mansion. The area also included a few residential homes, a smithy, and a wright's workshop, which served the needs of the surrounding district. James Gilmour's father operated the wright's shop, as his own father had before him. His brother John, one of three who outlived him, provided the following insightful account of their family life, which played a significant role in shaping the charm and influence that James later exhibited.
Our grandfather, Matthew Gilmour, was both a mason and a wright, practicing each trade as needed. Our father, James Gilmour, continued in the same line of work but gradually shifted away from masonry to focus on writing. Our grandmother, our father's mother, was a woman of great authority, skill, and practical usefulness within the small community. She was frequently sought after for medical treatment and, to ensure pure lymph for vaccinating children, would take it directly from the cow herself. In addition, she was a talented and meticulous needlewoman.
Matthew Gilmour and his wife were people of strict integrity and devoted Christian living. Every Sunday they faithfully walked the 5 miles to the Congregational Church in Glasgow, despite the presence of several places of worship within 2 miles of their home. Many of the older residents along the steep and rugged country road they took as a shortcut would later recall how deeply impressed they were by the sight of the couple and their family making their way home on dark winter Sabbath evenings, guided only by the light of a hand lantern.
Our parents continued their connection with the same congregation in Glasgow for as long as they lived in Cathkin, being members of Dr. Ralph Wardlaw's church. Under his earnest preaching and wise pastoral care, we were spiritually nurtured. The distance from our home to the church meant that, as children, we were unable to attend anything beyond the regular Sabbath services. However, our parents did all they could to provide us with spiritual instruction at home. We regularly gathered around our mother's knee, reading the inspiring stories found in illustrated booklets such as The Teacher's Offering, The Child's Companion, The Children's Missionary Record, Church of Scotland, The Tract Magazine, and Watt's Divine Songs for Children. These readings were always accompanied by our mother's touching and earnest reflections, which left a lasting impression on our young hearts. I still remember how she would say, "Wouldn't it be wonderful if some of you, when you grow up, could write such lovely stories for children and do good in the world in that way?" I have always believed that James's enthusiasm for contributing short articles from China and Mongolia to children's missionary magazines was rooted in these early lessons instilled by our mother. Our father also played a role in our spiritual growth. On Sabbath evenings, he would place the Big Bible, Scott and Henry's, on the table and read aloud its commentaries on passages of Scripture for our edification and reflection. During winter weeknights, part of the evening was often spent reading aloud from popular books of the time, such as Uncle Tom's Cabin. Family worship, both morning and evening, was a deeply ingrained and sacred practice in our home. It followed a set order. First, a blessing was asked. Second, we sang 12 lines from a psalm, a paraphrase, or a hymn from Wardlaw's hymn book. Third, we read a chapter from the Old Testament in the mornings and from the New Testament in the evenings. And finally, we ended with prayer. The chapters were read sequentially each day, and during evening worship we took turns reading 2 verses each. This could be a challenge for some of the apprentices who boarded with us, or for a new servant girl, as their education was often quite limited. However, they soon improved. And if nothing else, the practice provided them with a valuable educational benefit. Morning devotions were not common in the district and were sometimes interrupted by callers at the wright's shop, but this was never accepted as a reason to shorten or omit them. Over time, people in the area became aware of our custom and generally avoided calling at those times, knowing they would have to wait a little while for attention. Our parents, however, never imposed their religious practices on others. All was done humbly and naturally as part of daily life. Our maternal grandfather, John Pettigrew, was a farmer and meal miller on the Cathkin estate, known for his honesty and integrity. On one occasion, after sending a delivery of oatmeal to his minister, the parson of Carmonach parish, the minister suspected he had received short weight or measure. Offended by the implication, our grandfather went to the manse that very night with the necessary tools to verify the claim. Upon measuring, it was found that there was actually a surplus rather than a deficiency. Without hesitation, the miller swung the extra amount over his shoulder in a bag and carried it back to the mill, leaving the embarrassed minister with a valuable lesson in being more cautious before questioning the integrity of a humble parishioner. When James was still a young child, our family moved to Glasgow, where our father entered into a partnership with his brother Alexander as a timber merchant. However, during our time in the city, our mother's health deteriorated, and eventually both our parents fell seriously ill with a malignant fever that nearly claimed their lives. As a result, the partnership was dissolved, and they decided to return to the countryside. At that time, James was 5 years old. Between the ages of 7 and 8, James joined his older brothers at the new subscription school in Bushy Hill, Cambuslang, 2 miles from home. He remained there until around the age of 12, when he and I were sent to Gorbals Youth School in Greenside Street, Glasgow. This meant a 5-mile journey each morning and evening, but we had season tickets for the railway between Rutherglen and Glasgow, which shortened part of the trip. The school was under the instruction of Thomas Neal. We were placed in the private room, which was a privileged position compared to the rest of the school, as we received direct attention from Mr. Neal and were largely spared corporal punishment. This was not the case in the public rooms of the school, where discipline was far harsher. Mr. Neal, I might say, was a terror to evildoers, but in reality, he was a terror to all students alike, due to his excitable temper and general sternness. At school, James usually held the first or second place in his class, which was quite large. However, like all students under Mr. Neal's strict discipline, he occasionally found himself sent to the bottom of the class. When this happened, he would try his best to suppress a tearful little cry, unable to completely hide his feelings of disappointment. But he never stayed at the bottom for long. Like a cork in water, he would quickly rise again to his rightful place at the top. It was likely due to his diligence and academic success at this school, rather than any specific career plan, that his parents decided to let him continue his studies at Glasgow High School. There, he won many prizes and fully justified their decision to support his education instead of directing him toward a trade. At home, he pursued his studies tirelessly, both during the school term and throughout vacations. When he entered the classes at Glasgow University, he studied in an attic room with a window overlooking the vast and beautiful Vale of Clyde. I often felt sympathy for him, knowing what a sacrifice it must have been for someone as lively and full of fun as he was to stay indoors with his books, while the rest of us, after finishing our work in the evenings, enjoyed spirited games of rounders or other amusements. James was never a gloomy or overly serious student. In fact, he was quite the opposite whenever he took breaks for recreation. During the day, he would often be around the workshop and sawmill, playfully teasing and joking with everyone, sometimes to the point of exasperation. If any of us had a small weakness or bad habit, he would exaggerate it, urging us to improve, often taking on the mannerisms of a drill sergeant for the occasion. One of his favourite antics involved his right hand's middle finger, which he had trained to extend in a way that allowed him to deliver quick, stinging slaps. He used this trick constantly to discipline his friends and brothers, always in high spirits and with great laughter. However, his mischievous use of that finger eventually led to a painful tumour developing on it. To the amusement of those who had been on the receiving end of his playful torment, James pulled a long face and admitted that it was a well-deserved punishment for misusing his finger in such a mischievous way. There was a pond, or dam, near the sawmill where James often practiced swimming. Always inventive, he once devised a method to increase the power of his strokes by creating 4 oval-shaped wooden paddles, slightly larger than his hands and feet, with straps attached so he could wear them tightly. However, he soon abandoned them, finding them an impractical addition to his natural swimming abilities. James also had a strong interest in geology. He had the local blacksmith craft, a small pocket hammer, which he carried on his solitary excursions in search of geological specimens. He rarely sought company for these explorations, preferring to wander alone through the mountains, glens, and woods of his native countryside. He would set out early in the morning and accomplish remarkable feats of walking and climbing in a single day. His brothers never thought to invite him on their holiday outings, knowing that James rarely enjoyed activities he had not conceived himself. He was never one to participate in something merely to accommodate others. James also loved boating. On one occasion, he rented a small skiff near the suspension bridge at Glasgow Green and began rowing up the river. At some point, the idea struck him to attempt the entire journey to Hamilton, where our parents had moved after our father retired from business in 1866. However, this proved to be an arduous challenge, as many parts of the Clyde were too shallow to accommodate a boat. Determined to press on, James removed his jacket, stockings and shoes and pulled the boat by hand over the rocky shallows, including the weir at Blantyre Mills, where the great African missionary and explorer Dr. Livingstone had worked as a boy. Eventually, he reached the bridge between Hamilton and Motherwell, having travelled over 11 miles in a straight line, though much farther following the winding bends of the river. Securing the boat, he walked the last mile home, exhausted and ravenously hungry. However, his sense of accomplishment was overshadowed by concern that the boat's owner might be displeased with the overnight delay and the rough handling the vessel had endured. To his great relief, when he returned the boat down the river the next day, the owner was not only unbothered, but rather impressed, remarking that he could only recall one other person ever attempting such a feat. While James was in college at Glasgow University, some of his classes started so early that he couldn't take the train and had to walk the entire way. This was a stressful time for his mother, who carefully managed the household and always made sure her children had a good breakfast before leaving home. I remember those winter mornings, everyone busy with an early breakfast so James could leave on time. Mother would urge him to eat more of the food she had thoughtfully prepared, but he would quickly reply, "Can't take it, no time." If she kept insisting, he would solemnly say, "Mother, what if the door is shut when I get there?" A phrase she recognized as a Bible reference, which was enough to stop her from pressing further. To avoid the difficulty of waking up so early, the family decided he should stay in an empty apartment in a building owned by their father on Cumberland Street in Glasgow. They furnished it with a bed, a table, a couple of chairs, and some cooking utensils. James moved in, cooking his own breakfast and getting his other meals either at home or elsewhere, depending on what he felt like. He seemed to enjoy it. He had plenty of quiet time to study and could explore the city and surrounding areas, visiting mills and other large factories for learning, recreation, and experience. After our parents moved to Hamilton, James found lodging on George Street, a popular area for students when the old college was still on High Street. That college has since been relocated to the grand buildings at Gilmour Hill in the western part of the city. The old site where James studied is now occupied by the North British and Glasgow and South Western Railway companies.
James Gilmour left England in February 1870 to begin his missionary work in Mongolia. That was when he started keeping a diary, which he faithfully maintained despite many hardships until his death. While living in a Mongol tent and learning the language, far from any fellow missionary, he wrote about why he kept this record.
I feel a special duty to my friends, especially my mother, to keep this diary and to include my thoughts as well as my daily experiences. In my current isolated situation, which could become even more remote, anything could happen at any moment, leaving me unable to send letters home. By keeping this diary regularly and thoroughly, I hope my friends would have the bittersweet comfort of following my journey, even to the grave, through my own words.
During his first voyage abroad, James also wrote about his early life, providing a personal account that complements his brother's recollections.
The earliest memories I have are from my time in Glasgow, before my family moved to the countryside. I remember little from that period, and the following years were mostly uneventful, much like any other childhood. However, one moment often comes to mind. One Sunday, while the rest of the family was at church, only our servant, Aggie Leach, and I were home. She took down an old copy of Pilgrim's Progress, filled with rough illustrations, and used the pictures to explain the story to me. I had never heard it before, and was completely captivated. We had just reached the terrifying part about giant despair and the horrors of Doubting Castle when, suddenly, there was a loud knock at the front door. In my fright, I truly thought the giant had come for us. It turned out to be just a traveller asking for directions, but the fear I felt that moment left a lasting impression on me. When I was old enough, I started school, wondering if I would ever be able to learn like the other children. I was very nervous and afraid, but I worked hard and, under my mother's careful guidance, made rapid progress. I was quickly promoted from one class to another. I was also very competitive, so much so that if another good student ranked above me, I found it hard to play with him cheerfully. I believe I started college in November 1862, making my first session at Glasgow University, the academic year 1862 to 63. I took junior Latin and junior Greek, earning about the 12th prize in Latin and the 3rd in Greek. That summer, I divided my time between studying and helping my father with his work as a write and joiner. During 1863 and 1864, I lived in Glasgow and studied intensely. I won the first prize in Middle Greek, a prize in Senior Latin, and additional prizes for private study in both subjects. I was especially proud of my Latin prize because I outperformed the 2 top students in the class. In the following session, 1864 to 65, I won a prize in Senior Greek. I didn't win anything in logic, but in 1865, while studying moral philosophy, I became actively involved in a protest against Dr. Fleming. Although he was entitled to a full pension, Dr. Fleming chose to remain a professor, collecting fees while assigning a student to do his work. We took a stand against this and managed to force him to return to his duties. However, the strain proved too much for him, and he passed away while still in his position, just as he had wished. In English literature, I didn't stand out in the class discussions, but I surprised many by coming in second in the competitive exam. Some of the louder students, who spoke often but knew little, were quite astonished. I was especially proud of this prize because I knew I had earned it fairly. I also felt that my quiet nature in class often kept me from receiving the credit I deserved. That session, I completed the classical and philosophy parts of my degree. After passing, I enjoyed a happy week before turning my attention to the next step, attending the Theological Hall of the Congregational Church of Scotland, which met in Edinburgh in early May. I thoroughly enjoyed my time in Edinburgh. The workload wasn't too heavy, allowing me to take long walks and go on excursions. I often spent time on the hills and around Leith and Portobello. The Reverend John Patterson of Airdrie, one of my closest college friends in Glasgow, later shared his memories of me from those days.
I first met James Gilmour during the winter session of 1864-65 at Glasgow University. He arrived with a strong reputation as a linguist, which he soon confirmed through his achievements in Latin and Greek. Despite his academic advantages and sharp intellect, he was always humble, never showing a trace of pride or vanity. He was unshakable in his convictions, yet extremely kind and compassionate toward those who struggled. His strength of character allowed him to be fair to everyone, and his natural gentlemanly nature made him considerate. I remember one instance in our junior humanity class when a country student, too nervous to speak, missed an opportunity to answer a question correctly. Giving the right response would have greatly boosted his standing. Later, he confided in Gilmour with a heavy heart, and I will never forget the look of sympathy on Gilmour's face. He always seemed eager to be of help, and he succeeded. During our second session, a family connection brought us even closer. My brother married his cousin, and from then on, we became more than friends. We became family. In later years, we even shared lodging together. Throughout his college years, Gilmour was an incredibly hard-working student. His patience, perseverance, and ability to focus were remarkable. Yet, despite his dedication, he remained cheerful and could quickly set aside his studies to engage enthusiastically in conversations about current events. He had a great sense of humor, and his hearty laugh was uplifting. He was a wonderful companion and was universally respected. One of Gilmour's strongest beliefs was the immense value of time, a conviction that only grew stronger with age. He was never idle. It could truly be said that he never wasted an hour. Even when a subject was uninteresting, he still gave it his full effort and mastered it. He never accepted the idea of merely skimming through material just to pass an exam, and few of his peers had such a broad and accurate knowledge base. Unlike many students, he didn't slow down in the summer. During the recess, he could often be seen walking from his home in Cathkin to the college library, returning with a load of books. His academic excellence earned him many certificates and prizes for both summer and winter studies, and he performed especially well in written exams. Once, in a moral philosophy class, a substitute teacher wrote "lacks thoroughness" as feedback on Gilmour's essay on utilitarianism. Confused by the remark, Gilmour confronted the teacher after class. Later, he told a friend that he had managed to leave his critics struggling to justify his own comment. Gilmour had a strong competitive streak and enjoyed testing his strength, both mentally and physically, against others. Wrestling with him, in any sense, was no easy task, though he never held grudges. While he came from a comfortable financial background, he was extremely frugal and careful not to waste anything. He also had a deep aversion to alcohol. On one occasion, some beer had somehow made its way into their room, perhaps for hospitality. Without a word, Gilmour lifted the window and poured it out onto the street, saying,
"Better on God's earth than in his image."
As Gilmour's time in Glasgow neared its end, some of us could see that he had been preparing all along for a great work, one that had captured the deepest ambition of his life. He was never one to talk much about himself, and at that time, he did not often bring up spiritual matters with his fellow students. However, his views on personal evangelism were changing and would become much stronger in later years. As a student, he was earnest, honest, and deeply committed to his convictions. Rather than persuading others with direct exhortations, he sought to influence them through the quiet power of a godly life. I believe this made his impact on some of us even greater. When word spread that Gilmour had decided to become a foreign missionary, many were surprised, especially his academic rivals, who had competed with him and seen his brilliance firsthand. The moral impact of such a distinguished scholar dedicating his life to Christ's work among the heathen was profound. For me, his decision to leave, though painful, became a great blessing. The spiritual reserve that had long existed between us began to break down. While he was at Cheshunt College, much of our correspondence took on a religious tone, though at first it was more theological than practical. I will never forget the last evening we spent together before he left for China. We walked from the village to Bothwell Bridge in complete silence, weighed down by the sorrow of parting. As we shook hands, he looked at me with deep earnestness and said,
"Patterson, let us keep close to Christ."
At the time, he knew and loved Christ far more than I did. But about 9 years ago, after hearing good news about my own faith, he wrote to tell me that he had prayed for me every day for 12 years. And now,
He was praising God for the answer.
In the diary from which we have already quoted, Gilmour thus concludes the sketch of his education.
Near the end of the 1867 session, I began discussions with the London Missionary Society, which led to my transfer to Cheshunt College in September of that year. This brought a new experience, living in a residential college. At Glasgow, students only attended classes and spent the rest of their time as they pleased, often dining outside. At Cheshunt, however, all students lived within the college buildings, which housed about 40 people. At first, this felt unfamiliar, and even long after, I wasn't sure which was better, living in college or outside. Most lectures took place in the morning. I spent the summer vacation preparing for the Soper Scholarship, worth £20, which would be awarded based on an examination. The 1868-69 session at Cheshunt started off busy. Alongside my classwork and Soper studies, I read several books that deeply influenced my understanding of pastoral and missionary life. These included James's Earnest Ministry, Baxter's Reformed Pastor, and some of Bunyan's works. Through God's blessing, they had a great impact on me for good. The Soper examination was supposed to take place before Christmas, but was delayed, so I remained at Cheshunt over the holidays, working as hard as ever. I eagerly anticipated finishing the exam so I could focus more on preaching and evangelism. When the time finally came, the exam went well, and I won the £20 scholarship. Then came a decisive moment. Another opportunity arose, this time to compete for the top academic prize at Cheshunt. In my first session, I had placed second, and now I had the chance to aim for first. It was a strong temptation, but God prevailed. Looking back, I saw how often I had been drawn from one pursuit to another, always telling myself I would leave more time for God, but constantly getting sidetracked. So this time, I made a firm stand. I let go of ambition and dedicated myself fully to studying the Bible. For the last 3 months of my time at Cheshunt, Scripture became my main focus. I now look back on that period as the most spiritually enriching time I had there. In September 1869, I entered the missionary seminary at Highgate and also began studying Chinese in London under Professor Summers. I returned home for Christmas, and when I came back to London, I learned that I could leave for China as soon as I was ready. I told them I would go as soon as the necessary arrangements were made, and February 22nd, 1870 was set as my departure date.
With these few words, James Gilmour summarised the first 26 years of his life, adding his characteristic touches of simplicity and focus. His account allows us to see the lively, eager boy who, through years of dedicated study in theology and practical Christian service, grew into a strong and determined missionary. Those who knew him during this time recognised both the power of his character and the warmth of his personality. The writer of this passage first met him during his second session at Cheshunt, when Gilmour was in the prime of his early manhood, physically and mentally vigorous, with a heart aflame for Christ and the lost. Yet he retained his love of fun, his high spirits, and his sharp wit. He enjoyed a good joke and never lost his enthusiasm for a lively debate. Every student from Cheshunt in those days remembers his good-natured pranks, his sharp and engaging speeches in house meetings, his talent for recitation, and, most of all, his deep and personal faith. To know him even slightly was to respect him, and to understand him even a little was to love him for life. There are many memories of those Cheshunt days, but a few stand out in showing what kind of man he was. One fellow student recalled Gilmour's arrival.
I was acting senior at the start of that session, so, as was tradition, I went to his room to welcome him. He looked at me and said, "Who are you?" I introduced myself. "What do you want?" he asked. I explained my visit and held out my hand in greeting. He put his hands behind his back and said, "Time enough to shake hands when we've had a quarrel, but where do you live?" "Directly above your room," I replied. "Then look here," he said, "don't make a row." And with that, we parted. Dear old fellow, his memory makes life richer.
Another student wrote,
He was an excellent speaker and a fierce debater. He loved arguments so much that he would sometimes take the opposite position to his own beliefs just to provoke discussion. He argued so convincingly and logically, for he was a skilled dialectician, that it was hard to tell whether he actually held the views he defended so passionately. Once this habit even fooled himself. One Friday, the debate topic was, "Do animals have souls?" Though he fully believed they did not, he took the affirmative position just for the sake of argument. He defended it so enthusiastically that afterward he admitted to me that he had almost convinced himself that animals do have souls.
Throughout his time at Cheshunt, there was never any doubt about Gilmour's deep faith and commitment to his future missionary work. However, during his second year, those who knew him closely could see a profound deepening of his spiritual life. Looking back, it is clear that this was when he began reaching the level of devotion and consecration that he would maintain throughout his years in China and Mongolia. An intense, almost apostolic passion for the salvation of others took hold of him. In the evenings, he would often go out alone to hold short, open-air services at Flamstead End, speaking to the cottagers near Cheshunt railway station. He would seize opportunities to talk to labourers working by the roadside or in the fields he passed. His concern for the salvation of his friends in Scotland grew stronger. He would often come to my study, asking me to kneel and pray with him that God's grace might touch them and that his blessing would rest upon the letters he had written to them. The polished, intellectual style of preaching that many students aspired to lost its appeal for him. Instead, his sermons became more like passionate exhortations, aimed directly at the unconverted. Once he learned where he would be serving after college, he became deeply concerned about being spiritually prepared for the work ahead. The lost souls of China weighed heavily on his heart, and he longed to see more of his fellow students answer the call to missions. Only his closest friends knew how much he prayed and yearned for China's perishing millions. The Reverend H.R. Reynolds, who has served as the respected president of Cheshunt College for the past 30 years, later shared his early memories of James Gilmour.
Though Gilmour was blunt and outspoken, he was also reserved and slow to give or accept trust. Beneath his cautious demeanour, however, there burned an intense enthusiasm. His character was already well formed and would only develop along the clear, unwavering lines that were set within him, though they were not yet fully visible to others. There was nothing false or pretentious about him. He avoided praise and never tried to appear more devout, wise, or reverent than he truly was. His natural way of speaking was rugged and direct, even when discussing topics that usually inspire careful or polished language. He would sometimes use expressions that might have seemed careless, irreverent, or even doubtful, but it soon became clear that this came from a place of deep evangelistic passion, an almost stormy enthusiasm for winning souls to Christ. At Cheshunt Street Chapel, special services were held in which Gilmour participated with remarkable boldness, perhaps even more demonstratively than a modern Salvation Army preacher. On a Sunday evening, as crowds filled the country street outside the chapel, he stepped out bareheaded, approaching every passerby with strikingly direct questions, messages, or warnings. His main challenge was simple, yet powerful. Do you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ? The entire street was stirred. Some mocked and jeered, but others were left in awe at the force of his conviction.
In 1869, Gilmour had a series of meetings with the late Mrs. Swan of Edinburgh, which led to his selection by the London Missionary Society to reopen the long-suspended mission in Mongolia. For a time, he remained in Peking, immersing himself in the people's culture, language, and religious beliefs, preparing for his daring journeys into the vast desert. He would soon travel along caravan routes, visiting massive fairs, renowned temples, and revered lamas. In these travels, he took on multiple roles, acting as a travelling doctor, an itinerant bookseller, and, above all, a passionate preacher of the gospel. At that time, the London Missionary Society's approach to training its missionaries was quite different from today. After spending 2 to 4 years at a theological college, depending on their prior education, students were sent to the institution at Highgate for specialised training. Though the concept was well intended, Gilmour and others, despite their respect for the principal, Reverend J. Wardlaw, felt the experience was largely a waste of time. That same year, an investigation into the effectiveness of the Highgate institution began, ultimately leading to its closure. Gilmour played a key role in bringing attention to its shortcomings. One of his fellow students later described his influence on both his peers and the institution itself.
I first met Gilmour at Farquhar House, Highgate, where missionary students spent their final 6 months before heading to the field. Some used the time to study the basics of the language they would need, others attended University College Hospital to gain some medical training, and all sought to learn about the history and customs of the people they would serve. One of the highlights of the program was a series of special missionary lectures delivered by the Reverend J. Wardlaw, later Dr. Wardlaw, which the students greatly valued. Some of us were at Highgate a day or two before Gilmour arrived from Scotland. Reports about him had reached us from Cheshunt College, and we were eager to meet him. However, when he arrived, many of us felt a bit disappointed, not because of anything specific, but simply because he wasn't the man we had imagined from what we had heard. When he quietly walked into the library, I could hardly believe that the youthful-looking, bright-eyed young man before us was really Gilmour. His simple clothing made him seem even younger, and his face had a cheerful, good-humored expression. His eyes sparkled with a playful energy, hinting at a lively spirit. A well-known writer once said, "Nature has written a letter of credit on some men's faces which is honored almost wherever presented." This was certainly true of Gilmour. His face reflected honesty, kindness, and strength of character. Just seeing him made you feel drawn to him as if by a magnetic force. Many of our fellow students found Gilmour difficult to understand. Some thought he was eccentric, but that was simply because he was deeply individualistic and always had the courage to stand by his beliefs. They couldn't quite grasp how he could be both deeply spiritual and full of playful energy at the same time. However, by the time we parted ways in January 1870, I believe every one of us had come to respect and love dear old Gilly. The night before Gilmour left Highgate for the Christmas holiday, we were all gathered in his study. Someone jokingly mentioned the risk of traveling home to Scotland by sea instead of by train and asked, "What if the steamer sinks and you don't make it back? Who gets your books, Gilmour?" Without hesitation, he replied,
That's a good thought. Come on, pick out the books you'd like to have in memory of me if I never return.
We laughed, thinking he was joking, but he remained serious.
I mean it.
He insisted. He made sure each of us selected a book, then turned to me and said,
I leave the rest in your care. If I never return, send everything on this shelf to my father and mother. You can do whatever you like with the rest.
Had anyone else done this, we might have thought they were acting strangely. But with Gilmour, we knew it was just his practical, straightforward way of handling things. Due to a misunderstanding, as we later discovered, the students at Highgate found themselves at odds with the directors of the society over the required studies. Additional classes were introduced, but some of us refused to attend. This act of defiance, seen as rebellion by the mission house, had to be addressed firmly, so a special meeting of the board of directors was called to deal with us. The night before the meeting, we gathered in Gilmour's study to decide what we would say to the directors. One of our group, realizing that the discussion might become quite serious, gave in completely and withdrew from our resistance. When we finally met the board, Gilmour defended our position in his usual frank and straightforward manner. Unfortunately, his honesty upset some of the directors, who misunderstood him and saw him as one of the leaders of the rebellion. Naturally, they were not inclined to judge him fairly. However, when we later met with the subcommittee assigned to handle the matter, the misunderstanding was resolved. They admitted that we had been right to object to the additional classes that had been imposed on us.
During his final months in England, James Gilmour devoted himself earnestly to the growth of his soul. Just before setting sail for China, he wrote the following letter to a friend from Cheshire, expressing his inner struggles and the challenges he was about to face.
I can hardly expect to find companions, and the feeling of being alone weighs on me until I remember Christ and his blessed promise, Lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the world. No one can truly grasp the power of this promise unless they leave everything behind and go alone. When I feel my heart beginning to sink, I turn to this companionship. Thank God, I have again and again experienced the comfort of this promise. When I kneel and speak to Jesus as my ever-present companion, I know he understands. I have felt a thrill of joy knowing that wherever I go, he is with me. More than once, as I have spoken his name and poured out my troubles, I have been overwhelmed by a deep, sweet sense of his presence. The burden lifts, and I rise strengthened. Is it not a wonderful thing that Christ, despite our weakness, sin, and carelessness in honouring him, is always ready to comfort us the moment we turn to him? Lately, I have been reflecting on the reasons we have to live for Christ, to confess him, and to preach him boldly without seeking approval from flesh and blood. Why should we be bound by human opinions and customs? Why should we care what others think of us? Salvation and damnation are real. Christ is real. Eternity is real. Soon we will stand there in reality, and time will be over. From the perspective of eternity, we will look back on what we did in this life. What will we think of it then? Will we understand why we were too afraid to speak to someone about salvation? Will we comprehend why we were ashamed to do what we knew was right before those who mocked our faith? Our fear will seem so small then. Let us measure our actions now by the standard of that eternal scene. Let us view the things of time in the light of eternity, and we will see them as they truly are. We will live more as we will one day wish we had lived. It is not too late. We still have time to redeem what remains of our lives. The present moment is ours. Let us use it. Perhaps we cannot be great, but we can be good. If we cannot shine as mighty lights, let us at least shine as God has made us to shine. Let us live in His presence, seeking His approval, willing to bear the disapproval of the world, even of some who claim to be His servants, if only we may receive the commendation of angels and our Master. The words, "Well done," are spoken to the faithful servant, not to the great, but to the faithful. Let us watch and pray that we may be faithful. It is not always easy to live this way, to care little for human opinion, but it is the only life worth living. Yesterday afternoon, I preached at home, choosing the most earnest sermon I had. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. I believed I was acting entirely for Christ, without concern for human opinion. Even after preaching, I thought I would remain unmoved by what others said. However, when one man praised the sermon, I felt pleased. Then this morning, a friend visited and told me that what I had delivered was no sermon at all. Suddenly I felt hurt. If my focus had been solely on Christ, I would not have been affected by either the praise or the criticism. I long to rise above this, to stop seeking to please men altogether. Why should we concern ourselves with human opinions?
James Gilmour was ordained as a missionary to Mongolia at Augustine Chapel, Edinburgh, on February 10, 1870. In keeping with nonconformist custom, he shared the story of his spiritual journey, from which the following is taken.
My conversion took place after I had begun attending the arts course at the University of Glasgow. I had entered college without a specific career in mind. An opportunity arose to attend classes, and I gladly took it, confident that whatever knowledge or training I gained would be useful to me in some way. Once I became convinced that I had found the way of life, I felt a deep responsibility to share it with others and to do what I could to advance Christ's kingdom. Among the ways I considered serving was entering the ministry. However, I believed that anyone seeking the office of a minister should have two things: a personal, experiential knowledge of the truth he preaches and a solid education to help him communicate it effectively. I believed I had the first and hoped to gain the second. So I quietly continued my studies. As I entered my final year, after much prayer and careful thought, I felt it was my duty to offer myself as a candidate for the ministry. Having decided how I should serve in Christ's kingdom, the next serious question was where I should labour. I had occasionally considered the relative needs of home and foreign missions, but during the summer session in Edinburgh, I thought through the matter carefully and chose the mission field. Even from a purely logical standpoint, I felt called to be a missionary. Is the kingdom of God a harvest field? Then it seemed reasonable to work where the need was greatest and the workers were fewest. If ministers at home felt overburdened, how much more must that be the case abroad, where vast fields were already ripe for harvest, yet had barely a handful of labourers? To me, the soul of an Indian was as precious as the soul of an Englishman, and the gospel was meant for the Chinese just as much as for the European. Since the number of missionaries was so small compared to the ministers at home, my duty seemed clear. I must go abroad. But I do not go as a missionary simply because common sense leads me to it. I go in obedience to Christ's command. Go into all the world and preach. The same Lord who said preach also said go, and what Christ has joined together, no one should separate. This command seems to me to be clearly missionary in nature, and from what I can tell, those who first received it understood it in that way. So, beyond personal choice or any other lesser reason, my going forth is a matter of obedience to a direct command. Instead of trying to justify why I should go abroad, I would rather say that I have found no reason why I should stay at home.
On February 22nd, 1870, James Gilmour set sail from Liverpool aboard the steamship Diomed, beginning the great work of his life. Among his surviving letters is a detailed account of the voyage to China and how he used the journey as an opportunity to serve his master.
We sailed from Liverpool, and my father was there to see me off. There were only 9 or 10 passengers, so each of us had our own cabin. A Wesleyan medical missionary named Hardy was travelling to Hanko, and we quickly became friends. The ship's doctor was a young man from Greenock who had been at Glasgow College at the same time as I had, though among the 1,200 students there, we had never crossed paths before. Another passenger, a married man, worked in the consular service. A young lady was the daughter of a judge in China. A young man, hoping to make his fortune in China, had some knowledge of tea, but a far greater love for drink. Another young man, a respectable fellow, was heading to China as a tea taster. One more young man was travelling to Australia via Singapore. So I was the only minister on board. Since the ship's crew and most of the passengers were high church, and I was a dissenter, we did not quite fit together. Some were so devoted to high church views that one passenger told me he believed we dissenters were even deeper in error than the papists. The captain was a rough but sensible seaman. I immediately offered my services as chaplain, and though he accepted, he did so with caution. He seemed to think I was too young to be trusted with a sermon, but he allowed me to read the Church of England prayers. He also handed me a book containing sermons for every Sunday and holy day of the year. I took it and told him I would look through it. The Bay of Biscay was calm when we crossed, but by Sunday morning we were being tossed about near the Rock of Lisbon. I could barely keep my footing and thought we wouldn't have a service. However, we all crowded into the smoking saloon, avoiding the lower deck for fear of seasickness. And I read prayers. The following Sunday, I read a sermon from the book. After that, I gave them my own sermons. Since I suspected they had not heard much plain preaching, I did my best to give them the gospel, pure and simple. I half suspected they didn't like it. It was hinted to me that some were complaining about my preaching. The next Sunday, believing it might be my last chance, I preached as earnestly and directly as I could. To my surprise and gratitude, instead of being asked to stop, I was thanked for it. I was even told it was my best sermon yet, and that I was wasting my time going abroad. I should have stayed home as a preacher. From that point on, I had no trouble with the passengers, and we got along well. As for the crew, there were about 60 men, from the captain down to the cabin boy. Among them was one earnest Christian, a German Baptist who worked as a quartermaster. He was a little unusual in appearance and spoke English imperfectly. Once, when some passengers were laughing at something he had said and done, the captain happened to walk by. Seeing what was happening, he remarked that the man was an excellent worker. He never found him idle. Aside from this man, the captain, and the cabin boy, the entire crew swore constantly. The habit was so widespread that I think they were barely aware of it. I found it puzzling. At times, I would have a serious conversation with a man in the evening, only to hear him unleashing a stream of curses the next morning. Few of the crew attended the services, so since they would not come to us, we went to them. In the evenings, Hardy and I held short services in the forecastle whenever we thought it best. We were always welcomed and listened to respectfully. I believe that everyone on board had multiple opportunities to hear the gospel as clearly as I could present it, and many received more than just an opportunity. After dark, I would go out and find the men one by one as they sat in corners during their night watch. Their only duty was to remain within call when needed, so I had many long conversations with them. My goal was always to talk about spiritual matters, and I usually succeeded. However, to keep things fair, I often had to listen to their stories in return. The man on the lookout was a frequent target. I could always find someone there, usually alone and never asleep. Since the lookout was changed at regular intervals, I knew exactly when I would find a new man to talk to. While speaking with them, I kept a sharp watch myself to avoid distracting them too much and getting them into trouble. Many nights, I stood at the prow as we sailed through the warm Indian Ocean, staying out so long that my clothes were soaked with dew. Around midnight, I would finally make my way back to my cabin, my head full of the ghost stories I had just heard, so much so that I half feared I might see a real ghost stepping out of my cabin door.
Chapter 2. Beginning Work. In 1817, two missionaries, the Reverend E. Stallybrass and the Reverend W. Swan, left England to bring the gospel to the Buryats, a Mongolian tribe under Russian rule. They laboured for many years in Selenginsk and Onagan Dome, but in 1841 the Russian emperor ordered them to leave the country. There was no appeal against his command, and the mission was forced to end. However, in God's providence, before their expulsion, the missionaries had translated the entire Bible into Buryat. The Old Testament was printed in Siberia in 1840, and the New Testament was published in London in 1846. Though the mission itself was shut down, the word of God in the Mongolian language continued to spread among the people. James Gilmour dedicated his life to reviving and expanding this missionary work among the Mongol tribes. Initially, he was appointed to the London mission in Peking, which became his first base of operations. He remained a member of this mission until the end of his life. He arrived in the Chinese capital on May 18, 1870, and immediately devoted himself to rigorous study of the Chinese language, while also seeking the best way to restart the Mongol mission. His detailed diary from this period reveals both his progress and setbacks, his moments of encouragement and discouragement. June 11th, 1870.
Mr. Gulick advises me to focus less on Chinese and to devote myself entirely to Mongolian. I am not sure he isn't right. Still, I plan to keep working on Chinese for now, continuing my lessons with my teacher and spending as much time as possible among the people. Tonight, I went out and had a long conversation with the gatekeeper and two of his friends. I learned a lot from them, and I hope this informal way of studying will be of great benefit. Perhaps through this, I may also help them in some way. Lord, grant it.
June 12th, 1870.
Today, I turn 27 years old, and what have I accomplished? Let the time that has passed be enough for serving the desires of the flesh. The path before me now is the most inspiring any man could have. Good health, strength, and enough confidence in my ability to learn the language of the people I am sent to reach. I have a new field of work among men who are deeply religious and simple-hearted. I am largely free to determine how best to carry out the evangelization of Mongolia. I have friends in Britain praying for me, peace and comfort as I study, and the knowledge that my work is for eternity. This life is only the brief prelude to an eternal state, and after death, countless truths will be revealed that I now long to understand. These thoughts, and many others, make my life joyful and free from anxiety about what lies ahead. May I, in time, fulfill my calling as I ought, and may God have great mercy on me.
On June 22nd, 1870, news of the Tientsin massacre reached Peking. A Roman Catholic convent had been destroyed, and 13 French people had been killed. Uncertainty spread, as no one knew whether this attack signalled a larger movement against all missionaries and foreigners. For a time, the situation seemed grim. It was a moment that tested the courage, faith, and resolve of many, and Gilmour endured it splendidly. Though he could not entirely escape the natural fears shared by all, his response to worldly caution and fear was not retreat, but bold advance. While others wondered if they might have to withdraw, Gilmour, knowing little of the language and unfamiliar with the country, set out alone for the great Mongolian plain. There, he began the work closest to his heart, personal engagement with and ministry to the Mongols. How difficult this season was is revealed in Gilmour's diary. On June 23, 1870, the day after the first news of the massacre arrived, he wrote,
"The Roman Catholic missionaries have suffered greatly, and the Protestant missionaries are not in a very safe position. We are living on the slope of a volcano that could erupt in fury at any moment. For example, people ask why there is no rain and blame the foreigners for it. If a famine follows, we may suffer for it. Now is the time to test what a man's religion is truly made of. We may all be dead men soon. Are we afraid to die? Our death might advance the cause of Christ more than our life ever could. We must die at some point. Now that the possibility is near, how do we face it? O God, make my faith firm and bright, so that death may seem small and not to be feared. Help me to trust you and Christ completely, so that I may work with a calm mind while you give me life, and when you call me home, let me go gladly."
Further diary entries from this time reveal his daily inner struggles. July 10th,
Rose at 6:20. Dull morning with a little rain. Felt uneasy at the thought of being killed. Troubled at the idea of leaving Peking. How am I to pack and carry my belongings? Troubled at the thought of staying in a city in turmoil, under a weak and incompetent government. How can my mission succeed when it begins like this? O God, let me cast all my cares upon you and entrust my soul to your keeping. Keep me in perfect peace. The rain made for a small gathering this morning, but all was quiet. In the afternoon, I went west with Mr. Edkins. Everything seemed unusually calm and peaceful.
July 12th.
While others are writing to newspapers and trying to stir public opinion so action may be taken, perhaps I can do more by moving heaven. My faith teaches me that prayer is powerful, and surely a whole day spent asking God to overrule these events for good is not wasted. Still, there is a strong feeling that when a man is praying, he is doing nothing. I am certain that this feeling leads us to place too much importance on work, sometimes even rushing through or neglecting prayer altogether.
July 22nd.
Greatly troubled about the current situation. I don't quite know how to assess the rumours and reports, and perhaps this uncertainty makes me more uneasy than necessary. Still, I cannot be sure. At times, I feel a deep revulsion at the thought of being killed. At other times, I feel as if I could face death quietly, without much fear. Sometimes the tone of those around us is hopeful, which brings me hope as well. Other times, the prospect of a sudden removal or a half-planned escape comes upon me with great force, and the thought of all its inconveniences, let alone the danger, is far from pleasant. Oh, for the simple, childlike faith that trusts everything to God and leaves all worries with Him. Should we not have such faith? Is God not the same now as when He delivered His people from Egypt, rescued His saints from their enemies, shut the mouths of lions, and preserved His servants in the fiery furnace? Can He not still protect us? Will He not do so? But then comes another thought. Perhaps God does not intend for us to live, but to die. Many times he has allowed his saints to be slain. What then? Well, as the men in the furnace said, will he care to defend us? If not, be it known unto you, we will not yield. I could have died in childhood, in youth, or before I was converted, and if I had, what a terrible fate. I remember the time when the very thought of hell's agony filled me with such fear that I would have traded places with anyone who had the hope of salvation. Death, life, honour, shame, nothing seemed to matter compared to that hope, which I then lacked. Could I ever be saved? That was my question. Would I ever have the assurance that I saw in others? Had I died in that darkness, what would have become of me? But thanks be to God, the light has shined forth, and now I have the hope of eternal life. May God make me more Christ-like and strengthen this hope within me. I have been delivered from that fearful pit, and now I walk in the light. I call God my Father, Christ my Saviour, and heaven my home. This world and the life here are but the entrance into real life. If our faith means anything, if our beliefs are true, then heaven is infinitely better than earth, and our souls are safe from all harm. If a man is fully insured against all possible harm, why should he be afraid? Not one hair of our head shall perish. O Lord, help me to live this faith and keep my heart in this frame of mind. Many foreigners are in this city, here to study the language and other pursuits, yet many have no real hope of heaven. They seem calm and untroubled, and no doubt they are. Shall the courage of the world, the courage of scepticism and carelessness, be greater than the courage of the Christian? O Lord, save me from the sin of dishonouring your name through fear and cowardice. Let us be bold in the Lord.
By the end of July 1870, Gilmour had firmly decided to go to Mongolia as soon as the necessary arrangements could be made. A severe test had come upon him, and the way he responded to it reveals the key to his entire life. Instead of allowing trials to discourage or delay him, he used them as fuel to press forward in his duty. The very circumstances that might have caused others to postpone a difficult new work only drove him more eagerly into it. The reasons behind his decision are outlined in an official report he wrote months later.
After the massacre at Tientsin, grave fears spread throughout Peking. No one knew the full extent of the plot, and there was no way to uncover the truth. The people openly spoke of exterminating foreigners, claiming they had the silent approval of the government. Worse still, the government itself issued vague and even suggestive proclamations that stirred the populace to such an extent that specific days were set for the clearing of Peking. On the first of these appointed days, however, the entire city was unexpectedly subdued by a relentless 20-hour downpour. The rain turned Peking into a muddy, boatless Venice, trapping the people indoors. Their soft felt shoes were useless in the thick mud, holding them back as securely as if they had been locked in stocks. This was on Friday. Tuesday had been named as a backup day. On Saturday and Sunday, the tension rose again. By Monday morning, the anxiety was at its peak. But then, the Peking Gazette published an imperial edict that immediately calmed the situation, assuring us that, for the moment, there was no danger. We then had to pause, take a breath, and look at the situation calmly. The general conclusion among the old Pekingers was that the French would be forced to use military action to obtain redress. The attitude of both the Chinese people and their government made this seem inevitable. So they decided to wait quietly in Peking until the situation worsened. Then, when things became critical, it would be time to move south. I think I can safely say that everyone made an inventory of their belongings and more than a few secretly packed their most essential items, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Up to this point, I had remained quiet, but now it was my turn to reason things out. Based on their own assessment, I thought, if I go south, no Mongol will agree to accompany me, and I will be shut out from my work indefinitely. But if I can get away north, I can continue studying the language. Then, when the trouble dies down, I can return, knowing Mongolian and having lost no time. I felt a deep reluctance to travel so far alone, especially with such a poor grasp of the language. But as I weighed the situation day after day, I became more convinced that avoiding the risk of going south would mean failing in my duty. I decided not to concern myself with personal likes or dislikes any longer. I would go north if the opportunity arose. Until then, I kept working at my Chinese studies. Eventually, a Russian merchant arrived, headed for Kiachta. I left with him. I could not have gone sooner, as it was unsafe to travel before the imperial edict was issued. But waiting any longer would have meant risking the chance of going at all.
Chapter 3. Mongolian Apprenticeship. Mongolia refers to a vast and largely unknown territory lying between China proper and Siberia. It is the largest dependency of the Chinese Empire, stretching nearly 3,000 miles from the Sea of Japan in the east to Turkestan in the west, and about 900 miles from the southern border of Asiatic Russia to the Great Wall of China. The region consists of high tablelands, elevated far above the plains of northern China, accessible only through rugged mountain passes. At its centre lies the Great Desert of Gobi. A major trade route runs through eastern central Mongolia, facilitating commerce between China and Russia. This route begins at Kalgan on the Chinese frontier and extends to Kiachta on the Russian border. For most of the year, except during winter, caravans of camel carts and ox carts travel along this road, accompanied by Mongol and Chinese traders. The primary export from China is tea, while the chief imports include salt, soda, hides, and timber. The western and central regions of Mongolia are inhabited by nomadic Mongols. They have groups of huts and tents in fixed locations that serve as their winter homes. However, in the summer, they travel across the vast plains in search of the best grazing land for their livestock. Because of this, they are difficult to reach except by living among them and adopting their nomadic way of life. In the southeastern part of Mongolia, many Mongols practice agriculture and speak both Chinese and Mongolian. The towns in this region are almost entirely populated by Chinese settlers. Mongolia's winters are long and harsh, while summers can be extremely hot. The Great Plain experiences severe storms of dust, rain, and wind. Buddhism dominates the region, with more than half of the male population serving as lamas or Buddhist priests. If you meet a Mongol on the road, he is likely reciting prayers and counting his beads as he rides. If you ask where he is going, as is customary, he will probably say he is travelling to a shrine to worship. If you follow him, you will find him among others, with dust-streaked foreheads, murmuring prayers and clutching their ever-present beads. They move through the sacred space, bowing at every shrine, prostrating before each idol, and striking reverent poses at every object of worship they encounter. One of the first striking sights in Mongolia is often a grand temple, gleaming from afar with brilliant colours and gold. The Mongols' religion dictates that certain seemingly ordinary actions are either good or bad, virtuous or sinful. There is hardly a single decision, no matter how small, that he can make without first consulting his priest. Buddhism not only shapes his soul and spiritual life, but also determines the colour and style of his clothing. Few other religions have so completely taken hold of a country as Buddhism has in Mongolia. James Gilmour took on the immense challenge of trying, on his own, to evangelize such a land and people. His early journeys are detailed in Among the Mongols, and we will not repeat them here. Instead, our aim is to explore the inner life of James Gilmour and the true nature of his work. He left Peking on August 5th and arrived in Kulgan 4 days later. On August 27th, he set out on his first journey across the vast Mongolian plain to Kyakhta. A Russian postmaster was supposed to accompany him, but to avoid travelling on Sunday, Gilmour left a day early and then waited for the Russian to catch up. This was his first glimpse of the land he would come to know so well.
Sabbath, August 28th. I woke around 5 a.m. as dawn was breaking and saw that we were fully out on the plain. I am writing in my diary while a group of people peer into my cart. I just gave them a Mongol catechism and pray that God will bless it to their understanding. How I wish I could speak to them, but I cannot. I am thankful to have this day of rest from travelling. My mind feels at peace for now as I take in my surroundings and get my first real sense of the life I am likely to lead. Several more Mongol dwellings are visible nearby, along with many camels, horses and oxen. The Mongols have their own tent, and the commandant's tent has also been set up. A Mongol just came over and changed his clothing, using his cloak as a temporary shelter. I am debating whether to read in my cart or take my plaid and umbrella and walk off a little way. I did not have a particularly intellectual or spiritual day after all. In the afternoon, I walked eastward, found a good vantage point at a cairn, and spent some time in devotion. As I approached, an eagle rose and flew away. I returned to camp, bought some milk and cheese, and planned to make porridge, but the wind made the fire difficult to manage. Instead, I drank my milk, ate some bread, and went to sleep.
The journey across the desert, including a visit to Urga, took a month. It was a time of deep significance for the traveller, shaping many of his lasting impressions of life and ministry. His diary reveals his heartfelt longing for the salvation of the Mongols. On September 11th, 1870, he wrote,
"Up at daybreak, camels watering, made porridge and tea. This is the Lord's day. Help me, O Lord, to be in the Spirit, to rejoice and be glad in the day you have made. Several huts are in sight. When will I be able to speak to the people? O Lord, by your Spirit, show me how to approach them. Guide me in learning their language, and prepare me to teach the life and love of Christ Jesus. Let me live for Christ, surrendering my will to God daily, and experiencing the joy of a life where every circumstance works for my good."
His steadfast rule was to rest from travel on the Sabbath whenever possible. A week later, on September 18th, he recorded,
"We camped just beyond the plain we saw at sunset last night. Though we are not yet at the true exit, we are not far. This is the Lord's day. God, help me to be in the Spirit despite all distractions. Oh, that He would give me more of His Spirit, a greater sense of His presence and the power of prayer, that I may bring down blessings upon this poor people of Mongolia. As I look at them and their huts, I ask myself again and again, how should I go among them? Should I remain in comfort, travelling in a wagon with all my belongings, or should I lower myself to their level? If I go among them as a rich man, they will constantly beg from me and may see me only as a giver of gifts. But if I bring nothing but the gospel, there will be nothing to divert their attention from the unspeakable gift." 8:15 a.m. to 3:15 p.m, had a long walk, met camels, and came upon a cart encampment which I estimate to have about 170 carts. I know my location on the map. There is a camel encampment here, along with 2 huts where fuel is gathered. Today, I read 2 Chronicles 16. God never failed those who trusted in Him and called upon Him. He was displeased with the king of Judah because after being delivered from the Lubims and Ethiopians, he relied on human strength to save him from the Syrians instead of trusting in God? Do we not also depend too much on human strength in our own time? Can God not perform the same wonders today as he did in the past? Do not his eyes still search the whole earth to show himself strong on behalf of those who trust in him? Oh, that God would give me a more practical faith in him. Where is the Lord God of Elijah? He is waiting for Elijah to call upon him. God, grant me some of Elijah's spirit, and let my strength come from you alone, that I may hope in you for the salvation of this people. It is nothing for the Lord to save, whether by many or by those who have no power. Help me, O God, for I rest on you, and in your name I go against this multitude.
Kiachta, on the southern frontier of Siberia, was reached on September 28, 1870. There, Gilmour immediately faced a series of difficulties. The Russian and Chinese authorities refused to recognize his passport, forcing him to wait months for another to be sent from Peking. He found no sympathy for his work, and he barely knew the Mongol language. Yet, with unwavering faith, courage, and determination, he pressed on. A Scottish trader named Grant kindly took him in and provided accommodation. At first, Gilmour tried the traditional method of hiring a Mongol teacher, but before securing one, he would visit Mongols in the area, attempting to build a vocabulary by asking the names of objects, actions, and anything he could make them understand. However, his isolation, his lack of language skills, and the inactivity imposed on him, both by his difficulty in finding a teacher and by the uncertainty of whether he would even be allowed to stay, took a toll on his spirit. As the weeks passed, he struggled with deep bouts of discouragement. Here is a glimpse of one of those early days, after attempting to converse with a Buryat carpenter in Kudara, near Kiachta.
After gathering my daily words, I walked through the town. The most prominent building is the church, a large whitewashed structure built by Mr. Grant's father-in-law when he was wealthy. In a single night, a great fire consumed nearly everything he had, leaving him comparatively poor. Apart from the church, there are several streets of Cossack houses, looking desolate enough, made even more so this morning by the melting snow. The sun, still high, thaws the snow wherever it shines, though in the shade, frost remains all day. Passing through the town, I made my way to the river, which flowed quietly, cold and steady. I wandered through large orchards of what appeared to be apple trees, then walked westward, climbed a hill, and finally returned home just in time for dinner at 4 p.m. I felt very lonely. Without a teacher, much of my day feels wasted after gathering my words. Though I observe everything around me, it often strikes me that this does not directly advance the Mongolian mission. I keep recalling what Dr. Alexander said in his charge at my ordination. You do not go to discover new countries. If only I had a teacher, so I could fully immerse myself in the language. Today, I felt much like Elijah in the wilderness after he had slain the prophets of Baal, when the exhaustion and reaction set in, and he prayed that he might die. I wonder if I am being honest when I say I felt drawn towards suicide. Let me take this moment to declare strongly, missionaries should always go in pairs. I did not believe this a few weeks ago, but I never realised how weak I am on my own. In these past days, my eyes have filled with tears more times than I can count, despite my efforts to resist. I no longer wonder why Grant's brother took his own life. Oh, the overwhelming loneliness of Christ's life. Not one person truly understood him, yet he bore it. Oh, Jesus, let me follow in your steps and fill me with the same spirit that was in you. October 5th, read papers in the evening. So, Jones of Singrowley is dead. I heard him speak at Exeter Hall a year or two ago, and heard much about him through Dr. Evans of Cheshunt College. I am convinced he was a missionary of rare excellence. When he returned to his station, he found that things had fallen into disorder during his absence, and he set to work to put them right. Now he is gone. How lavish God seems with his workers, Hartley Jones, both outstanding, both taken. God's ways are not ours. We would have preserved these two at all costs, but God removes them, and to us it seems as if he were harming his own cause. God knows best, yet to us it is a great mystery.
2 days later, he received a letter about the death of a brilliant young Glasgow student, prompting reflections that would later find fulfilment in his own life.
Another gifted student taken from college to the grave. This is common at Glasgow College, and if I am not mistaken, I have seen it publicly remarked upon. Young men, often poor, fight their way through college with determination beyond their means and physical strength. They battle against poverty and against more fortunate or talented students, striving to take the first place if possible. Then, just as college is finished with them and sends them out into the world, adorned with its highest honours, their beloved alma mater must weep and mourn over yet another early grave. Are the young men to blame? Who can be restrained by the cold calculation of self-preservation? There is my opponent. I will defeat him if I can. Better to exhaust my life drop by drop than to let my blood rush to my face in shame when I see myself defeated where I could have won. So, they work themselves to death. If they did not push themselves as hard as they do, if they allowed themselves more rest, they would live under the uneasy feeling that they had not done all they could. And what noble heart can endure the accusation of wasted effort written against them by the Supreme Court of their own conscience? Several times I have resolved to slow down for the sake of my health, but before long I would feel such unease at not doing all I could that I had to give it up and press on. I never feel that I have done as much as I should, and when I am working hardest, I feel best.
Frustrated by his slow progress and stung by Grant's remark that he did not speak Mongolian fluently, Gilmour decided to change his approach. He resolved to leave Kiakhta, venture onto the plain, and persuade a Mongol to let him share his tent. On December 13th, 1870, he set out into Mongolia, reaching the first cluster of tents at Olauborgas, where he found a friendly Mongol, Grant's contractor.
I found him at his prayers. He motioned for me to sit, and when he finished, he welcomed me warmly. He lives alone in his tent, with no responsibilities, except caring for the courier service horses. 2 llamas attend to his needs, one of whom travels with the letters when they arrive. We talked for a long time, and when I finally shared my purpose with him, I was relieved to find that he received it favourably. I decided to stay for the night. Nothing particularly remarkable happened, except that we were suddenly invaded by a loud, drunken llama. He stormed into the tent as if he would knock everything over. After a while, he left and went to sleep in the next hut. I went to bed around 10 and slept well, though my feet were cold toward morning.
For the next 3 months, Gilmour lived mainly in the tent. Whenever possible, he would return to Kiakhta to spend Sundays at Grant's house. However, by fully embracing the hardships and inconveniences of ordinary Mongol life, he quickly became fluent in the local dialect. More than that, he left a lasting impression on the hearts of the people, who would later speak of him as our Gilmour. He saw Mongol life as it truly was, stripped of the romanticised illusions often attached to it. He became deeply familiar with the different Mongol personalities and began to understand their way of thinking. His diary records many encounters like the following.
I gave the Lama a book on Saturday, and when I returned on Tuesday, I found that he had read it through twice. He immediately began questioning me, getting me to admit certain premises, and then arguing from them. One of his main concerns was Christ being at the right hand of God.
If God has no form,
He asked,
how can anyone be at his right hand? And if God is everywhere, then Christ must be everywhere, both to the right and left of him. How can that be?
The idea of omnipresence was difficult for him to grasp. He asked,
Is God in this pot? In the tent? In my boot? Do I step on God when I walk?
Then he pointed to the kettle and asked,
Is God inside the kettle? If so, does the hot tea not scald him?
Holding up the kettle, he joked with the others that it must be a new species of living creature. I asked him, if a fly were inside the kettle, would that make the kettle alive?
No,
he replied,
because a fly does not fill the space as God must do.
Well then, I said, is my coat alive because I fill it? That settled the question.
In March 1871, Gilmour visited Selinginsk and Onegin Dome, where Stallybrass and Swan had laboured from 1817 to 1841. He then travelled into Siberia, crossing Lake Baikal and visiting Irkutsk. While in Irkutsk, he reflected on the past few months.
Another week has passed, filled with many hopes and fears. This day, a week ago, I was nearing Anna, uncertain about many things. Now, I am in Irkutsk, my path marked by mercies. At several points in my journey, I anticipated difficulties that could have stopped me entirely, but all of them vanished, and I have succeeded beyond expectations. One thing is not as it should be: my tendency to forget how God has helped me. Sometimes, for weeks or months, I anxiously look forward to a coming crisis. When it passes successfully, within 2 days, I act as though I have forgotten the very thing I feared so much. In doing this, I am not only guilty of ingratitude, but also rob myself of much joy, as well as strength in faith and hope. What should make me happier than remembering the helps and deliverances God has given me? And in facing present and future troubles, what can give me more faith and courage than recalling how I was delivered from such troubles before? One thing I sometimes reflect on: I left Britain with no thought of travelling. I expected to settle in one place and focus on a small circle of people I could influence. But that plan has been completely overturned. I spent 2 months in Peking, 2 weeks in Kalgan, a month in the desert, a month in Kudara, a small Russian frontier post, a month and a half in Kiachta, 2 months in Mongolia, and now 2 weeks travelling in Russia. A year and a month have passed since I left home, and in that time, I have been walking back and forth across the earth, going up and down in it. My life has been far from dull. Rather, it has been full of movement. In fact, many would have left home simply for the chance to travel as I have. I did not seek it, but it came, and I accepted it. So far, I have no hardships to complain of. Many people make long journeys just to see the places I have passed through: Liverpool, Wales, the Rock of Lisbon, Gibraltar, Malta, Egypt, Port Said, the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, Cape Gardafui, the Indian Ocean, Penang, the Straits of Malacca, Singapore, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Tientsin, Peking, Kalgan, the desert, Urga, Kiachta, Russia, Lake Baikal, and Irkutsk. I have seen them all without seeking them, except for Baikal and Irkutsk. These have all been incidental, yet they serve as reminders that when God sends his servants away from home and loved ones, he often grants them pleasures and worldly enjoyments along the way, blessings he does not promise and which they have no right to expect.
After a shorter stay at Olauborgas, he began his return journey, visiting Urga before crossing the vast plain on horseback in 14 days. He arrived in Kalgan on June 11th. After resting there, he made 2 trips into Mongolia, first to Lama Miao, one of the great Mongol religious centres, and then spending several weeks living among the Mongols in their tents. His diary entry from September 22nd, 1871, written while resting in Kalgan, reflects on his experiences.
Today, I want to look back on the way the Lord has led me this past year. In September 1870, I was eagerly and anxiously searching for someone travelling to Russia so I could go with him. I found no one. I prayed about it, and finally, while I was on my knees, McCoy came in to tell me about a Russian who was leaving immediately. I met the man, made arrangements, and set off. While they are still speaking, I will answer them. On the journey between Peking and Kalgan, I was mostly alone and spoke little Chinese, yet I managed well. Though my money was in a box strapped to a donkey's back, it arrived safely, with nothing lost. In Kalgan, I initially struggled to find camels, but eventually I learned that the Russian postmaster was returning home. The timing was uncertain since his departure depended on the arrival of his replacement. I prayed about this, and one day I was informed that his successor had arrived much earlier than expected. We were set to leave in a day or 2. We did, and after a smooth journey, we reached Kyakhta safely. There, I met 2 Englishmen, Grant and Hageman. I went to stay in Grant's country house at Kudara. I needed a teacher, so I prayed, and while walking one day, I came across a tent where a man, unemployed but educated, was staying. I hired him as my teacher. In Kyakhta, I found another teacher after some delay, but he was not very effective. After some time, Grant remarked that I didn't seem to be making much progress in the language. This stung me deeply and pushed me to go into Mongolia. Once there, I was directed to the tent of Grant's contractor with whom I arranged to stay. I now thank God for not allowing me to find a good teacher in Kyakhta. Had I found one, I would have stayed there and learned only half as much of the language. I would have missed the deep understanding of Mongolian life and the many connections I made among the Mongols. At the time, I was greatly frustrated that I couldn't get a proper teacher. But now, only a few months later, I clearly see God's wisdom in leading me this way. This should teach me to trust God more when things seem to work against my plans. I was deeply disappointed by the delay in receiving my passport from Peking. Because of it, I couldn't travel to Urga with Lobsang and Sherab in February. At the time, this felt like a great setback. But in June, I learned that these men had suffered terribly on the journey, so much so that, had I gone with them, I might have had my feet frozen and died from the cold. Once again, I must praise God for not allowing me to have my own way. Thy way, not mine, O Lord, however dark it be. I had long wished to visit the site of the former Siberian mission, and by God's mercy, I was able to do so. My return journey through the desert was also filled with His mercies. Truly, I can say, when all Thy mercies, O my God, my rising soul surveys, transported with the view, I'm lost in wonder, love, and praise. After my travels, even Kalgan felt like a place of rest, and I had secured a base of operations there. Now that I have my study window covered and a small stove burning, it feels so comfortable that I could easily stay where I am. But comfort is not the missionary's calling. My purpose in returning to Mongolia at this time is to refresh and expand my knowledge of the spoken language, which has grown a little rusty after focusing so much on studying the written form.
Anyone even slightly familiar with Chinese affairs knows how difficult it is to learn the spoken language, and even more so the written form. Mongolian is not nearly as challenging, but it still requires strong intellect and determination, both of which Gilmour possessed in an exceptional degree. On October 7th, 1871, he wrote,
I am still far from being at home with the written language. I can read most of the Bible slowly and at sight. I can write many words and think I could compose a poor letter on my own. The other day, I did just that. My teacher said it was well written and expressed joy at my progress, but I attribute this to mere politeness.
During this visit, he stayed in the tent of a Mongol named Mahabul, who lived with his wife and their only son, a lama. All three were heavily addicted to whiskey.
Early in May, I set out for the south. I had planned to spend the summer in Urga, but unexpected difficulties arose, leading me to decide on travelling to Kalgan immediately. The 600-mile journey from Urga to Kalgan was made on horseback with only a single Mongol companion. Since we carried no luggage, we relied entirely on the hospitality of the Mongols for lodging and food, or, as they call it, pot and ladle. In this way, I experienced a great deal of tent life during the 12 or 13 days of travel. I arrived in Kalgan just 2 days before the rainy season began, June 15th. After some difficulty, I secured a teacher and spent the summer in Kalgan studying the written language and practicing writing. In October, I returned to the grasslands for several weeks to review my knowledge of the spoken language and observe the differences between northern and southern dialects. Finally, on the morning of November 1st, I left Mongolia in the midst of a fierce storm and re-entered Peking on November 9th.
On his return, Gilmour naturally drew great interest from both the missionary and some of the official communities. He soon settled into studying Chinese and engaging in whatever mission work he could during the winter in Peking. A letter dated January 21st, 1872, gives insight into his life at this time.
My dear Lovett, though I acknowledged receiving your last welcome letter, I owe you a reply, and here it is. I thought you might find an account of how a Sabbath goes in Peking interesting, so I'll just tell you about today. This morning, when I got up, I found my stove had gone out. That doesn't happen often, maybe once every 3 weeks, but today was one of those days. The thermometer read about 5 degrees. The first thing I did after dressing was not to call my servant, as you might expect, but to go in search of letters. A mail had arrived the night before, but I had come home too late to check it. So I walked over to Dr. Dudgeon's house before he was up, prowled around until I found the mail, but there was nothing for me. I returned to my cold room and stayed there until the breakfast bell rang. I board with Edkins, and going there is a welcome break in the day's monotony. But when I came back to my quarters, I found the room full of smoke, the doors and windows wide open, and my servant kneeling by the stove, fussing over it and saying, "Moo tu poo shing, the wood won't do." I saw right away that this wouldn't do for me either, so I buttoned up my coat and went for a walk on the main street. The street we live on, Hata Mun, Great Street, runs north and south, and a cold wind was blowing down, carrying thick clouds of dust. Through the dust, I saw 2 funeral processions, one heading north, the other south. They met right in front of our place. The one going south was the grander of the two, with a long line of people carrying symbolic banners, honorific umbrellas, drums, gongs, and musical instruments. Every so often, a man would scatter handfuls of paper discs with square holes in the centre, representing cash. The street children scrambled to grab them, though they were worthless except as waste paper. Among the procession, they carried the chair the deceased used to ride in, along with his mule cart, which stood out prominently. Then came the mourners. As you know, mourning garments in China are white, and I noticed that some of the mourners had come up with a clever adaptation. In winter, all Chinese who can afford warmth wear fur-lined robes. The wealthy have fine linings, but most people use white lambskin. These mourners simply turn their robes inside out, showing the white fur on the outside, and thus were properly dressed for mourning. The coffin was placed in an elaborate bier, towering high, with a gilded top piece, draped in silk, and carried by 48 men. Of course, everything had to clear the way for the funeral. Peking's streets are both very wide and very narrow. In the middle, raised above the rest, is the main cart road with separate lanes for each direction. On either side are ditches and holes, and beyond those, a secondary road, somewhat passable, leading up to the shop fronts. The funeral procession took the centre, moving at a snail's pace, while all other traffic was forced onto the side roads. After weaving through stalls and wheelbarrows on my walk, I returned home to find a good fire going, and that it was high time to leave for the Chinese service. I don't understand everything I hear, but I catch some of it and make a point of attending one, sometimes two, Chinese sermons on Sundays. An elderly Chinese man was preaching, and from the attentive expressions of the congregation, I could tell he had captured their full interest. Before the sermon ended, there was a stir at the door, and 3 Mongols entered, carrying my Chinese calling card. They were asked to wait until the service was finished, after which I took them to my quarters for a conversation. One of them had come seeking the doctor, hoping to be cured of something as mundane as the itch. Before I had finished speaking with them, my servant came to tell me that another Mongol was waiting for me at Edkins's house. When I went over, I found an elderly Mongol layman named Amasa, a black man, non-lama, who was 58 years old. He had a habit of visiting Mr. Edkins every winter when he came to Peking, but since he hadn't come the previous year, we had assumed he had passed away. Naturally, we were glad to see him again. I brought him into my room, and we spent the afternoon together. The old man knew quite a bit about Christianity, and I gave him further instruction. Of all the Mongols I have met, he seems the most open to learning. It was late in the afternoon when he left, just in time for me to take a brief sunset walk before returning for dinner. Immediately afterward, people began arriving for the evening service, which is held every Sunday in Mr. Edkins's parlour. The congregation usually numbers over 20, and the missionaries take turns leading the service. Afterward, most of the attendees left, but one man followed me back to my room, and we sat talking until midnight, when he finally departed. So there you have it, the history of one Sabbath in Peking. It's a fairly typical example of what often happens here. However, when I find myself free in the afternoon, I usually accompany Mr. Edkins to one of the 2 chapels in distant parts of the city. I don't go so much to hear him preach as to enjoy our conversations along the way. As you might guess, we sometimes stumble into an argument, which makes the walk all the more lively.
The self-sacrificing and strenuous efforts of James Gilmour's first stay in Mongolia had given him a deep knowledge of the language and a familiarity with the nomadic Mongols of the plain that surpassed that of any other European. However, even then, and later as well, the question arose whether more effective work might be done among the agricultural Mongols living in the region northeast of Peking. Thus, on April 16, 1872, he set out on his first journey through this district, where, in later years, he would carry out the final labours of his life. This initial tour lasted 37 days, covering about 1,000 miles. Gilmour's first impression of the region as a mission field, written on April 25, 1872, remained unchanged. even though the challenges of working among the nomads eventually led him to settle among the agricultural Mongols.
Though I saw many Mongol houses, I must say that I do not feel particularly drawn to them over the nomadic Mongols. The only possible advantage I can see is that if I were to work among them, I could stay in a Chinese inn for several days at a time. This would save me the trouble of seeking introductions and might be less expensive. However, my greatest concern is that a mission among them would feel more like a mission in China than in Mongolia. Every Mongol in these farming villages speaks Chinese, and I cannot help but feel that, since so many missionaries in Peking already speak Chinese, these Mongols fall under their work, not mine.
Soon after returning from his journey into eastern Mongolia, Mr. Gilmour sent home a detailed report on the conditions and future prospects of the Mongol mission. In it, he addressed the entire question of missionary work, explaining why he believed that the agricultural Mongols should be evangelized by Chinese missionaries. Mr. Edkins and others thought Gilmour should take on this task himself. However, after seeing more of both regions and classes of Mongols than any other missionary, and believing that he was the one who had to go and begin, he chose to work among the nomads of the plain. Even at this early stage, Gilmour repeatedly and urgently pressed the directors for a colleague. This marked the beginning of a long series of disappointments that prevented him from ever receiving the support he so greatly desired. Various factors, including the needs of the Peking mission and the American Board of Foreign Missions' belief that their presence in Kalgan gave them claim over all of Mongolia, led to his old college friend being stationed in Peking instead of joining him. Regarding this, Gilmour closed his report with the following words:
Mr. Meach's diversion from Mongolia to China is deeply regrettable. I feel it would be wrong not to inform you of the true situation and to remind you that it is almost meaningless to talk of reopening the Mongol mission while there is only one man in the field. I fully understand the difficulty of finding suitable men and completely sympathise with you, but let us not deceive ourselves into thinking that Mongol mission work can progress without at least one or two more men putting their shoulders to the wheel. I am willing to do all that I can, but my own progress is seriously hindered because I am alone.
Gilmour's entire life stands as proof of how fully he lived up to these words. Yet, perhaps no real blame can be placed on the directors of the London Missionary Society. Both supporters and critics of missions often focus more on counting converts than on fully understanding the challenges and obstacles of the work. In any assessment of the Mongol mission's successes and failures, it must be remembered that Gilmour never truly had a colleague. He worked alone on the plain, except for the devoted support of his heroic wife. In later years, circumstances beyond the director's control deprived him of the companionship of Dr. Roberts and Dr. Smith after only a short time. That summer, he travelled with Mr. Edkins to Wu Tai Shan, a sacred city and major pilgrimage site for the Mongols. An amusing example of Gilmour's well-known love for debate occurred on this trip. In Mr. Edkins, he had a worthy opponent in argument. Chinese mules tend to travel in single file, even when the road is wide enough for them to go side by side. Since Gilmour's mule led the way, he would often turn around and ride facing backward, toward the tail of his beast, so he could better engage in their ongoing discussion. In November, he decided to spend the winter at the Yellow Temple in Peking to meet and talk with the many Mongols who visited the city each year. While there, he not only made new friends, but also reconnected with those he had previously met on the plains. These visitors often came to his compound, sometimes becoming a source of frustration, as they frequently tested his patience without giving him the reassurance that the message of the Jesus book was reaching their darkened minds and hardened hearts. In a letter dated November 21, 1872, To his close college friend, Reverend T.T. Matthews of Madagascar, he vividly described this part of his work and shared some of his experiences.
I am writing from the Yellow Temple, about 1.5 miles from Peking and 3 or 4 miles from our mission premises. I have rented a room, brought my Chinese servant, and am living like a Chinese person, except for the clothing and the pagan beliefs. The reason for this is that many Mongols stay here or nearby when they travel from Mongolia to Peking. Since our mission house is 3 or 4 miles away in a busy part of the city, it is hard for the Mongols to find us. So, if they can't come to me, I go to them. I arrived here yesterday and cannot yet say how things will go. Mongols tend to be reserved in Peking and are somewhat difficult to approach even here. But I must do my best and remain patient. Just now, a group of 8 or 10 Mongols has arrived, with 3 or 4 staying in the same courtyard as me and the rest nearby. They will likely visit me, and of course, I will go to see them. You in Madagascar probably can't imagine what it's like to be a missionary to a people who are so difficult to approach. But the challenge doesn't stop there. Those I do manage to engage don't care at all about Christianity. They have their own system, which completely satisfies them, so they see no need for anything more. As you can tell, I have plenty to do. It's a tough task, even just from a human perspective. But don't misunderstand me. I'm not complaining about my situation. I have neither the time nor the desire to do that. I'm simply telling you how things are. I don't put much stock in people talking about what they plan to do in the future, but perhaps you'll allow me to say that I hope to set out for Mongolia again in February or March. I have a sheepskin coat, so I won't have to worry about the cold. I might also take along a supply of prepared medicines for common diseases, which could help open doors for conversations in some cases. Dr. Dudgeon runs a well-attended hospital for Chinese patients at our mission premises in Peking, and I sometimes visit to observe how he treats them. Let me tell you a little about the inner life of the Mongols. Travellers passing through Mongolia wake up in the morning as their camel cart rolls past a rural encampment. Rubbing their eyes, they think, how wonderful it must be to live like these Mongols, free from the worries and anxieties of busy life. They only have their sheep and livestock to care for. This thought is often followed by a sigh as they reflect on their own difficult lives. But the truth is, these travellers don't know what they're talking about. They can write as much as they like about the peaceful simplicity of Mongol life, but it's all nonsense. Last night, 2 Mongols I know well came into my room for tea. One was a petty chief named Myriad Joy, and the other was his scribe, Mahabal. They had been in Peking for 15 days on government duty, and now that their business was finished, they planned to mount their camels and head north this morning. The chief receives about £30 a year from Peking, and the scribe about £4. When they come on duty like this, their small allowances give them a little extra income beyond their salaries. The chief can handle a fair amount of Chinese whiskey, and I suspect he is deeply in debt. In fact, I'm certain he could pay off his debts multiple times over if he hadn't spent so much on drinking. The scribe was once one of my teachers in Mongolia. I lived in his house for a while, so I know all too well about his situation. He is hopelessly in debt. He once had a large family, but now only a married daughter and a 17-year-old son, a lama who is good for nothing, remain. His wife, whom Mongols refer to as his old woman, is still alive and, like him, enjoys whiskey. If only they had been teetotalers, they might have been living comfortably by now. At least that's my impression. I won't go into what I saw in his tent, but I'll just share what happened last night and this morning. As we drank tea last night, Mahabul, the scribe, said to me, "My chief here won't lend me 9 shillings to buy a sheepskin coat for my old woman, so she'll have to freeze to death this winter. He won't lend me anything, though he lends to others." The chief stayed silent for a while, but the scribe kept repeating his complaint. Finally, the chief exploded, shouting at his scribe loud enough for the whole compound to hear. The scribe remained calm and cut him off, saying, "Enough, enough. It's over, it's past. My old woman can die. Let all die. It doesn't matter." This did nothing to calm the enraged chief, and within minutes they were locked in another furious quarrel over something else. The argument raged on for quite some time, right in my room, while they were my guests. Eventually, the scribe stepped out to tend to the camels, and as soon as he was gone, the chief shared his opinion of him with me. Later, when the chief left, the scribe returned and gave me his opinion of the chief. From what I could tell, the two were well matched, with little to choose between them. Their openness in criticising each other was likely due in part to the fact that both were at least somewhat drunk. The chief settled his accounts with the local people and, in the scribe's absence, secretly showed me a small bundle of silver he had set aside for the journey. He made me promise not to tell the scribe. Meanwhile, the scribe struggled to settle his own debts. The final issue was a small bill left by his son, who had departed a day or two earlier. Naturally, the father was responsible for paying, but he had no money at all. The local Chinese man threatened to detain him, which made the scribe laugh bitterly at the idea. After much arguing, they finally went off to sleep. Early this morning, before I was even dressed, the scribe was at my door again. It was about that small debt. The Chinese man, knowing it wouldn't help to detain the scribe himself, had instead seized his coat and was holding it as ransom for a sum equal to 4p in English money. The scribe made a direct appeal to me to pay it, and of course I did, though I was a bit disgusted by his stinginess, considering I had given him about £1 as a gift just a few days ago. This son of his is a real thorn in my side. He is a young lama, and one of the most wicked boys I know. His brothers all died of consumption, and because of this, he has complete control over his parents. If they refuse him anything, he only has to pretend to be sick, and they immediately panic and give in to him. He is utterly useless. He won't work, won't study, and does nothing but cause trouble and expenses for his parents. Imagine this. His father and mother are as poor as church mice, yet when his father was preparing to come to Peking, the boy insisted on coming too. Like a fool, the father gave in, spending a great deal of money on travel and other costs. One thing in particular made me furious. Out of the money I had given him, he spent about 4 shillings or more on an elegant snuff bottle for his worthless son. In short, the man's foolishness makes it utterly pointless to help him. This isn't even the first time. I once saved him from being detained over a debt of 2p halfpenny, right after I had already given him money. I expect I'll have to do so again. What astonishes me is how deep in debt the Mongols managed to get. I doubt my scribe can pass a single person he knows without being hounded for some old hopeless debt. And yet, his debts don't seem to trouble him in the least. What upsets him most is that people won't lend him even more money. The last exchange with the chief was quite amusing. He claims he has a profitable government job lined up for the spring, and based on that, wanted me to lend him a shoe of silver, about 15 shillings, promising to repay me then. Of course, I refused. Despite being my guest, he kept repeating, heart small, which is essentially calling me a coward. Finally, He tried to get back at me by offering to lend me a shoe of silver in the spring, but I naturally declined. What a pair they are. If what they say is true, they might indeed make some money in the spring, but the scribe has been in this situation before, and within 2 months he was just as poor as ever. In short, they are foolish and completely incapable of managing their money. As I've been writing this letter, I overheard my Chinese servant answering a question from another Chinaman, saying, "There is such a thing as a preaching letter. You can preach through a letter. So now I'm going to preach. Don't grow weary. Stick to it. Don't be lazy, but don't rush either. Slow but steady. Stick to it. Our task isn't about making a great effort all at once, but rather about steady, patient perseverance. No good work is lost, as Sir William Thomson used to say in his philosophy class, and that is especially true for us. I wish these Chinamen would stop talking. Every bit of good work we do will be accounted for. There's no doubt about that. My only fear is that when all is said and done, our good work will amount to very little. These Chinamen are quite a nuisance. Sometimes I think if everything we say is true, as it is, and one day all people will stand before God, what will it be like to see them after they finally realise the truth? Will they turn to us and accuse us of not being more forceful with them? Will they blame us for not grabbing them by the collar and dragging them into the kingdom of God? I'm thinking especially of our fellow countrymen and foreigners. As for the heathen, they too will stand revealed, along with their worthless idols and crumbling superstitions. How will we feel when they turn to us and ask why we didn't wake them up more forcefully? An infidel once said that if he truly believed a person's eternal destiny depended on what was done in this life, nothing would stop him from reaching people. He would be willing to be called a madman, anything, if only he could do something to help men secure a better fate in the world to come. I wish these Chinamen would be quiet. I came here to meet Mongols, and instead I'm being overwhelmed by Chinamen whose language I barely understand. We believe, but how much do we act? Are there people we could stir to action who are now idle? Could we do more? Are souls not valuable enough for us to face any hardship if it means saving even one? Let us not only look to the future, but also to the present. Right now, as I write, Jesus is here. As you read, Jesus is there. He stands before us and watches. He left the purity of heaven to walk on this earth, living among filth and poverty, alone, misunderstood, without a single true friend. He endured the scorn of men and suffered the shameful, agonizing death of the cross, all to save us and others. We trust him, and he saves us. All he asks is that we tell others what he has done. Is there anyone we meet to whom we will not speak? Will Christ look to us in vain, waiting for us to declare his work? May that never be. No matter what stands between us and sharing the gospel, let us push through it. If it is a foreign language, remember that Christ spent 30 years in preparation. If it is hardship, cold, poor food, rejection, or deaf ears, never mind. Go forward. Christ calls us to move ahead, and he has already gone before us. Troubles, hardships, trials, and suffering will soon pass. And have we ever endured anything for Christ's sake that, in hindsight, does not seem sweet? So, no matter what comes, let us face it. And if we are overwhelmed, let it be with our faces lifted, looking in the right direction. By God's mercy, we will be saved. And if we are saved, how glorious it will be. No trials, no suffering, no bad food or bitter tea, but joy beyond anything we could imagine. This is not just rhetoric, it is real. So by the strength Christ gives, let us press on. Pray for me, as I pray for you. And if we do not meet on earth, You know the meeting place, on the right hand of God.
It is clear from this letter that his time was never idle. Encounters like the following not only gave him encouragement, but also deepened his own faith and understanding.
On the afternoon of Sunday, November 24th, I met Tubshing Bayer in the dispensary of the London Mission Hospital. At first, I could not recall his name, though his face was familiar. After a moment, it came to me, and I believe he did not notice my hesitation. He was eager to see the doctor's medical instruments, examining many of them with great interest. Afterward, he came to my room, and we spoke from 5 to nearly 7 o'clock. He began by reading part of the rough draft of the new translation of Matthew into Mongolian, which happened to be on my table. He suggested that instead of using the borrowed word for prophet, we should use jug bielecti. He also pointed out that our translation of the foal of an donkey was incorrect and provided a more accurate word. A young lama who accompanied him agreed. The lama was well versed in Mongolian, reading as fluently as Tubshing himself. When Tubshing gave the Tibetan equivalent of Juug Beilikti, the lama immediately found a book on my shelf, turned to the correct page, and showed me the Tibetan and Mongolian translations side by side. Shortly after this, Tubshing took the lead in asking questions such as, is hell eternal? Are all the heathen who have never heard the gospel condemned? If a man lives without sin, is he still condemned? If a man disregards Christ, but worships a supreme God in an undefined way, is he saved? How does Christ save a person? If a man prays to Christ every morning and evening, but continues in sin, what happens to him? If a man prays for something, will he always receive it? Do your unbelieving countrymen in England all go to hell? Are there still prophets today? Is a newborn child a sinner? Is one man punished for another's sin? Has anyone died, gone to heaven or hell, and returned to tell about it? A Mongol has. Did Buddha really live? Answer: he lived, but he did not do all that is now said of him. If that is so, how do you know the account of Christ is not similarly made up? Could the disciples have conspired to create the Gospels? I did my best to give proper answers to all his questions, and our conversation, both enjoyable and deeply meaningful, continued until I barely had time for a quick meal before the usual service at 7:30 p.m. Discussions like these not only encouraged deeper thinking, but also led to serious self-examination for the Christian worker. They highlight the unique challenges faced by missionaries in China and India. Both Buddhism and Hinduism, with their intricate rituals and sacred texts, often raise objections against Christianity. Some of these challenges are obvious, while others are more subtle. Yet the gospel of Jesus Christ alone has the power to resolve them, not through debate alone, but by transforming and ruling the heart.
In February 1873, Gilmour visited Tientsin for the first time since passing through it upon his arrival in China. During his stay, he participated in various readings, temperance meetings, and religious services. At one such event, an amusing incident occurred.
I was asked to recite a piece at a penny reading for sailors. The selection was the Execution of Montrose. I stood up in a dramatic posture and began, "Come hither, Evan Cameron," accompanied by a beckoning gesture. To my surprise, a sailor in the middle of the audience took it as a personal summons. He stood up, made his way through the crowd, and was heading toward the platform. I could not contain myself. I let out a yell and ran off to hide. It took quite some time for both the audience and myself to recover before we could attempt a fresh start. The next day, we heard that the unfortunate sailor was called "Come Hither" from every part of the ship.
Chapter 4. The First Campaign in Mongolia. In 1873, Gilmour resumed his journeys across the Mongolian plains. By March 15th, he was in Kalgan, writing,
"No sign of getting away to the north. I walk the streets daily, approaching Mongols, but have had no success in finding camels or even a horse to hire as far as Mahabul's."
A few days later, Mahabul himself arrived in Kalgan on his way to Peking. With his help, Gilmour secured 2 camels and set off north on March 24th, reaching Mahabul's tent on the 28th. Immediately, he attempted to hire a Mongol named Lojing to accompany him, but, as usual, the process was filled with delays and frustrations.
Today, March 29th, I grew impatient and went for a walk. When I returned, Lojing came and agreed to go. I felt relieved. He asked me to return this way, and though I would rather not, I consented. But in the afternoon, he returned, saying he could not break his commitment to recite prayers with another lama for Gichik's soul. This meant we could not leave until Thursday at noon. Mahabul's wife gave him some whiskey, and he went to the officers and got drunk. He also waited for a camel that was being offered for sale. The camel arrived while I was out. He was drunk and failed to watch the camel, so it wandered off before the storm. A boy on horseback was sent after it. When it finally arrived, it was in terrible condition, yet they still asked 20 taels for it. He plans to look for another camel tomorrow. He was so intoxicated that, remembering Gichik's fate, I feel uneasy about him riding my tall camel. O Lord, give me patience.
These journeys across the plains in 1873 were filled with challenges that revealed the difficulties of missionary work, the peculiarities of the Mongolian people, and Gilmour's tireless determination. However, space does not allow for a full account, so we include a few notes from his diary. During his second journey, while at Lama Miao, he witnessed what he called the mirth of hell, an event he later described in Among the Mongols, chapter 11.
April 19th, 1873. Today, my Mongol provoked me more than ever. My earnest prayer is that I may endure everything without becoming bitter or resentful toward the Mongols. I must be patient. A little knowledge of camel meat would also be helpful. Right now, I feel completely incompetent. May 6th, we travelled parallel to the main road in a ridiculous way, going over hills and valleys just because Lojing insisted it was a shorter route. It was not shorter at all, only steeper. Finally, we reached a group of tents in a hollow, a place called Great Water, Iha Oso. A large number of people gathered, among them a young lama, perhaps the most exasperating person I have ever met. Though he was 25 years old, he behaved like a child and was a constant nuisance. Even the tone of his voice irritated me. He came to my tent at night after I had already gone to bed, and I was relieved when he finally left. The next morning, before I was even up, he was back in my tent, exclaiming, "What a great sleeper you are!" The night before, he had remarked, "How early you go to bed." I'm afraid he is the most foolish and empty-headed person I have ever known. May 13th. Today brought yet another of my lama's remarkable displays of foolishness. After asking for directions to a set of tents where his own friends lived, he suddenly left the road and started climbing a steep hill. I asked where he was going. "To the tents," he replied. I followed for a while, but soon noticed from the paths around us that there was no pass ahead. I shouted for him to stop. He halted, looking furious. I asked, "Have you travelled this way before?" "No," he admitted. "Then come this way and follow the road," I said. "You go that way," he insisted. "I will go this way." "Nothing of the sort," I replied. "You come here, and we'll reach the tents together." He finally obeyed, but immediately launched into one of his endless tirades, accusing me of being disobedient, claiming this was his homeland, and that he knew the way. What a terrible man I was. But just as he finished his outburst, there, directly in front of us, right in our path, stood the very tents we were searching for. He is, as the Mongols say, stupider than stupid. September 12th. We are now in a region afflicted with diphtheria. I am entering it willingly and hope to remain for some time, trusting myself entirely to God's hands. In His care, I am safe. If He can advance His mission more through my death than through my life, then may His will be done. September 18th. Today, as a group of 6 men and 3 women were leaving the temple, I let them pass without telling them about Jesus.
At the end of the year, Mr. Gilmour sent home another detailed report, a large portion of which was published in the Chronicle of the London Missionary Society in December 1874. However, some sections were not included for understandable reasons. There was still tension with the American board, and in London, there remained some difficulty in fully grasping the situation and its pressing needs. One excerpt is included here because it highlights Gilmour's noble selflessness and his unwavering refusal to let obstacles hinder his work, barriers that would have stopped most men. He submitted a financial report showing that, despite the strictest economy, he had exceeded his allowance by 110 tiles, approximately £25 to £30.
This leaves me with a deficit of 110 tiles and 63 cents, which explains why I am requesting that next year's 1874 grant be increased to at least 150 tiles. I had only 2 choices, either to stay within the grants for 1872 and 1873 and stop short of what I could accomplish, or to fully carry out my ministry and exceed the allocated funds. Believing the mission to be more important than money, I chose the latter, and despite my best efforts at frugality, I overspent by the above amount. Fortunately, I am currently able to cover the deficit from my own private funds and do not ask for reimbursement. However, I cannot be certain I will have extra money next year, so I request that the grant be no less than 150 taels, which is the absolute minimum I can manage with. As proof of the reasonableness of my request, and of my effort to avoid drawing on the Society's funds beyond what is absolutely necessary, I may mention that this year, in addition to covering the 110 tael deficit myself, I walked on foot behind my caravan through the desert for weeks to avoid the cost of purchasing another camel.
On the subject of Christian literature, Gilmour recorded some wise words, just as relevant today as when he wrote them.
To correct the mistaken idea that simply handing a heathen a copy of the Bible in his own language is enough, the response of Candace's eunuch, "How can I understand unless someone guides me?" still confronts missionaries today, just as it did Philip long ago. The nearly unanimous consensus of the Shanghai Conference in 1890 confirms that missionaries from all societies continue to feel this need. In addition to the scriptures and the catechism, I believe small, simple books containing portions of scripture history or teachings would be very useful. The Bible is excellent for those who have made some progress, but even the simplest narrative sections contain long and difficult names of people and places, or references to Isaiah and Jeremiah, which cause a Mongol reader to become discouraged. Even in China, I have found that people are hesitant to purchase a full gospel, even when sold below the cost of the paper it is printed on. yet they will eagerly buy very small books, even at nearly full price. Chinamen themselves have noticed this, and I have often heard them laugh and say, "Small books go quick," when a crowd gathers around. Remembering my instructions, which say, "Pause before you translate," I have held back until now. However, I currently have a small illustrated narrative in the press, another illustrated one in manuscript, and 2 more planned. If I can secure funds, the Peking branch of the Tract Society is bankrupt at the moment, and get them printed, I will send you copies. They may not look impressive, being first attempts, but you need not be ashamed of the Mongolian language in them. They have been written under my supervision by a highly skilled native scholar and carefully revised by Shereshevsky, a linguist of great ability. He helped revise the Gospel of Matthew alongside Mr. Edkins and is currently working on a Mongolian dictionary.
Medical missions were still in their early stages in 1874, and, in the same report, Gilmour expressed what many missionaries have felt. He also demonstrated one of his guiding principles: always do something and never let the work stop simply because the ideal solution is unavailable.
I know very little about diseases and cures, but the little I do know has proven extremely useful. Almost every Mongol, man, woman, and child has some ailment that needs attention. Studying medicine before coming here would have been a great advantage, but though I can never expect to gain a scientific knowledge of the subject now, I am grateful for the opportunity to learn from Dr. Dudgeon at our hospital here. I intend to make the most of it. I have heard that professional men at home hesitate to provide missionaries with even basic medical knowledge. I once agreed with them until I came here. It is easy to stand by the fire in your room, looking at the doctor's brass plate across the street, and talk about the dangers of a little knowledge. But when you are 2 weeks' journey from any help and watch your companion suffer in silence with severe toothache for days, you fervently wish you had a pair of forceps and that dangerous amount of knowledge. And when you are in a remote place, faced with either burying your servant or stopping his diarrhea, would you rather talk nonsense about professional skill, or give him a dose of chlorodyne, even at the risk of administering a drop more or less than an MD would? I speak earnestly and from experience. No one despises a quack in the presence of trained skill more than I do, but from what I have seen and experienced of mission life in North China, both in myself and in others, I believe it is little short of culpable homicide to deny even basic hospital training to men who may spend weeks or months in remote areas where they or those around them could die from curable diseases before a doctor could even be summoned, assuming he could leave his post at all.
During the summer of 1874, James Gilmour continued his itinerant work among the nomads of the Mongolian plains. Though he faced much discouragement, he steadily expanded his understanding of the people and refined his approach to working among them. The challenge of adapting standard teaching methods to their lifestyle is evident in the following account.
My tent serves not only as my home and dispensary, but also as my chapel. I always strive to instruct visitors and patients as best I can. Preaching to Mongols is quite different from preaching at home, or even in China. In China, a heathen audience will often listen for 20 minutes, half an hour, or even longer. But try to preach to a group of Mongols, and before long, they begin talking to each other, or interrupting to ask questions about your clothing or your homeland. The nature of their own religious services contributes to this behaviour. When a Mongol invites 1 or 2 lamas to his tent to read prayers, the family members present do not feel obligated to pay much attention. Even if they did, they would not understand the readings, so they continue talking as usual. If I were to stand up, begin preaching, and deliver a sermon. They would treat me just as they do their own lamas, by ignoring me. Instead, I keep my preaching to conversations and discussions, a method that I find holds their attention.
Gilmour's letters and diaries contain many vivid sketches of the people he met. His natural ability to capture striking details allowed his readers to see events just as they happened. One or two examples must suffice.
This season, 1874, I met a deaf and mute man. Though uneducated, he was remarkably quick and intelligent. He communicated effortlessly with his fellow Mongols through gestures, and I could ask simple questions and understand his answers without difficulty. His perception was extraordinary. One evening, while sitting outside my tent at dusk, a messenger arrived from his father's tent to inform him that some sheep were missing. A single hand motion, followed by a glance around as if searching, was all it took to convey the message. He had been sitting quietly in the circle, watching us talk, but as soon as he understood the news, he let out an inarticulate sound of excitement, knocked the ashes from his pipe, tucked it into his boot, leaped into the saddle, and rode off into the growing darkness to search for the lost sheep. Everyone agreed that he had an uncommon intelligence, and he was clearly valued as a capable and useful member of the community. One of the saddest sights I witnessed was that of a dying Chinaman. He was part of a group of 4 men who travelled from place to place, dressing animal skins for Mongol garments. He had been an opium user and had now succumbed to an incurable diarrhea. At the time, he was staying with the Mongol who had hired the group, but when it became clear he was near death, the host, fearing the trouble and expense of dealing with a corpse, ordered him to leave. His companions borrowed an ox cart and transported him 5 or 10 miles, jolting over rough ground under the scorching sun, to a spot where some Chinese labourers were digging a well. There, in their meagre tent, likely a ragged piece of white cloth, open to the winds and leaking in the rain, the poor man hoped to be allowed to die. It was a stark contrast. The glorious summer, the green plains dotted with flowers, the well-fed flocks and herds, the Mongols riding freely under the open sky, the white tents gleaming in the sunlight, all this beauty, and in the midst of it, a frail man, far from home and family, sick unto death, cast out from his shelter and searching for a place to die. The Mongols are a hospitable people, but pray that you never fall ill in their care. On the whole, I have been well received everywhere and treated with great trust. I am often surprised by how readily they take medicine from the hands of a complete stranger. One reason they trust me, I believe, is that when I arrive, they can walk around my tent and see that there is nothing hidden or threatening. They come inside and observe everything for themselves. They know I am entirely in their power, and perhaps they reason that I mean no harm, for if I did, I would not be able to take another step without their permission. As for converts, I have seen none. As far as I know, I have not met even one person who desires to become a Christian. But by healing their illnesses, I have had the opportunity to tell many about Jesus, the great physician.
Chapter 5. Marriage. During 1873, James Gilmour gave much thought to the natural and important question of marriage. Given his unusual character and ways, it was perhaps expected that he would approach this matter differently than most. The Reverend S. E. Meach had married Miss Prancard of London in 1872. After Mr. Edkins returned to England in May 1873, Gilmour moved in with the Meaches. There, he often saw a portrait of Mrs. Meach's sister and frequently heard her mentioned in conversation. Toward the end of 1873, he confided in Mrs. Meach and asked for permission to correspond with her sister. The following letters, full of Gilmour's characteristic honesty and faith, reveal what happened next. Peking, January 14, 1874.
My dear parents, I have written and proposed to a girl in England. It is true I have never seen her and know very little about her, but what I do know is good. She is the sister of Mrs. Meach and lives with her mother in London. Her mother runs a school to support herself and her daughter. One possible difficulty is that her mother may not be willing to part with her, as she is likely essential to the school. I do not know for certain, so I have written, made my offer, and left the decision to them. If she cannot come, no harm is done. If she is able to come, then my hope is fulfilled. If the young lady says yes, she or her family will no doubt write to you, as I have asked them to do. You may think I am rash in writing to a girl I have never seen. If you feel that way, I must admit I have something of the same feeling. But what else am I to do? Despite this, I am at peace. I have given the matter my best thought and placed it entirely in God's hands, asking Him, if it is best, to bring her, and if not, to keep her away. He can manage everything perfectly.
By some mischance, Gilmour's letter was delayed. As a result, one day in March 1874, his family was startled to receive a letter from a complete stranger in London. It contained an unexpected announcement.
Your son, Mr. Gilmour of Peking, has asked my daughter to write to you, informing you of her decision to join him as his wife. She has asked me to write on her behalf and would be pleased to hear from you whenever you feel inclined to respond.
The warm exchanges that followed soon reassured Gilmour's family, and as anyone who met Emily Prancard soon realised, despite the unusual circumstances, this was indeed a marriage ordained by God. Both James and Emily had sought his blessing and guidance, and his hand was clearly upon them. After only a brief parting in this world, they are now reunited in the fullness of joy and perfect knowledge in the life beyond. No time was wasted in arranging for Miss Prancard's journey to China. In a letter to his mother, dated October 2nd, 1874, Gilmour wrote,
You have seen Miss Prancard, but you have not told me what you think of her. She was delighted with her visit to Scotland and with you all. You will be glad to hear that I have received some wonderful letters from her. I wrote to her, and she has responded with complete openness about her spiritual hopes and condition. Though we have never seen each other, we know more of each other's inner life and soul than most couples do, even after a long courtship. It is truly a joy to be able to write to one another with such freedom, and I tell you this because I know you will be glad to hear it. I knew she was a devoted Christian. Otherwise, I would never have asked her to come and be a missionary's wife. But she has proven to be even more than I had hoped, and I have no fears about how we will get along together.
In the autumn of 1874, Miss Prancard set sail for China. In a letter dated December 13th, 1874, Gilmour wrote about the conclusion of his unusual but deeply fulfilling courtship.
I was married last week, Tuesday, December 8th. Mrs. Meach's sister is now Mrs. Gilmour. We had never seen each other until a week before the wedding. My friends here were alarmed and scolded me for being rash and thoughtless. What if you don't like each other? They asked. It's for life. As if I had not considered all of this long ago. The time came for her arrival, but the ship was delayed. Mr. Meach and I travelled to Tientsin and waited there for 2 weeks without news. Finally, on the evening of Sunday, November 29th, a distant steamer whistle was heard. It was Mr. Meach's turn to preach, but after the sermon, we walked along the river to see what we could find. Soon, a light appeared around the last bend, then a green light, then a red one, then all 3 lights of a steamer. We listened closely. It was the high-pressure engine of the steam launch used to lighten the deep-sea steamers before they entered the narrow river. 15 minutes later, the launch reached the landing stage. A friend went aboard and returned with news. Miss Prankard was on the taku, which was still outside the bar, waiting for the tide to bring her in. The lighter vessel was scheduled to unload and depart at 5 a.m, so Meech and I boarded it. By 8 a.m, we met the taku coming upriver. When she passed alongside, we saw Miss Prankard on board, but we couldn't reach her. The tide was favourable for sailing, and they refused to stop the steamer for even a minute. We finally boarded at Tientsin around 11 a.m. The next day, we set out for Peking, arriving on Thursday. The following Tuesday, we were married. Our honeymoon is now almost over. I am only to have a week of it. I plan to set out with Meech on a mission trip to the countryside next Tuesday.
Miss Prankard's first sight of her future husband was not quite what she might have expected. Mr. Meech later described the scene on the river.
The morning was cold, and Gilmour was wrapped in an old overcoat that had seen many harsh winters in Siberia. A woolen scarf was wound tightly around his neck. He was far more concerned with warmth than with appearance. As we followed the steamer back to Tientsin, those on board mistook Gilmour for the ship's engineer.
2 letters shed further light on this event. The first was written to one of Gilmour's closest Scottish friends, London Mission, Peking, January 31st, 1875.
Dear friend, your long-awaited letter, dated May 12th, 1873 and August 21st, 1874, finally reached me on January 9th, 1875. Many thanks for it, but in the future, I suggest you send me half the length in half the time, if you truly cannot write more often. As I was married on December 8th, 1874, to Mrs. Meech's sister, that lady, now Mrs. Gilmour, had the great pleasure of reading your repeated and emphatic warnings against my marrying her. Unfortunately for you, your warning came too late. Had you posted your letter on May 12th, 1873, it might have reached me in time, as our first letter of acquaintance was written in January 1874. If nothing else persuades you to write sooner, perhaps the thought that you might have saved me from the fate of having an English wife will motivate you to post your letters promptly, even if they are not quite as long and detailed. About my wife, since I want you to know her, let me introduce you. She is a lively, cheerful girl, perhaps even more of a Christian and missionary than I am. I don't know if I ever told you how it all happened. I first proposed to a Scottish girl, but I was too late. After that, I placed the whole matter, this search for a wife, entirely in God's hands, asking Him to find me a good one. Not long after, I found myself in a position to propose to Miss Prankard, with every reasonable assurance that she was the right kind of woman, and with some hope that she would not reject the offer. We had never met, nor had we ever corresponded, but she had heard much about me from people in England who knew me well, and I had heard a great deal about her. I had even read some of her letters to her sister and brother-in-law. The first letter I ever wrote to her was a proposal. The first letter she ever wrote to me was her acceptance. Romantic enough, don't you think? I proposed in January, went up to Mongolia in the spring, rode about on my camels until July, and then came down to Calgan, only to find that I was an accepted man. I travelled to Tientsin to meet her. We arrived here on a Thursday and were married the following Tuesday morning. We had a quiet week together before I left for a 9-day mission trip to the countryside, returning just 2 days before Christmas. We have been at home ever since. Such is the romance of a matter-of-fact man. You can see that the entire thing was undertaken purely on the principle of faith. and given its success, I am more convinced than ever of the wisdom of that approach. Without exaggeration, I am far happier than I ever dared to imagine, even in my daydreams. Not only does my wife please me, but she has won the highest praise from nearly everyone she has met, both in Scotland and China. My parents, of course, were quite startled last year when they suddenly received a letter from an English lady they had never even heard of, informing my parents that her daughter had decided to become my wife. Didn't that stir up the old folks? They had known nothing about it. My own letter, posted at the same time as my proposal, had been delayed in London. But when she went to Scotland and spent 2 weeks with them, she made such an impression that they wrote to tell me, "Even if you had searched the whole country for years, you could not have made a better choice." Perhaps I am tiring you with all this, but I want you to know everything and to assure you that you have no reason to be shy of me or my English wife. She is a good lass, far better than me, and just as capable as any Scottish girl would have been. She had great fun reading your warning about English wives. She's a cheerful, easy-going sort who doesn't take offence. But if she ever meets you, I suspect she will give you a bit of a wake-up call.
The other letter was to Miss Bremner and concerned Gilmour's role in her marriage to his brother Alexander in 1883.
Now, as to your affair, a much more serious matter. Alex has mentioned something about my part in it. I do want to take part, but only a small enough role that it can be truthfully said, assisted by the brother of the bridegroom. It is for you and Dr. McFadyen to decide what that small part should be. My only request is that the smaller, the better. My experiences with the formalities of social Christianity have been rather mixed. In England, I once baptised a child with the wrong name and had to do it again. In China, at a similar occasion, I began by saying, "Friends, God has given you this child," only for the supposed father to stop me and explain that God had not given them this child. He had found it abandoned in a field. I think I only ever married one Chinese couple, and to this day, I doubt whether either of them actually said a word where they should have said, "I do." As for my own wedding, I believe I must have murmured, "I will," in a rather weak voice, because when my wife's turn came, she sang out, "I will," so loudly that it startled both of us. It was a clear sign of just how much will she was going to have in the matter. Wishing you every blessing. Believe me, yours truly, James Gilmour.
Chapter 6. Infrequent Journeys in Dangers of Rivers. The year after his marriage, Mr. Gilmour spent most of his time in Peking because Dr. Dudgeon was away on furlough. During this time, Mr. Gilmour took charge of the non-medical duties at the hospital, while Dr. Bushell from the British legation handled the medical work. To break the routine of mission work, Mr. Gilmour occasionally travelled to fairs with Mr. Murray from the National Bible Society of Scotland to sell Christian books. They often had a friendly competition to see who could sell the most, and large numbers of tracts and booklets were distributed this way. In early 1875, wanting to give his colleagues and friends from other Peking mission centres a taste of life in Mongolia, Mr. Gilmour set up a traditional Mongol tent in the mission compound. He hosted groups of 5 to 7 people for authentic Mongolian meals, cooked and served just as they would be on the Mongolian plains. His diary notes that he had to hold 5 such gatherings because the tent could only hold a small number of guests at a time. The guests arrived at the scheduled time and a fire was lit in the centre of the tent. As they sat on felt mats spread on the ground, Gilmour prepared the meal, cooking millet and mutton for the feast. Once the food was ready, a blessing was to be said before eating. On one occasion, a clergyman was asked to pray but refused, seemingly because he did not think the food was worthy of a blessing. Gilmour later found this amusing, though at the time he was somewhat embarrassed. In 1876, Gilmour resumed his missionary trips to Mongolia. He still had no colleague to accompany him, but with remarkable courage and devotion, his wife joined him. She did not go just once. At first, she was motivated by the newness of the experience and the hope that her presence would ease her husband's deep loneliness, which had been difficult for him in previous years. But she went a second time, and a third, even after the novelty had faded, and she had come to understand through harsh experience how difficult and exhausting the journey was. Her health suffered, yet she continued. Because of her dedication, Gilmour said of her, "She is a better missionary than I." While such comparisons may not be necessary, her love and devotion to her husband were undeniable. She willingly endured the hardships of life in a Mongol tent, just as she had in the mission compound in Peking. If James Gilmour showed Christ-like love for the Mongols, so did his wife. Raised in comfort and refinement, she willingly gave up ease and security, facing hardships and dangers every day. Nothing but a deep, all-consuming love for Jesus Christ could explain her endurance. Here are some glimpses of what life was like for Mrs. Gilmour. Their first journey together lasted from April 4th to September 23rd, 1876, with 136 days spent in Mongolia. April 25th. That evening they arrived at their servant's tent, already set up near a stream beside some Mongol tents. Their belongings were unloaded from the Chinese cart, which soon departed, leaving them fully immersed in life on the Mongolian plains. They had 2 tents, one for themselves and one for their servants. Both were made of simple blue Chinese cloth on the outside and plain white Chinese cloth on the inside. Initially, their tent was meant to be a private space, especially for Mrs. Gilmour's use and moments of retreat. However, they quickly realised this was not practical. In Mongolia, it was customary for people to enter each other's tents freely, and keeping theirs private might have made them seem unfriendly or proud, something that could have hindered their work. So, they chose to embrace the Mongol way and kept an open tent. Whether they were eating, praying, or washing, there were always curious onlookers watching with great amusement. Though it was sometimes frustrating, they had no choice but to adapt, and in time, they learned to accept the constant presence of visitors without being disturbed by it. One unexpected benefit of this public lifestyle was that Mrs. Gilmour, constantly surrounded by the spoken language, learned it quickly and accurately. There could hardly have been a better way to immerse herself in the language than by living in a setting where she heard it spoken all the time. Another benefit of this open and public way of living was the friendships it created with the local people. The Mongols greatly appreciated this unrestricted interaction, and even those who were initially unfriendly became more accepting. It was common to hear visitors say that while other foreigners in Mongolia were distant and unapproachable, these missionaries were kind and welcoming. Their friendliness helped to change negative opinions formed by encounters with less considerate travellers. Their stay lasted until the end of August, meaning they spent more than 4 months living in tents. During that time, they experienced a wide range of weather. At first, it was cold, so much so that even in May, ice could still be seen in the mornings. Then came intense heat, made worse by a lack of rain, which was difficult both for them and their animals. Later, they faced a violent storm that lasted for 36 hours. The wind overturned their covered cart and nearly tore away their tents. To keep them from being blown away, they had to weigh down the ropes with anything they could find: bags of earth, stones, sod, cart bodies, wheels, and boxes. Even then, survival felt uncertain. Day and night sudden shouts would come from one tent or the other, as someone called for a hammer and extra tent pins to reinforce the shelters against the raging wind. When the storm finally passed, they patched up their torn tents and were grateful they had made it through. Next came the summer rains, late in arriving but powerful when they did. The downpour was relentless, pounding against their torn tent fabric. Large raindrops burst through the cloth, scattering into fine spray like pepper shaken from a box. Though they had waterproof sheets, keeping things dry was nearly impossible. They huddled in their rain-cloaks, or used spades to dig channels for streams of water forming around their bedding and supply boxes. Once the rain stopped, the sun would return, and they would spread out garments, mattresses, and sheepskin robes to dry. The heat was perhaps the most difficult weather condition to endure, but even that eventually passed. By the time they were preparing to leave the plains, the nights had grown cold again, and thin sheets of ice had begun to form over the pools near the wells. Later in the season, one afternoon, those lounging in the tent looked out and remarked,
"The Mandarin has come."
They made way for a richly dressed, heavy-set Mongol who entered, followed by his servant. After exchanging greetings, he quickly made his intentions clear. He had come to debate. The discussion was intense from the start. The Mandarin was well read and had clearly come prepared, not out of hostility, but with the firm belief that Buddhism had a stronger case than Christianity. The tent was packed with eager listeners as they argued from the story of creation onward, covering many side topics and major theological questions. It took a long time to convince him that Jesus was not mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures. Once he accepted that, he had many more questions. How could God be three in one? How could people become good? Why should sinners escape punishment just by praying to Jesus? Why did God allow suffering like starving dogs? Why did he permit sin to enter the world? If Jesus is always with us, how could he come at a certain time? And what happened to those who died before Jesus came? The debate lasted until the sun was low. The Mandarin left with warm words of friendship, promising to return, but he never did. On a later journey, they narrowly escaped one of the many dangers of tent life.
In Mongolia, we had one particularly dangerous experience. The southern edge of the plain is known for storms, and the night we camped there, one of the fiercest thunderstorms I have ever seen struck just after dark. The wind roared, rain lashed against the tent, and the whole structure shook. The thunder had a sharp, metallic ring, like iron rods clashing against each other in a sky of solid steel. Water began to rise inside the tent until part of our bed was floating. It was almost impossible to hear one another over the storm, but through all the noise, one sound stood out unmistakably, the roar of rushing water. We knew there was a river to our right, but the sound seemed to be coming from the left as well. Stepping outside, I realised we were surrounded by a powerful, fast-moving current on both sides. We were trapped on a small patch of slightly elevated land. If the water rose just a few inches more, or if anything blocked the upstream flow, the full force of the river would sweep over us. It was well known that in Mongolia, entire flocks, herds, and even people were sometimes carried away in floods. For an hour, our fate seemed uncertain. But around 11 p.m, the storm finally ended, the water receded, and the danger passed. Though we had lost nearly everything, we lay down to sleep, grateful to God for his protection.
Mrs. Gilmour was undoubtedly courageous. Her self-sacrificing devotion to Christ's work was both admirable and inspiring to all Christians. Yet, it is greatly feared that her first journey to Mongolia worsened, if not directly caused, the illness that eventually took her life. The monotonous diet of millet and mutton became so unappealing to her that, toward the end, she could barely eat at all. Only through experience did she fully realise how little tent life provided of what a European woman would consider essential for daily living. This lack of preparation made the hardships even more severe. Still, in 1878, she accompanied her husband once again, this time better equipped through past experience. Not only did she return to the demanding life of the Mongolian plains, but she also brought along their infant son. During the winter of 1876, while in Peking, Gilmour focused on work that contributed to the Christian mission among the nomadic Mongols.
Since returning from Mongolia, I have had a teacher with me, a man I brought from the plains. I began by reading some Buddhist classics with him, then had him write down passages from the book of Daniel, as I dictated, and finally, I had him write an explanation of salvation through Jesus. At first, my main goal in using Daniel was simply to help him adjust to my dictation style, but my real aim was to create a Christian tract that I had long wanted to write, one that would clearly explain not only that Jesus saves, but that salvation is found in no other name. The Religious Tract Society has agreed to publish both the extracts from Daniel and the explanation of Christianity.
In 1877, a difficult question resurfaced, one that was perhaps unavoidable, but always discouraging. Was it truly worth continuing missionary work in such an unresponsive field? This question was once again brought up for discussion. On August 18, 1877, Gilmour wrote a detailed report, not so much to state his own opinion, but to gather insight from church leaders back home. He outlined his connections with two key missionary groups, the American Board Mission Station in Calgon and his fellow workers in the North China Committee of the London Missionary Society. The American Board had recently sent another missionary to Calgon, and at first Gilmour hoped that while they would continue working independently, they might still function as practical colleagues.
Reverend W.P. Sprague and I once decided to climb a mountain together, and by the time we were halfway up, we realised that our views on working together were well aligned. It became clear that, despite belonging to different societies and coming from different nations, we could be good, harmonious colleagues in the same mission. It seemed that I had finally found a partner, or rather, that we had found each other.
However, Mrs. Gulick, a passionate and hard-working missionary to the Mongols, passed away. Her husband was forced to leave for Japan due to illness, and Mr. Sprague was left to oversee the entire mission on his own.
If things remain as they are, my work will follow a simple pattern. During the warmer months, I can travel through parts of Mongolia, teaching the gospel and providing medical aid. The rest of the year, I can focus on ministry among the Chinese in Peking. This arrangement is enjoyable enough for me, but it does not represent a vigorous effort in advancing the Mongol mission. On the other hand, because there are so few people to reach in Mongolia, the only way to sustain one's spirit in such an isolated work is to alternate these difficult periods with more active ministry among the Chinese. As for the opinions of my fellow committee members, no formal discussion has been held on the Mongol mission, but I know their personal views. Missionaries Meach and Barradale remain largely silent on the matter. Mr. Owen believes we will never accomplish much in Mongolia while operating from such a distant base as Peking. Mr. Lees thinks it is unwise to focus on an unfruitful field when so many more promising ones need attention. He also believes the best way to reach Mongolia is through China. Dr. Edkins feels I spend too much effort on the Mongols and suggests a combined approach with the Chinese, leaning more toward Chinese ministry. Dr. Dudgeon has always considered the Mongol mission nearly impractical. However, following the principle of sow beside all waters, for you do not know which will prosper, this or that, it is perhaps right that the gospel should also be shared with the Mongols. And if someone must go to Mongolia, it is likely that many others would be less suited for the task than myself.
In 1877, there was a promising development in Christian work in Shantung. Mr. Gilmour and Mr. Owen travelled to the region and baptised a large number of converts. Later, Dr. Edkins and Mr. Owen made another visit and baptised around 200 more people. Regarding this influx of converts, Gilmour wrote,
I deeply regret that we do not have a structured system for putting new believers through a period of probation. I have nothing to say about these 200, but of the 100 or so that Mr. Owen and I baptised in November, I must admit that, despite making every allowance, some of them cause me more concern than joy.
His concerns were unfortunately well-founded. The movement faded as quickly as it had grown, with little lasting impact on the missionary cause. Shantung had been devastated by famine, locusts, and cholera. Missionaries provided relief, offering both food and financial aid. Many people were drawn to Christianity because of these charitable acts, and it became clear that many had professed faith in hopes of receiving material benefits rather than genuine belief. This situation highlighted a deeper disagreement within the Peking mission. The two senior missionaries, Dr. Edkins and Dr. Dudgeon, held one view, while the younger men, Mr. Gilmour, Mr. Owen, and Mr. Meach, had a different perspective. The debate was long and intense, but both sides were motivated by honourable intentions and expressed their arguments with clarity and conviction. In the end, Gilmour's position prevailed. He firmly believed that no financial incentive, whether through payment for services or employment within the mission, should influence a Chinese person's decision to accept Christianity. Faith had to be genuine, without worldly motives. Because of his travels, Gilmour could only engage in these discussions during his winters in Peking. But when he did participate, he made up for his absence with the energy and determination he brought to the debate. To understand him fully, one must see him not only as a man who sought unity with his colleagues, but also as someone who, when necessary, stood firmly in opposition for the sake of the mission's integrity. Even those who disagreed with him the most would readily affirm his sincerity and deep commitment to the work of the gospel. While in Peking, Gilmour actively participated in the frequent debates that arose. He could argue a point to its very limits, and discussions often became heated, with sharp words exchanged. Yet, he never harboured resentment toward those who disagreed with him. After an intense debate, he would rise and say,
Nevertheless, I love you.
These were not empty words. He was genuinely kind, always willing to help others, even those who opposed him most. Towards the end of 1878, the Reverend J. S. Barradale of the Tientsin Mission passed away, leaving Reverend J. Lees without a Chinese-speaking assistant. Gilmour deeply sympathised with his colleague's loss and wrote to offer his help. As long as Mr. Lees remained alone, Gilmour promised to make 2 trips each year to visit his country stations, either accompanying him or going in his place. His journal from this time not only reflects his willingness to take on additional work to support a fellow missionary, but also provides vivid descriptions of daily life in China and the conditions under which evangelistic journeys were carried out. Many of the areas he visited had recently suffered from a devastating famine, making the work even more challenging.
The journey from Tientsin to Xiaochang took 5 days. Just 3 hours out from Tientsin, we came across a disturbing sight: dogs feasting on a corpse at a crossroads. Though the dogs belonged to nearby villagers, no one attempted to drive them away or even cover the body. Later, we passed through a district devastated by famine. Half the houses in the villages had lost their roofs. Large areas of farmland lay uncultivated, and the land seemed almost devoid of life. There were no travellers on the roads, no small stacks of straw or fuel near the homes, and an eerie silence filled the lanes. No barking dogs, no crowing roosters, no pigs rummaging about. Even the usual sight of children running and playing or following a foreigner with curiosity was absent. The words of Scripture came to mind. the land desolate without inhabitant. For nearly 60 miles, we travelled through these ruins. We spent the night in one of these abandoned villages, and Mr. Lees took me around to witness the full extent of the destruction. A closer look revealed even more devastation than a passing traveller might notice. It was clear that efforts had been made to leave outer walls standing along the roads, giving the illusion of intact homes while concealing the wreckage behind them. The villagers we spoke to estimated that their population had been reduced to less than half of what it once was. However, they clarified that not all the missing people had died. Many had perished there, but others had fled, though few knew where. Some might eventually return, but the mortality rate among famine refugees is often high. I fear that of those who left, very few will ever make it back. Doesn't the Bible say that dying of famine is a harsher fate than dying by the sword, perishing from the lack of food? Among those who died in the North China famine, one group suffered in an especially tragic way. Many people held on through the long months of drought and starvation, clinging to the hope that rain would come. They endured hardship, watching and waiting, longing for relief. At last, the rains arrived, the crops grew strong, and the harvest ripened. They rejoiced, believing their suffering was finally over. But they would see the food with their eyes and not live to eat it. The famine had left most people weak from prolonged hunger. Then came the summer rains, bringing with them widespread malaria, which further drained the strength of their already frail bodies. Imagine them, thin, exhausted, their eyes filled with hunger, wandering the fields and counting the days until the grain was ready. But their hunger had become unbearable. Unable to wait any longer, they harvested the grain a little early, sometimes still green, and put it in the pot to cook. Here, another challenge arose. The usual fuel for cooking was grain stalks, but the famine had taken away both food and fuel. Green grain could be eaten, but green stalks would not burn. With little firewood available, they often had to eat their food only half cooked, and even that was not the worst of it. The Chinese, like children in their lack of self-restraint, could not be expected to hold back after so many months of slow, agonizing starvation. When at last they had a full meal before them, how could they not eat their fill? But for someone who had endured a famine, whose body was already weakened by months of hunger and repeated bouts of fever, devouring large amounts of half-ripe, half-cooked grain had disastrous consequences. Diarrhea and dysentery spread rapidly. Not only were these diseases common, but they were especially deadly in this weakened population. To make matters worse, medicine in that region was expensive, and the people were too poor to seek medical help. So many who had survived the famine, who had lived long enough to see the return of prosperity, died just as relief arrived. Famine fever was also widespread during the summer. It was said that in a single courtyard, 2 or 3 people might be lying by the gate, 2 or 3 more under the shade of a house, and still more inside, struck down by fever. In some villages, the stench of death and disease was so strong that one could smell it while riding through the streets. The fever was deadly, but the autumn dysentery was even worse. Time and again, we met young boys who told us they were orphans. Their fathers had died in the autumn. We spoke with women who revealed they were widows. When we asked when their husbands had passed, the answer was always the same: autumn. We arrived in Xiaochang during a snowstorm on Saturday afternoon. Some of the locals had likely heard of our arrival, but those in the surrounding villages probably did not know we had come. As a result, our presence may not have significantly increased the size of the congregation that gathered the next day. Sunday was a dreary and uncomfortable day. Snow covered the ground, the sky was overcast, and there was no sunshine. Despite this, about 130 people attended the service, with around 80 women and 50 men. The following Sunday, January 26th, was also dull and cold, but the congregation grew to about 280, roughly 130 men and 150 women. Mr. Lees led the women inside the chapel, while I took the men outside into another courtyard. From a terrace, I preached to them, able to see the whole group from my position. Mr. Lees had too little ventilation, while I had too much, but both groups listened attentively. Though there was no sun, the cold was biting, and stray snowflakes drifted down as we worshipped. They remained engaged. On February 2nd, the weather was fine. This time, only those who were committed believers were allowed to attend, reducing the congregation to about 80 men and 120 women. That day, we baptised 12 men and 7 women. One of the most striking aspects of the work was the eagerness to learn and sing hymns. Some of the poorest and oldest women, who struggled to grasp complex theological concepts like the Trinity, would light up with joy when asked if they could sing. Their wrinkled faces brightened, and when invited to share a hymn, they would lift their cracked, quavering voices and sing, "There is a happy land, the great physician," or "Safe in the arms of Jesus." Their singing was sometimes off-key, but it was filled with such sincerity and feeling that it was difficult to listen without tears. If the elderly sang with such devotion, the younger people embraced hymns with even greater enthusiasm. The traditional hymn book used in the chapels was well received, but their favourites came from a small collection of Sankey revival hymns, translated and published by Mr. Lees. These hymns were rich in gospel truths, easy to learn, and set to melodies that the Chinese never seemed to grow tired of singing. The preachers had memorised a large number of these hymns and taught them to everyone who was willing to learn. But when Mr. Lees arrived, being a gifted singer, hymn singing became a major event. Evening prayer meetings turned into joyful singing sessions, sometimes so enthusiastic and prolonged that my own ears began to suffer from the intensity. These hymns, I believe, are a powerful addition to our gospel work. I have great hope that much good will come from them. Every Chinaman needs guidance. Even the most trustworthy men benefit from careful supervision. In fact, the better a man is, the more he thrives under good leadership. The current state of country mission work in North China requires especially close oversight. Unexpected challenges arise that demand quick decisions, where choosing the wrong course could have serious consequences. Sometimes events occur that shake the small Christian community, filling them with fear. At other times, something happens that tempts them to pride. These believers are like small islands of Christianity surrounded by a vast ocean of heathenism, with waves constantly threatening to overwhelm them. Often, a missionary's simple presence can make all the difference. A brief visit, a few words of encouragement, a little practical advice, or some basic arrangements can help keep the church from moral danger, strengthen the faith of believers, and breathe new life into the entire mission. As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. This is especially true of a missionary and his preachers and converts.
During a later tour in the same district in 1880, Gilmour recorded in his diary a sermon preached by Lo, his Chinese assistant. This sermon serves as an excellent example of the kind of message a converted Chinaman would deliver to his fellow countrymen.
Liu's sermon was based on Revelation. Whosoever will let him take of the water of life freely. He gave a detailed illustration of the importance of water, how it cleanses, settles dust in a room being swept, like in Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, and hardens sinking sand to make it firm for travel. Finally, he told two vivid stories. One was about a man who got drunk and had his face blackened. When he returned home, even his own father did not recognize him and refused to let him in. Later, seeing his reflection in a mirror, he did not recognize himself either. His drunkenness had changed both his face and his voice. In the same way, Lou explained, God made us in his image, but sin has terribly altered us. Only through the cleansing of the Holy Spirit can we be restored to what we were meant to be, like ourselves again, and like God. The service lasted about 2 hours and 10 minutes, and the storytelling parts of the sermon were especially effective.
A later diary entry notes,
Had service. Preached Jesus Saves. The sermon for the heathen by that name.
Someone who frequently heard Gilmour preach in China described his style this way.
As a preacher, Gilmour was completely unconventional. His sermons were direct, informal talks, with no effort at rhetorical flourish. He used many illustrations, often drawn from his own experiences. He had a knack for humorous allusions and a unique way of expressing things. While his manner of delivery was not particularly polished, his straightforward approach and evident sincerity made his sermons both appreciated and memorable. The Chinese always enjoyed listening to him, and even now, they often recall words he once spoke.
The sermon mentioned in the diary excerpt is based on Matthew 1:21. It was never fully written out, but the notes remain, giving insight into how he spoke to both Chinese and English audiences. Readers may try to trace his line of thought, and those who heard him preach will likely recall how he delivered it.
Matthew 1:21. He shall save his people from their sins. Talk to a man. He admits he is a sinner, yet thinks he can stop sinning and become good. He does not truly understand sin. Illustrations of sin, disease. If you catch it, can you simply get rid of it? Your blood is tainted. Fire. Once lit, you cannot easily put it out. It smoulders and reignites. Evil root, a weed. Easy to plant, but hard to remove. Current above Niagara. It pulls you in, beyond your control. Habit, indulgence strengthens it. Spider's web. One thread at a time, a fly is trapped. Sin includes murder, theft, adultery, lying, covetousness, hatred, anger, malice, and a lack of love for God and others. Even if you are not guilty of the worst sins, you still have sin. Sin is fatal. Can you free yourself? Only Jesus can do it. Deliverance through Jesus. Disease, he cures it. Fire, he quenches it. Root, he uproots it. Niagara, he lifts you to safety. Habit, he sets you free. Spider's web, he not only removes you, but also breaks the trap. Jesus gives a new nature. You are born again. One condition, your consent. A sick man must obey the doctor, take the medicine, and submit to the operation to be healed. A traveller must follow the guide to reach the destination. If you refuse the path of holiness, you will not reach heaven. Has Christ saved you? If so, it will be clear to both yourself and others. He is not just someone to admire. He is the doctor who heals your soul. Illustrations: two brothers, kite, pet dog, John of Hanko's Loo, the difference between the dead and the living, the sick and the healthy. Missionaries, like a Mongol doctor, afraid to treat himself. Paul's warning, even a teacher can become a castaway. Matthew 1:21-23. Any religion? No religion can break sin's chains. Without Christ, People remain slaves to sin until death. Only Jesus can save from sin. Ask him, and he will do it.
During the winters in Peking, he made every effort to reach the Mongols who visited the capital. The Mongols in Peking gathered mainly in two locations: the outside lodging, about a mile north of Peking's north wall, also called the Halha lodging, as it was the main hub for northern Mongols. The inside lodging, near the south wall of the Manchu city, located behind the English legation. It was also known as the cold lodging because many Mongols camped there in tents instead of renting rooms from the Chinese. These were the key gathering spots for Mongols in Peking. Many lived nearby, and even those staying in other parts of the city would visit these centres. If someone wanted to find a particular Mongol in Peking, they would search in one of these places. In the winter of 1879 to 80, he set up a bookstall at the outside lodging, hiring a Chinese man to manage it and visiting himself every other day. The following winter, he adopted the approach of the peddlers, carrying 2 bags of books over his shoulders and actively seeking out the Mongols. He went not only to the trading areas, but also through the narrow lanes where they lodged, starting at the outside lodging and later moving to the inside lodging. As winter progressed, fewer Mongols stayed outside the city, so he visited that area less frequently. However, during the Chinese 11th and early 12th months, the number of Mongols at the inside lodging remained steady. By the end of the season, he had distributed 714 books both inside and outside the city.
Many Mongols, before purchasing a book, and often even after, would insist on having it read aloud. They felt they were getting more value by not only receiving the book, but also hearing its contents. I was always glad for the opportunity, as reading easily led to conversation. Small groups of Mongols would often gather to listen to short talks on the main teachings of Christianity. Some of the men I met were already familiar with the name of Jesus and had some knowledge of Christianity. Some eagerly bought the books, while others not only refused to buy, but also discouraged others from doing so. A few openly opposed Christianity. However, many who listened to the discussions showed interest and remarked that the idea of salvation through another bearing our sin was reasonable. Since these Mongols came from all over Mongolia, the books they carried would reach even the most remote regions in the west, north, and east. My prayer is that reading these books would be the beginning of a journey leading some to a saving knowledge of the truth. Hoping for lasting impact, I stamped my address on many of the books so those who wanted to learn more would know where to find me. Some Mongols who wanted to buy books had no money but were willing to trade goods instead. As a result, I sometimes returned home at night carrying a mix of cheese, sauerkraut, butter, millet cakes and sheep's fat, representing the proceeds of the day's sales. Shortly before returning to England on furlough, I compiled a report summarising key observations from my 10 years of experience with Mongol life and customs. At one time, I spent several weeks living in a Mongol's tent. It was late in the year, and nights were long. With the discomfort of a poor tent and questionable company, the nights felt even longer than they were. At sunrise, I was eager to escape the smoke and other inconveniences, retreating to the crest of a low ridge near the tent for solitude. For a foreigner, this was completely natural, but to the Mongols, it was utterly baffling. Why would anyone get out of bed at sunrise and climb a hill for no apparent reason? Suspicion quickly spread. They believed I must be up to something, perhaps secretly stealing the land's luck. This continued for a while, with the Mongols growing increasingly wary. Finally, a drunken man voiced their collective suspicion, stating that my unusual morning walks could only mean harm for their country. To remain among them I had to give up my morning retreat. The Mongols were also deeply suspicious of seeing a foreigner writing. They would whisper among themselves, "What is he doing? Is he making notes about our land? Mapping roads for an invading army? Is he a wizard stealing our country's fortune with his writing?" These and other questions would arise whenever they saw me take notes. If a missionary hopes to gain their trust and goodwill, he must avoid both solitary walks and writing in their presence. A missionary must also be careful not to go about shooting. The Mongols see killing animals or birds as especially sinful, and anyone trying to teach them religious truth would struggle to gain their trust if they carried and used a gun. However, this is an easy custom to respect. Mongols suffer from many diseases, but the most common ones involve the skin, eyes, and teeth. Rheumatism is widespread in Mongolia, but given their way of life, curing it is nearly impossible. One may treat it today, but it will return tomorrow. Skin diseases provide a good opportunity for medical work. They are very common, and Mongolian treatments are often ineffective. With a few medicines and basic knowledge, a foreigner can bring real relief to many sufferers. Eye diseases are also prevalent due to constant exposure to harsh conditions. The sun's glare on the open plains for most of the year, the blinding reflection from snow in winter, the thick smoke that lingers inside tents just a few feet above the floor. The traditional Lama medicines seem to offer little help for these cases, so even simple foreign remedies can produce results that seem miraculous to the Mongols. When a Mongol visits his doctor, he often simply extends his hand, expecting the doctor to diagnose the illness and prescribe a cure just by feeling his pulse. After the doctor checks one wrist, the patient immediately offers the other, believing both must be examined. They are greatly surprised when a foreign doctor refuses to check the pulse and instead begins by asking questions. When asked, "How did you get this disease?" their answers often reveal deep superstitions. Some blame the stars and constellations. Others recall childhood mischief, digging holes or cutting shrubs on a hill, believing their illness is punishment. Digging is seen as sinful because it kills worms, but the connection between cutting wood and disease is harder to understand unless it is viewed as stealing from the spiritual lord of the land. Mongols also believe their recovery depends on fate. If they find relief, they often say it was destined, the result of prayers they had offered in the past. One challenge in treating Mongols is that they often ignore or alter the doctor's instructions. Some, after receiving medicine, become frightened by how effective it is. Others are influenced by rumours from neighbours or suspicious that the foreign doctor did not check both wrists. As a result, they sometimes set the medicine aside and never use it at all. In Mongolia, foreigners are often asked to perform absurd, laughable, or impossible cures. One man wants to be made clever, another wants to gain weight, another seeks a cure for insanity, tobacco, whiskey, hunger, or even tea. Some want to be made stronger to win in gymnastic contests. Most men request medicine to make their beards grow, while nearly every man, woman, and child wants their skin to be as white as a foreigner's. When a Mongol is convinced that his condition is hopeless, he accepts it calmly, resigning himself to fate, whether it means death or lifelong illness. Both Mongol doctors and their patients, after repeated failures, see affliction as something destined. Its persistence is not seen as a sign of medical incompetence. Among all foreign medical tools, none fascinates the Mongols more than the galvanic battery. Nearly every Mongol who sees or experiences its effects immediately exclaims that it would be an excellent tool for interrogating accused persons, far superior to whipping, beating, or hanging. They believe that under its torment, no guilty man could fail to confess. Interestingly, some in England have suggested using the galvanic battery as a substitute for flogging criminals, showing an unexpected similarity between Mongol and English thought. Mongol doctors seem to have some knowledge of galvanism. It is said that they use powdered lodestone ore as a treatment for sores. One man who was hard of hearing had been advised by a lama to place a piece of lodestone in each ear and chew a piece of iron in his mouth. Divination is another troublesome issue. The Mongols cannot imagine that a foreigner who appears so intelligent and well-equipped lacks the ability to divine. They frequently ask him to determine where they should camp for good fortune, when a traveller will return, why they have not received news from a relative in the army, where to dig for water, whether a business venture will succeed, or where to search for lost cattle. Most often, they come simply to have their life's general luck examined. They are greatly astonished when the foreigner admits he has no such knowledge, and even more incredulous when he insists on it. There are two major obstacles to successfully treating Mongols. Most suffer from chronic diseases for which little can be done. Even when relief or a cure is possible, it is often short-lived because they ignore medical advice and fail to take precautions against recurring illness. Despite these challenges, many effective treatments can be provided to suitable patients. The fact that a missionary carries medicine and offers healing freely, without asking for payment, helps his mission. It allows him to form friendly connections with people who might otherwise keep their distance if he came only as a preacher of Christianity.
At this time, he brought with him a large collection of manuscript material documenting his 12 years of life and work among the Mongols. From this, he compiled a book, which was published by the Religious Tract Society in April 1883 under the title Among the Mongols. The book was warmly received by the press. One review, standing out for both its literary quality and its insight into Gilmour's impact, was published in The Spectator on April 28, 1883. This review is particularly notable because it reflects how Gilmour's simple yet powerful narrative could leave a strong impression on readers who had no prior knowledge of him or his work. The reviewer struggles to judge this book, acknowledging that his reaction may be personal. He picked it up out of casual interest, intending to read only a few pages, but was drawn in so completely that he read for 5 hours straight, finishing the book in one sitting. It transported him entirely. He felt as if he were in Mongolia, sitting under a blue tent, surrounded by howling dogs, watching Tartars approach on camels, horses and ox carts, while inside, a quiet Scotsman patiently explained everything. What puzzled the reviewer most was the overwhelming sense of familiarity. Though he had never heard of James Gilmour before, the author's voice, tone and style felt uncannily recognisable. The mystery lingered until suddenly a realisation struck. That's it! Robinson Crusoe has turned missionary, lived in Mongolia, and written a book about it. To those who do not perceive this resemblance, the reviewer admits his judgment may seem strange, but for those who do, the comparison is undeniable. This book delivers the same immersive, gripping realism as Robinson Crusoe. Gilmour is not a deep thinker, a brilliant writer, or even a master of description. He does not seek to impress or say anything particularly quotable. A faint, restrained humour runs through his writing, but otherwise, he possesses no conventional literary elegance. Yet, despite these apparent shortcomings, Gilmour has been given a rare gift, the same gift as Defoe. He writes in such a way that the reader not only believes what he says but sees it. He places the reader inside his world, under the tent, skating over the frozen surface of Lake Baikal, or drinking tea with lamas who are utterly foreign yet, through his storytelling, completely comprehensible. The reviewer acknowledges that Gilmour's book has many gaps. There are countless things he could have explained but did not. Still, in his experience, no book has achieved this effect since Robinson Crusoe, and even that classic does not surpass Among the Mongols in its ability to tell a story simply and convincingly. In a tongue-in-cheek conclusion, the reviewer suggests that if Gilmour were to claim he had discovered an invisible race in Mongolia, even the most sceptical scientist would believe him. The Illustrated London News would likely publish portraits of these invisible people. The final verdict is clear. This book is not merely good or engaging, it is something unique in literature. Anyone who starts it will be unable to put it down. More than that, they will carry its vivid scenes with them forever, as if they had experienced Mongolia firsthand. The reviewer acknowledges that there is little more to say about the book itself. Its power lies in its ability to immerse the reader completely, much like Robinson Crusoe. Just as no one proves Crusoe's value by quoting extracts, Among the Mongols is best understood through the experience of reading it. Turning to the author, James Gilmour, the reviewer describes him as a Scotsman, apparently connected to the London Missionary Society, who left Peking for Mongolia out of a deep impulse to teach Christ to the Tartars. He set out with no particular qualifications. He could not ride, did not know the language, refused to carry weapons, and had no special skills beyond his own character, which he himself had yet to fully understand. Yet he went, stayed for years, and adapted to Mongol life. He lived under open tents on frozen prairies and deserts, eating fat mutton, sheep's tails, tea, and boiled millet, limiting himself to one meal a day simply because the Mongols did. He avoided only three things: lying, stealing, and impure conversation. Otherwise, he made himself as much like a lama as possible. Though he initially could not ride, he travelled over 600 miles across a dangerous desert where rats burrow under the grass, and by the journey's end, he had overcome that difficulty forever. Since he did not know Mongolian, he boarded out with a lama, listening and questioning relentlessly until he mastered the language as a Mongol would. His ears became so attuned that he even became painfully aware of the constant double meanings in Mongol speech, much like those found in many Asian cultures. As for danger, he had made 3 firm resolutions.
Never to carry weapons, never to become angry with a heathen, no matter what happened. Never to be afraid of dogs, thieves, hunger, or the climate.
And he kept all 3. If ever there was a man who lived by Christ's teachings and unconsciously proved it, it was Gilmour. Among the Mongols, he became known simply as our Gilmour. At times, he longed for solitude, to meditate, take long walks, or study the land. But these habits aroused deep suspicion. Why would a stranger want to be alone? Might he be stealing the land's luck? Since a missionary who is mistrusted is ineffective, Gilmour abandoned these desires. Instead, he sat endlessly in tents among the lamas, patiently engaging with them. Ironically, despite all this patience, he casually admits that his greatest fault is impatience, a dislike of being kept waiting. Reception of Among the Mongols. The book Among the Mongols, which had already been published by this point in Gilmour's life, was widely and warmly received, quickly finding its audience. Naturally, friends and supporters of the London Missionary Society welcomed it. Looking back on it now, its impact and reception offer valuable insight into how his work was perceived at the time. As we will see later, Gilmour eventually stepped back from writing further books, as he felt it consumed too much time away from his mission work. So how was the book received? Well, those with an interest in nomadic cultures, like the reviewer, also sought it out. But beyond these groups, the book served a greater purpose. In some, it deepened their appreciation for missionary work and endurance. In others, it inspired a newfound respect for missions and missionaries, people who had never before given them much thought. Over the 9 years since its first publication, Among the Mongols had sold many thousands of copies in various editions, proving its lasting impact. The success of Among the Mongols led to suggestions that Gilmour could find valuable work as a writer. He did contribute articles to Sunday at Home, the Pall Mall Gazette, and other publications. However, as in all things, his loyalty to his life's mission guided him. He soon became convinced that writing should not take time away from winning souls. Once he reached that decision, he set literary work aside entirely. In 1884, upon returning to Peking, he wrote,
"I feel keenly that there is more here than I can do, and writing must go to the wall."
Even as late as 1890, he reaffirmed his choice.
"I could have made, and could now make, money by writing, but I do not write. I settled down to teach illiterate Chinamen and Mongols, heal their sores, and present Christ to them."
Chapter 7. Speaking Tour in Britain, 1882 to 1883. Towards the end of 1882, Gilmour embarked on an extensive series of meetings on behalf of the London Missionary Society. He preached sermons and spoke to Sunday school children on Sundays, while during the week he gave speeches at public gatherings. A long series of letters written to his wife between November 1882 and March 1883 remains, offering a striking record of how a weary missionary was expected to find rest, by tirelessly working to strengthen the faith and zeal of the churches at home. His travels took him to Edinburgh, Falkirk, Glasgow, Liverpool, Kilsyth, Hamilton, Paisley, Dundee, St Andrews, Arbroath, Lytham, Aberdeen, Montrose, Manchester, Hingham, Cambridge, Norfolk, and Southampton, and this was only part of his efforts. During these travels, he reconnected with family members and met old college friends who were now established pastors, moving steadily into middle age. But every meeting brought new friends as well, those who heard his powerful voice, shook his firm hand, and felt his passionate enthusiasm for the missionary cause, left with an impression that would never fade. His return to Britain after 12 years brought him deep and lasting spiritual refreshment. Reconnecting with the Christian life of his homeland strengthened his faith and renewed his zeal. He eagerly studied religious movements like the Salvation Army, which was then rising in prominence, and took great interest in various efforts to strengthen the nation's religious life. He rejoiced in every opportunity for fellowship with fellow believers, especially when it served to deepen the life of faith. Though his schedule was full, he greatly valued the rare Sundays when he had no engagements. He used these days for personal spiritual growth. However, his strict Sabbatarian beliefs prevented him from using trains or omnibuses on Sundays, limiting his ability to travel. One such Sunday he described in a letter,
"Yesterday, being a fine day, I left home at 7:15 a.m. and walked to London, 12 miles. I arrived at Spurgeon's Tabernacle by 10:30, had a seat close to the platform thanks to a permit from a seat holder, and heard a powerful sermon. Afterward, I was introduced to Spurgeon in the vestry, and then went to dinner at the home of one of his deacons. There, I met an American who had been converted under Moody. Once a drunkard, he was instantly and completely freed from his craving for alcohol, as miraculously as when Christ cast out demons. After dinner, I visited Spurgeon's Stockwell orphanages, then walked to Camberwell, where I stopped at the Catholic Apostolic Church and listened to a sermon by a man who, I assume, would have called himself an apostle. He gently ridiculed the idea that all people were meant to partake in the blessings of the gospel, which he seemed to believe belonged exclusively to what he called the church. From there, I walked to Lewisham and heard Morley's Jones preach. Then I walked home in the moonlight, arriving footsore and weary at about 10:20 p.m. I enjoyed the day very much, except for the last 4 or 5 miles. I am thankful to find myself so strong. I had a warm bath and slept like a top.
Even in his rest, Gilmour's days were filled with spiritual pursuits, demonstrating his tireless devotion to both faith and discipline. Those who had the privilege of hosting James Gilmour, if they were like-minded, and the old friends who managed to spend even a brief time with him, often experienced his remarkable gift for storytelling. His 12 years of missionary service had been filled with unique and varied experiences, and when in the right mood, he could make the hours pass like minutes with his vivid and captivating narration. Dr. Reynolds, recalling their conversations during Gilmour's furlough, wrote,
I had several opportunities to speak with him and listen to his addresses on the progress and needs of missionary work in northern China and Mongolia. His deep earnestness left a profound impression. But I was even more deeply moved when, in quiet conversation, he shared some of his personal experiences. One in particular stands out. Gilmour had high hopes for the conversion of a Mongol who had placed great trust in him. This man suffered from cataracts in both eyes, and Gilmour believed surgery could at least partially restore his sight. Arrangements were made for the man to travel to a medical institution in Peking, accompanied by another Mongol. At the time, Gilmour and his young wife were encamped in a large Mongol settlement, where tensions were high and hostility toward Christianity was growing. Gilmour later recalled,
We prayed night and day for the success of this operation, and we covered all the costs.
Tragically, harsh winds filled with dust, extreme heat, and other misfortunes worked against the patient. When the bandages were removed after the necessary healing period, it was discovered that he was now completely blind. Worse still, his Mongol escort fed his fears with suspicion. I saw the jewel of your eye in a bottle on the shelf, the companion told him. These Christians take the jewels from our eyes and sell them for hundreds of taels. When the blind man was brought back to Gilmour, his companions spread his suspicions and exaggerated story throughout the district. This stirred up intense hostility, turning it into a dangerous and violent rage. For several weeks, our dear friends were in great danger. If they had tried to escape, it would have been seen as proof of a conspiracy with the Peking doctors and would have signalled their execution. Instead, they stayed, determined to prove the honesty of their intentions and the goodness of their mission. Deeply moved by this narrow escape, I asked Mrs. Gilmour about those weeks of fear. She assured me that they had remained perfectly calm, fully trusting in God's will, whatever the outcome. Gilmour described many other trials of faith and patience without any hint of self-praise. The only burden on his heart was the seemingly small results of his long journeys and missionary work.
James Gilmour's talent as a speaker was certain to be used at the London Missionary Society's most significant event of the year, the annual meeting at Exeter Hall. In 1883, this took place on May 10th, where he was the final speaker. This meant waiting for over 2 hours before his turn, while the audience grew weary. Yet, when he spoke, he quickly captured their attention and held it to the very end. He chose to speak about his work in China rather than Mongolia, influenced in part by the recent publication of his book. A portion of his speech is worth sharing here, as it vividly portrays the missionary work in Peking and, more broadly, the nature of preaching in large Chinese cities.
In Peking, we have 3 chapels. A chapel there is simply a Chinese shop that has been repaired and given a signboard. The Chinese love giving grand names to places. You might find a man sitting in a tiny stall, barely big enough for him to turn around, but his sign might read something like the Hall of Continual Virtue or the Hall of the Five Happinesses. So, following this style, our chapel is called the Gospel Hall. Inside, there isn't much to see. The counter and shelves have been removed, a brick floor replaces the mud, benches are arranged for seating, and a low platform is set up for the speaker. Strangely, in every chapel, there is always a table with 2 chairs in the left-hand corner. On that table sits a teapot with a set of cups because, in China, everything begins with tea. These chapels are open 6 afternoons a week. If you enter, the natural thing for a missionary to do is to walk up to this table and sit down. The next challenge is gathering a congregation. Sometimes, if it's a busy day, people flood in from the streets. Other times the crowd doesn't come so easily. I want to give an honest picture of what it's like. At times, no one enters at first. Then, a man might peek in, see a foreigner, and immediately leave. If you asked him what he saw, he wouldn't say he saw a foreigner. He would say he saw a foreign devil. And honestly, given the terrible rumours spread about us, it's no surprise. They believe we steal hearts for magic, take eyes to make photographic chemicals, and use medicine to cast spells. So, if the first person to arrive has heard such things, all you'll see of him is his back and his pigtail as he hurries away. Sometimes, a braver man comes in. His first instinct is to walk up to the table and sit across from you. The proper thing to do is to pour him a cup of tea. That's etiquette. But etiquette also seems to mean he shouldn't drink it. Sometimes, after the service has started, I notice the native preacher quietly walk up to the table, lift the lid of the teapot, pour the untouched tea back in, close the lid, and let it warm up, ready for the next guest. If you start a conversation with one man, you've almost secured a congregation. While most Chinese men are hesitant to be spoken to directly by a foreigner, they are very curious to overhear a conversation. If you engage one man, another will come in to listen. Soon, more people gather, standing behind each other to hear. When the group grows large enough that the first man becomes uncomfortable with so many eavesdroppers, it's time to move to the platform, ask everyone to sit down, and begin the service. Sometimes no one comes in at first. In that case, you try a different approach, moving closer to the door. Gradually, a few people might trickle in. But in Peking, the strong northwest winds can be a real challenge. Bad weather keeps people indoors, so another tactic is needed. Instead of going out to the streets, the native preacher and I try singing a hymn inside the chapel. I say try, because some native preachers aren't great singers, but at least we make a loud noise. And that's what matters. The noise attracts people who peek in to see what's happening. Many assume they are witnessing a foreigner and a native chanting Buddhist prayers. Curious, they come inside and sit down. Once the hymn ends, we explain its meaning, and just like that, we have a sermon ready. But even when you have a congregation, things don't always go smoothly. Interruptions happen. Just when you have everyone's attention, a sudden commotion erupts outside. The entire crowd jumps up and rushes out to see what's happening. I could have told them if they had just asked me. Likely, an unwary man stood on tiptoe at the edge of the crowd instead of coming in and sitting down. A city thief spotted him, walked up with a pair of sharp scissors, cut off his tobacco pouch, and slipped away. As soon as the man notices, his first instinct is to grab the nearest person, assuming he's the thief. The neighbour protests, and a fight breaks out. Sometimes a funeral procession passes by, causing just as much of an interruption as a fight. While a Chinese man may not think much about his soul after death, He cares deeply about his body. To avoid being cheated by an undertaker, many buy their coffins while they are still healthy, ensuring they get a good deal. And having a fine coffin, they also want a grand funeral. Some even spend half their fortune on a long, elaborate procession. When one of these massive funerals, sometimes stretching a quarter of a mile, comes by, the congregation rushes out to watch. Another kind of interruption, even harder to handle, comes from wedding processions of the wealthy. In China, when a nobleman marries, the family puts on a grand display. After buying the furniture for the couple's new home, they hire men to carry each piece in a procession through the streets, showing it off to the neighbours. First comes a large wardrobe, then a small cupboard, a washstand, a square table, an entire household on parade. What can you do? The neighbours feel it would be rude not to step outside and take a look, and just like that, the congregation disappears. Some interruptions are more unusual. I remember once a woman stuck her head in the chapel door. Women rarely come, and I was glad for that. She looked around, spotted a man inside, and suddenly shouted, "Come out of that!" And he did, very quickly. It wasn't the woman who disrupted us, but the poor man she dragged out. We all pitied him as he left. These audiences are diverse and fascinating. Many are strangers to us, yet sometimes they listen with deep attention. Pipes put away, smoke cleared, leaning forward in silence. They listen just as intently as a congregation here at home does when a preacher reaches an important point in his sermon. And what captures their attention most? The heart of Christianity itself. When we tell them how Christ left heaven's glory to live among poor and unsympathetic people, missionaries can speak from experience, having spent years in foreign lands. But the greatest moment comes when we share how Christ, out of love, allowed himself to be nailed to the cross. Not only that, he kept such a gentle spirit that he even prayed for those who killed him. Yes, the Chinese people are often degraded, corrupt, and materialistic, but they have human hearts, and when you reach the heart, it responds to the story of the cross. To keep their interest, we must offer a way for them to take the message with them. On the table in the corner, there's a pile of books. As we near the end, I say, "Soon you'll be leaving for your evening meal. Since I'm a foreigner, perhaps you didn't understand everything I said. But here on this table, you'll find books that explain it all in black and white. Take a look before you go." This gives us a chance to connect with them personally. If someone asks about the price, we start a conversation. Some not only buy the books, they read them and return for more. So, how does the situation stand? These unbelievers have come into our chapel, and we have had the opportunity to plant some truth in their hearts. Yet I know that much of what they have heard will be stolen away or trampled underfoot, but some of it will remain. Now comes the practical part. I have not been trying to entertain you, but to stir your interest. And this is what I want to impress upon you. After these men leave the chapel, you can do just as much for their conversion as we can in China. I urge you to pray for the men to whom we, in Peking and others around the world, are preaching the truth of Christ. I believe it is not just the missionaries' earnestness that produces results. It is your earnestness here at home. We are your representatives, and I firmly believe that the success of the work abroad will be in direct proportion to your dedication in prayer. I know I am speaking to the right people when I ask you to pray. Without prayer, I feel like a diver sent to the bottom of a river with no air to breathe, or a fireman sent to a burning building with an empty hose. I feel like a soldier firing blank cartridges at the enemy. That is why I ask you to pray that the gospel will take hold in the hearts of those who have heard it from us. Not long ago, after a local missionary meeting, 2 ministers and I were walking home. One of them said, "Ah, Gilmour, it's always the same. You missionaries come. You hold your anniversary meetings. You stir up people's enthusiasm. You ask for prayers, and it seems like you'll get them. But then you leave, and everything goes back to how it was before." I don't believe that was entirely true. I think my brother was going through a moment of discouragement, and I was glad when his companion disagreed with him. What I desire most is to return to my work, knowing that there are faithful believers here who are earnestly praying for God's Spirit to work in the hearts of those to whom we preach. If you truly pray, you will also work earnestly. And if you work earnestly, you will also give generously. And I do not think we can be too earnest about the very thing for which Christ was so earnest that he laid down his own life.
During June and part of July, Gilmour stayed at Millport, a seaside town on the west coast of Scotland, near the beautiful landscapes of Arran. On July 4th, he climbed Goatfell and had an adventure that could have ended in disaster. Starting late, he lost his way, but eventually reached the summit at 8:45 p.m. His diary records,
"Fog came on nearly at once, with rain and thunder. Sat in the lee of a dripping rock on a wet stone and looked at a couple of acres of fog and granite boulders. Very dark and cold about midnight. The time wore on very slowly. More rain, more dripping, more fog. At 2 a.m. I began the descent, and soon it was light enough to see. Came down safely and saw where I had missed the way. I have not caught cold. I was wet all night, but kept wrapped in my plaid and as warm as I could manage. Next day, the minister congratulated me on being seen alive after my Goatfell adventure."
On September 1st, he set sail for China and arrived in Peking on November 14th. Chapter 8. Sunshine and Shadow. Back in Peking, Gilmour resumed his familiar missionary work. After being away for 18 months, he was the same man in many ways, but also different. His longing to see souls converted had deepened, and he devoted himself with even greater self-denial to winning the hearts of the Chinese for Christ. The winter of 1883 to 1884 was spent in Peking, and his diary is filled with accounts of his tireless efforts to reach individuals. In February 1884, he embarked on one of the most remarkable journeys of his life. He travelled to the Mongolian plain, on foot, exposing himself to serious risks and hardships. Yet, he had strong reasons for this choice, which he explained with his usual clarity. Perhaps no other journey better demonstrates his deep sense of duty, his willingness to endure hardship, and his burning desire to bring souls to Christ.
On this journey, due to the limited time I had, which made it hardly worthwhile to establish a base, and because of the season, which would have made it difficult to find pasture for travelling animals, I decided to go on foot. I carried no medicines and went purely as a spiritual worker. My goal was not to make new contacts or explore new ground, but to revisit familiar places and see what impact previous evangelistic efforts had made. Additionally, there were certain Mongols who had already learned much about Christianity, and I wanted to press upon them, while there was still time, the call of Christ. 5 bitterly cold days in a mule litter brought me to Kalgan, and another day in a cart took me over the pass to a Chinese inn on the Mongolian plain. This inn had no separate rooms. Guests shared the large platform in the kitchen, sleeping on straw mats placed over heated brickwork, warmed by flues connected to the cooking fires. The Chinese innkeeper, an old friend of mine, kindly allowed me to share his room. From there, I set out to visit 4 Mongolian settlements. My first visit was to a lama I had known for years. Others had instructed him in Christianity, both before and after I met him. He was a man of influence, wealth, and leisure. Though a priest, he had a wife and child. I spent nearly a full day with him and left uncertain about his beliefs. He seemed to acknowledge the existence of a God who rules the universe, and even admitted that Christ might be a revelation of that God, but only in the same way that Buddha was. At one point, I almost believed he had been praying to Jesus, but he would not confirm it. I fear that his once curious spirit has given way to indifference. He has everything he wants, little to worry about, and lets life drift by in comfort. If only he could be awakened, he might greatly influence his people. My second visit was to a temple and a small group of tents where I found old acquaintances. They received me politely, but nothing more. My third visit was to another group of tents where I was immediately hailed as a doctor. Whether I wanted to or not, I was made to examine and prescribe for various illnesses. Some past cures, accomplished years ago, had made them eager to see me again. But while they welcomed my medical help, I saw no spiritual results. My next journey took me about 8 miles away. Years ago, during stormy weather, Mrs. Gilmour and I had been forced out of our soaked tent and found shelter in the mud house of a Mongol. He refused any payment, saying that since we would likely pass that way again, we could bring him a small foreign gift instead. I had sent him a few things, but had never returned to see him in person. When I arrived at the settlement, I was saddened to learn that the old man had died. His son, a young man of 23, had inherited his father's land, small official position, and income. He welcomed me with remarkable warmth. Though he had been about to leave home, he abandoned his plans upon seeing me, insisting that I stay the night in his tent and spending the rest of the day in my company. The next morning, I prepared for my journey. I slung a postman's brown bag over one shoulder, carrying my supplies and provisions. On the other side, I balanced a waterproof angler's bag filled with books and other items. Draped from a stick over my shoulder was a Chinese sheepskin coat. As I left, my host was settling in for his breakfast, which began, as always, with 2 ounces of hot Chinese whiskey. Turning north, I set off on a 23-mile walk to a settlement that had provided me with men and oxen for my previous summer journeys. The Mongols were accustomed to seeing Russians working in the tea trade at Kalgan. They had seen many foreign travellers pass through on horseback, camels, or carts. They had even seen missionaries journeying by donkey or ox cart. But I believe that morning was the first time they had ever seen a foreigner, with all his belongings slung about him, trekking across the land like one of their own wandering, begging llamas. There were few travellers on the road, but those I met asked the usual questions in astonished tones. They received my answers with disbelief and rode away muttering, "You eldib etu," which roughly translates to strange affair. My feet, unaccustomed to such a journey, seemed to agree with them. Long before I reached my destination, they were badly blistered. An occasional rest and a handful of snow helped break the painful monotony of the last few miles. At last, I reached the river. After crossing it, I found myself in front of the cluster of huts I had come to visit. Looking up, I was pleasantly surprised to see that the first man to greet me was the mandarin of the district. Others soon joined him, and after being rescued from the dogs, I was escorted to his tent, seated by the fire, and given a cup and a full teapot. I had only intended to drink a little out of politeness, but the tea was good. My thirst had been worsened by the snow, and the mandarin himself was genuinely friendly. My resolve gave way, and before long, his teapot was nearly empty. Meanwhile, news of my arrival spread, and the tent quickly filled with friends and neighbours. Before long, I found myself surrounded by representatives from nearly every family in the village. Among them were my 2 former servants, the priest and the layman who had driven my ox carts. With their escort, I moved to another tent, rested for a while, and then entered a mud-built house. The priest I had come to see was struggling to light a fire, but it only produced thick smoke. The room soon filled with it. Finding him alone, I told him that I had come to speak with him and others about the salvation of their souls, and urged him to accept Christ. Just then, a layman I also knew entered. Without waiting for me to speak, the priest explained the conversation to him. The layman, crouched by the fire, tongs in hand, tried in vain to make it blaze. Though hidden from me in the smoke, he spoke up and declared that he had been a follower of Jesus for months. If the priest would join him, they could become Christians together. But whether the priest followed or not, he had already made up his mind. He would trust the Saviour. By now, the smoke had thickened even more. I lay flat on the platform, while the 2 men crouched on the floor. I could barely make out the lower edges of their fur coats through the haze. Yet, despite the suffocating smoke, the place seemed to me as beautiful as the very gate of heaven. And the words of that simple confession, spoken from within the cloud, were as uplifting to me as if they had come from an angel out of a cloud of glory. But soon, neighbours arrived, duties called the layman away, and the evening meal had to be prepared and eaten. It wasn't until late at night that I had a chance to speak privately with the man who had confessed Christ. Even then, it wasn't truly private, as we were within earshot of a family already in bed. Of all the countries I have visited, Mongolia is the most sparsely populated, yet it is the most difficult place to have a private conversation. Everyone, even children, seems to feel entitled to intrude on any discussion. If you bar the door and refuse entry, people suspect you of plotting something. If you take a man for a walk to talk in private, they think you are practicing sorcery. Knowing that travel in Mongolia always requires a clear purpose, and hoping to have more time with the layman, I had intentionally left some gifts at the Chinese inn, items I could not easily carry with me. After resting for a day, the layman and I set out together to retrieve them. This gave us 23 miles of uninterrupted conversation and a ready answer for anyone who asked, "Where are you going?" or "What are you doing?" During our journey, he shared how he had come to believe in Christ. I taught him much that he had not yet learned, and at a quiet, lonely spot, we sat down and lifted our voices in prayer. It was the most pleasant walk I ever had in Mongolia, and also the most painful. My feet, already blistered, finally gave out. It was clear I wouldn't be able to walk back the next day. Acting on my companion's advice, I forced myself to walk into the inn as if nothing was wrong. We bargained for a cart, and since the innkeeper did not suspect the condition of my feet, we secured it at a fair price. Both Mongols and Chinese took turns explaining how much time and effort I could have saved if I had simply hired a cart from the start, taken everything with me, and avoided returning to the inn. From their perspective, they were right. But the layman and I saw things differently. We had achieved what we set out to do, and we were content to let our neighbours feel wise in their own eyes. Another day of rest at this place gave me something I greatly needed, an opportunity for a long private conversation with the mandarin of this small tribe. I was especially eager to explain the true nature of Christianity to him, because the Mongol who had professed Christ lived under his authority. I knew that if the Mandarin understood the situation correctly, he might help protect this new believer from the troubles that could arise due to misunderstandings. The Mandarin came. On my last visit, I had helped cure him of a troublesome illness for which he had spent much time and money in vain. In addition, I had brought him a small gift from England. He was perfectly friendly and listened with great attention. At the end of our conversation, he asked a few questions that suggested he had begun to grasp the spirit of what we had discussed. He was a man of few words, but from what he said, I hoped that he sensed something of the truth of Christianity. My next journey was to visit a Mandarin of wealth and rank whose encampment stood on a mountain slope overlooking a large lake. I found him at home. Since he was already well acquainted with the main doctrines of Christianity, my purpose this time was to stir him to greater seriousness in considering his personal relationship with Christ. We spent much of the afternoon in deep discussion, and I was encouraged by the way he explained to another visiting Mandarin the doctrines and facts we spoke about. His words showed understanding, and I was pleased to see him take an active role in the conversation. The next morning, he set off on a journey for his official duties, and I returned to the friendly quarters where I had left my belongings. I felt compelled to visit 2 lamas at a temple about 70 miles away and set out the next day. After 3 days of travel, I reached the temple, only to learn that both lamas I had come to see were dead. As far as they were concerned, I had arrived too late. However, both on the road and at the temple, I had many opportunities to preach and teach. I met some interesting men, and not only in the tents where I was received as a guest. At times, even in the open desert, passing travellers would dismount from their horses and give me a chance for Christian conversation. After 5 days, I completed this round and, following a day of rest, started my journey back to Calgon. The man who had confessed Christ walked with me for 10 miles. We went slowly, as we had much to say. When we reached the place where we had to part, we sat down and prayed together. As I walked away, the last sight I had of him was of him still sitting there in the same place. I reached Calgon without incident and returned to Peking on March 21st, having been away just over a month.
Possibly the most touching way to reflect on this extraordinary journey is to share some of the brief diary entries Gilmour made along the way.
February 19th, 1884. Started in a litter for Mongolia. Good talk in the inn with the innkeeper. February 23rd. Went to Mr. Williams. My letter had not reached them. No one knew I was coming. February 25th. Over the pass to Barasaiji. February 26th. Spent the day with Tugishwai. Urged on him the internal proof of Christianity, the change of heart. February 28th. Shabarti. Boy Into desires to become a scholar of Jesus. March 1st. Walked here. Feet terribly bad. Snow on the road. Great thirst. Bad Madarag met me. Tea in his tent. Boyinto's confession in the smoke of the Baishan. March 2nd. Sabbath. Quiet day. Much talk with all. The Lord opened my lips. March 3rd. Walked to Barasaij with Boyinto to bring my presents. Talked about Christianity. Prayer in the desert. Feet terribly bad. Oh, such pain in walking. March 4th. Carted back. March 7th. Hara Os. Walked back here. Called on Tu Lobsung. Talked. He knew the way to heaven but said, "Tell it to some of the younger ones." "You go first," I replied. "You need to know it most." March 8th. Terrible feat. Got to Chaganhoran. March 14th. Boyinto accompanied me to Chagan Balgas with his pony. Saw him sitting as long as I was in sight. Feet bad. March 21st. Left Pei Kwan at 4 a.m. Dark and snow. Terrible march over slippery stones. Nan Ku at 7 a.m. No donkey on such a snowy day. Hired the next 27 Lai. Stiff march. Chateau at 11:35. Terrible march to Ching Ho at 3 p.m. Terrible march to Tishengmen. Home at 6:10. Prayer meeting. Thanks be unto God for all his mercies.
The baptism of Boyinto. Early in 1885, Gilmour's heart was gladdened by the news of Boyinto's baptism, the Mongol he had so often mentioned in his diary. Though Gilmour himself did not administer the baptism, it was undoubtedly the fruit of his labour. On January 26, 1885, he received a letter from Reverend W. P. Sprague of the American Mission at Calgon, part of which read, Calgon, January 14, 1885.
Dear Brother Gilmour, I hasten to tell you the very good news. Boyinto of Chaberty was baptized by my hand this day into the Church of Christ here at Calgon, in the presence of our assembled church and congregation. I'm sure you will rejoice and thank God more than any of us. And I have never seen our Christians so happy to receive anyone into the church. The only thing I regret is that it was not your hand instead of mine that administered the sacred rite. I wrote to you a month ago about his visit to us and his request to join the church here, as well as our satisfaction with his sincerity. He returned yesterday morning and spent the whole day with us. In the afternoon, we had a joint meeting of the upper and lower city congregations as a continuation of the week of prayer because the interest was so great. Mr. Roberts preached, and during the later part of the meeting, when 2 or 3 others had stood up for prayer, I asked Boyinto if he wanted to ask Christians to pray for him. He stood up and expressed his desire, making it very clear that he wished to be baptized. At the close of the service, we held a church meeting to examine him for admission. His answers pleased everyone, and he made some striking remarks. When asked what kind of place heaven was, he replied, I haven't been there. How can I tell? Then he added, would anyone pray to go there if it were not a good place? His honest, straightforward simplicity was refreshing. There was no reason to doubt that he was a true believer, sincerely seeking to follow Jesus in all things. The native church members were overjoyed and unanimously agreed that he was a most worthy candidate for baptism. They expressed great delight in seeing a Mongol who loved and trusted our Savior. We felt, like Peter, can any man forbid water that these should not be baptized? The others urged me to baptize him the next day at another joint meeting in our chapel. And if you could have seen him stand and answer my questions, give his assent to the creed and covenant, then remove his cap, bow his head reverently, and receive the water of baptism, your heart would have overflowed with gratitude and praise to God for this first fruit from Mongolia. After prayer, we sang From Greenland's Icy Mountains, but changed it to From Mongolia, and we felt its meaning as never before. Though God has given us great joy in gathering this first fruit, I feel, as we all do, that the honor of this work belongs to Him, and the reward is for you and others.
During 1884 and 1885, nearly all of Mr. Gilmour's time was taken up with the regular work of the Peking Mission, as Reverend S. E. Meach was on furlough in England, leaving most of his duties to Gilmour. While in England, he had attended many Salvation Army meetings and was deeply influenced by their spirit. He also became convinced that people needed to be reached individually rather than as a crowd. Because of this, he spent much of his time talking with individuals, teaching them the Christian Catechism and the New Testament, and striving through conversation and prayer to lead them to the truth. From 6 in the morning until 10 at night, he made himself available to anyone who came. In the afternoons, he attended one or both of the Peking chapels, preaching when possible, but always watching for those who showed interest in the gospel. The missionaries had traditionally reserved Sunday evenings for an English service, meant for their own spiritual renewal, held in the mission compound. However, Gilmour stopped attending, even when his absence sometimes meant the service could not take place, because he chose instead to read, talk, and pray with his Chinese servants. Often this would continue through mealtimes, but he would delay eating until his visitor had left or the conversation had naturally ended. He gave up reading all newspapers, except explicitly Christian ones, and found no time for other books, believing that direct work with the Chinese should take priority over personal reading. More than ever, he became a man of one book, the Bible. So deeply committed was he to this personal ministry that, in the early stages of his wife's illness, he even felt compelled to prioritize it over staying by her side during her times of severe suffering and weakness.
December 9th, 1883. At chapel, I met Wang, who had travelled from a village 300 li away. He had heard a sermon there 2 or 3 years ago, which he still remembered and could quote. After beginning the service, I brought him up to my study. While we were talking, another man, Jui, arrived from 130 li north of Peking. He had fled his home due to misconduct. These two stayed with me until dark.
In a letter to Reverend S.E. Meach, dated November 9, 1885, Mr. Gilmour mentioned several individuals he had been working with and described how he dealt with them. This shows his careful and personal approach to each person.
Chang attends Sunday and Friday services. I believe he is hoping for a position in the mission, though he has little expectation of that from me and only a small chance with Reese. I also think he does not intend to turn away from Christianity or from us, and I have a faint hope that his experiences with us, though painful for us, will ultimately benefit him. I expect you'll find him more willing to listen now than he would have been had he not gone through these difficulties with us. Sheng has been struggling with philosophical doubts planted by the devil. I have urged him to fight back with Scripture, just as our Master did. I like Li, the shoemaker. He cannot stay for Sunday service, so I meet with him before it. Fu is doing well. Last Friday, he stayed after the prayer meeting and talked until 9:40 about all sorts of things, both secular and sacred. He has fond memories of Emily. She liked him too. Jui Wu, the man from the Powder magazine, seems to be in a more hopeful state. He may come around yet. Old Tai nearly left, but I believe he will stay until you return. He enjoys having lunch with me on Sundays, along with 4, 5, or 6 small cups of strong tea with milk and sugar. He is growing in grace. I keep young Tai after his father leaves, reading and teaching him. He gives up his trade for the day, and I want to make it a worthwhile time for him. Chow Er attends faithfully and is doing better in life. Lu Su has returned to his old trade and is doing well. He comes to service when he can. He was the one I had the least hope for, yet now he is one of the most encouraging cases. The Lama is coming tomorrow to help finish reconstructing the Mongol catechism. I may go on a 2-month journey to Mongolia starting in December. I'll need to take the children to Tientsin in February and hope to meet you then. The shoes remain the same. I am very encouraged and thankful for the little church. I can honestly say I have done my best in your absence, and God has given me much encouragement. I have reaped some of what you sowed, and have tried to sow something for you to reap when you return. I sometimes sink into deep sorrow when I think of the children, but their mother was able to trust Jesus with them. Why shouldn't I? The Mongol work has entered a new phase, opening up a different future for me. It is a daunting task. I don't think I will go to Kalgan or that region. I doubt any doctor would stay with me there. I may head northeast, but I can't say for sure yet. For now, with God's help, I hope to work another month in Peking before handing everything over to Reese for good. I plan to sell most of my books. What use are they to me? I never have time to read them, and likely never will.
This letter was written after the sorrowful event we must now mention. By the end of the summer of 1885, Mr. Gilmour realised that one of the greatest trials of his life was approaching. For years, Mrs. Gilmour had suffered from severe bouts of pain. Her visit to England, with its rest and change of pace, had somewhat restored her, but soon after settling back into their home in Peking, her most troubling symptoms returned. With the courage and determination that had always marked her missionary life, she continued her work, sharing in the mission's responsibilities and burdens. But over time, she had to accept that her active service was coming to an end. From the beginning, she had wholeheartedly given herself to the mission. She had learned to speak Mongolian fluently, enduring the hardships of life in a Mongol tent just as her husband had. The Mongols were drawn to her kindness, her love for animals, and her genuine concern for their well-being. In Peking, she had devoted herself to teaching and ministering to women and girls, both in education and in spiritual matters. One of her greatest sorrows was the growing realization that she could no longer continue this work. In a letter to her sister, Mrs. Meach, dated May 2nd, 1885, she expressed this for the first time.
I would have written sooner, but I have been unwell for about 6 weeks, not truly ill, except for 1 week, but unable to do anything beyond the children's lessons and sometimes playing the harmonium on Sundays. Everything else has had to stop. I am sorry, but it cannot be helped. I don't know how long this will last. I cannot regain my strength, so I must simply accept being tired. I am nothing more than weak, and many people live with that. There has been a great revival here. It felt like a rushing mountain torrent, and I could only stand by and watch. My only thought was how people had lived so long without the joy that was always within reach. I didn't want to go to the meetings. I felt too weak to handle the spiritual intensity. But instead of exhausting me, it filled me with love for so many people. May the Chinese feel the flood of new life that has come to Peking. And they must. Nothing can stop it.
This passage refers to a deep spiritual renewal among the missionaries and some European residents in Peking. Mr. Gilmour's first direct mention of his coming sorrow appears in his diary. However, in a report sent home a month later, dated August 4th, 1885, he wrote,
Mrs. Gilmour is very ill and now very weak. I fear all hope of her recovery is gone. She is worn down, but the serious issue is with her lungs. We are staying in the hills, in a temple, with another family, the Childs. Mrs. Child came to China on the same ship as Mrs. Gilmour back when she was Miss Prankard. She has been an invaluable help to the one who is now so sick.
His diary entries reveal the unfolding sorrow.
July 4th, 1885. Today, for the first time, I truly feel it. My wife is likely to die. I also feel something of the desolation that awaits me, with my motherless children sent away from me. Oh, man. August 22nd. Emily spoke of sometimes feeling so happy. She now fully understands that she will not recover. September 13th, Sunday, Peking. Emily saw all the women today, but felt very weak. At 7 p.m. she said, Well, Jamie, I suppose I am going. I'll see you there soon. It won't be long. I told her she wouldn't need me much there, but she replied fondly that she would.
I think I'll sit at the gate and look for you coming.
She said she had been outside for the last time. She asked me not to go to chapel, but I went. September 17th. This morning, I promised Emily that I would stay home from chapel and give her a holiday. She was so pleased. We had a most enjoyable afternoon. She was so happy. She sat up for an hour or so, and we talked about many things, the purpose of beauty in creation, and more.
The next day, Mrs. Gilmour slowly weakened, and soon after midnight on September 18th, she peacefully passed within the gate. Her husband described the final moments.
My dear Meech, Emily crossed the river last night, or rather this morning, at 12:15. I was called in from the Friday evening prayer meeting just as it was ending and found her struggling to breathe, her eyes fixed. For a time, we thought it would be the end, but she recovered briefly. At 10 p.m, it happened again, just as it had at 8 p.m. At midnight, she was breathing with great difficulty. She coughed just a little, and suddenly her breathing quickened. All at once, her hand fell powerless, her eyes became fixed, and after a few more laboured breaths, she was gone. With Mrs. Henderson standing on one side of the bed, which we had moved into the sitting room after returning from the hills, she departed. During these 4 hours, she spoke little. Once or twice, she asked for milk, but mostly she responded to my remarks and suggestions by nodding or shaking her head. At 10:30, seeing that I was sleepy and wanting to rest herself, she asked me to go lie down, but I told her I would not do so while she was so ill. I asked if she felt safe in the hands of Jesus. She nodded. A month or 6 weeks ago, we had talked about everything that needed to be done in case of her death, the children, and other matters. Not just then, but several times we had spoken about spiritual things, fearing that when the end came, she might not be able to say much. I'm glad we did. During these last 4 hours, she was either in great distress or, when relieved, too tired and longing for sleep to speak much. The rest she so longed for is now hers. I treasure what she once said after reading her wall text.
To me, to live is Christ, to die is gain.
I asked if she truly felt that way. She said she did, and often remarked that leaving this world would be far better for her. Yet she longed to recover for my sake and for the children. For herself, she had grown more and more captivated by the beauty God placed in the world. On Friday, when I entered the room, she waved her hand and said,
What beauty?
It was at the sight of some flowers on the table. A bunch of grapes, in its beauty, filled her mouth with praise to God for all His goodness to her. The post is about to leave. The funeral is on Monday. Yours in sorrow, J. Gilmour.
Mrs. Gilmour was buried on September 21st. Her faith was clear and strong. Though their courtship had been unusual, their married life was filled with happiness. She matched her husband in missionary zeal and passion, and he himself testified to her remarkable ability to discern the moral character of the Chinese. She devoted much time and effort to Christian work among the women and girls in Peking. Throughout nearly 11 years of marriage, she was a great support to her husband, strengthening his work with her wisdom, deep love, steadfast Christian character, and complete dedication to the Lord Jesus Christ. Chapter 9. A Change of Field. During 1885, James Gilmour gradually came to the conclusion that a change of mission field was necessary. Friends and colleagues who were in a position to advise him had encouraged him to work among the agricultural Mongols in eastern Mongolia. No one understood the advantages and challenges of this shift better than he did. The reasons that ultimately led him to decide were both noble and characteristic. It was a difficult field, and no one else was willing or able to go. The Mongols of the plains had some support from the American mission in Kalgan, but those in eastern Mongolia had no one to help them. As he later explained, these considerations shaped his decision.
Under these circumstances, my mind has turned toward the northeast of Peking, where people are not as scarce and where the Mongols live as farmers. I have visited that region twice and know some people from there. As soon as Mr. Rees returns from Chicho, I hope to go again. A doctor might be persuaded to settle there, and though it would be difficult, a family might also live there, something I don't think would be possible on the plains beyond Kalgan. I am fully aware of the difficulties. They are: I have no suitable Chinese assistant to take with me. More than half the population is Chinese, and I cannot work effectively without one. It is a new district, and it will take time to establish the work. It is not easily accessible from Peking or any other major location, making it a very isolated place. It is a rough and somewhat unsafe region. I understand all these challenges, but with reliance on God, I feel ready to face them as the best and right course of action. There are inns throughout the area, and though securing a permanent residence may take time, I can still move among the people. My main goal is to establish a base where I can live in close contact with the people. For this reason, I strongly desire that a doctor should come. If he is unmarried, I would be glad to see him as soon as possible. Could you find a doctor willing to remain single until a suitable location is secured? Once settled, he may marry if he chooses. I believe the area I have in mind would be an excellent base for a doctor. He would have ample work among both Mongols and Chinese, especially if he could establish a small hospital for inpatients. I am very glad that the Mongolian region around Kalgan has begun to show signs of bearing fruit. This has greatly strengthened my faith. I am also grateful that God has in some measure acknowledged my work here in Peking, and I feel more hopeful than ever before. God has also cut me loose from all my earthly ties, so that I feel completely ready to go anywhere, so long as He goes with me.
Mr. Gilmour undertook this new mission with the understanding that a medical colleague would be sent to assist him as soon as possible. The London board accepted this responsibility and worked to fulfil it. However, the delay in securing a suitable doctor proved a great test of faith, not only for Gilmour, who laboured alone, but also for many others deeply concerned about the fate of the new mission. Later, when a capable and like-minded doctor finally arrived and began the work with energy and hope, Dr. Mackenzie of Tientsin suddenly passed away. The urgent need in Tientsin then took priority, forcing the new doctor to leave Mongolia. In evaluating the success of both missions, the one on the plain and the one in eastern Mongolia, it must not be forgotten that what Gilmour saw as essential, the presence of a medical colleague, was never granted to him for any length of time. In his account of his first visit to the region as its missionary, though he had twice visited before for inspection, he strongly emphasised this need.
I left Peking on December 14th, 1885, and returned on February 16th, 1886, making my absence exactly 2 months. The part of Mongolia I travelled to lies 800 li, about 270 English miles, northeast by east of Peking. At the usual pace of 90 li, 30 miles per day, the journey takes 9 days. This is not the region near Kalgan. Kalgan is north-northwest of Peking and about 5 days' journey away. While I was making my plans, a Mongol arrived in Peking who was willing to take me to his home. I went with him, hoping this would serve as an introduction to a new district, as having a local connection is both necessary and helpful. Through his introduction, I stayed in Tacheng-tsu from December 23rd, 1885 to February 9th, 1886, lodging in an inn. I spent some days at my Mongol friend's home and made 2 trips to other places, but Tacheng-tsu remained my headquarters. It is a small market town with a daily fair. The surrounding area is inhabited by Mongols and Chinese in roughly equal numbers. The Mongols are generally the landowners and refer to the Chinese as slaves, at least in the countryside. However, the real trade of the entire region is controlled by the Chinese. All the Mongols speak Chinese, and many of those living in town have forgotten Mongolian entirely, even laughing at themselves for no longer being able to speak their own language. The country is similar to Wales in this respect. Although Mongolian is the native language, Chinese is the language of the future, the one that people admire and strive to learn. Wealthy Mongols hire Chinese teachers for their children and read Chinese fluently. During my stay, I sold more Chinese books than Mongolian ones and spoke more Chinese than Mongolian, even though most of my interactions were with Mongols. Opium is widely grown there, as is tobacco, and large amounts of whiskey are produced and consumed. It was partly a famine year. Just beyond Ta Cheng Tsu, the harvest had failed. The message that seemed to resonate most with people was one that challenged them about the cultivation, production, and use of these three substances. I reasoned that such practices went against heaven's purpose in giving land and rain to grow food, and it was no surprise that God, seeing how his gifts were misused, would allow scarcity. Another frequent topic was evil speech and vile language, which naturally fit into the discussion. On these four subjects, opium, tobacco, whiskey, and corrupt speech, I almost never spoke without receiving the full agreement of my listeners. Yet the greatest theme was Christ. I believe that most men in that small market town, along with many who came to the fair, both heard and understood the essential truth of salvation in Jesus. Eager to see more of the country and hoping for the opportunity to talk with him along the way, I hired a Mongol to carry my bedding and books and set out for a village 30 miles away. The winter cold was already severe, but a snowstorm overtook us in a small market town, making it even worse. I have no words to describe how bitter the cold felt as I walked up and down that single street. My hands were so numb that I could barely pass out the books I was selling. I did manage to sell a fair number, but my attempts at preaching were hindered. My muscles were too stiff to speak properly. That day was truly a cold day. At Bulltown, I was turned away from 2 respectable inns because I was travelling on foot without a cart or animal. As a result, I had to stay in a tramp's tavern, since I had arrived as a tramp. For my next journey, I hired a man and a donkey. The donkey became my passport to respectability, allowing me to find better lodging and carry more bedding, making the trip more comfortable. I was warned against travelling to Chaoyang, 60 miles away, as the roads were said to be dangerous. But I went anyway and encountered no trouble, though the district was suffering from a severe famine. On the way, I spent a day in 2 different market towns before reaching Chaoyang, where I stayed for 2 days. For the journey home, I walked, while a Mongol led a donkey carrying my bedding and books. I chose this method mainly to stay in close contact with him, hoping to reach him with the gospel. He proved to be an excellent travel companion, but so far, he has shown no sign of belief in Christ. Since we covered long distances each day, my feet suffered greatly.
In a private letter written at this time, Gilmour described more fully what he had endured.
I had a good time in Mongolia, but oh, so cold. Some of the days I spent in the markets were so bitterly cold that my muscles were numb, and even speaking was difficult. Yet I met with some spiritual response, and for that I can endure the cold. Man, I have grown thin. I am trying to build myself up again. I left my medicines, books, and other belongings there and walked back home, with a donkey carrying my baggage. A journey of about 300 miles in 7.5 days, averaging 40 miles a day. My feet suffered terribly. At night, I would thread wool through the blisters. In the morning, I would hobble at first, but soon I could walk properly again. I didn't walk because I lacked the money to ride, but to stay close to the Mongol travelling with me.
These vivid descriptions help us understand how Gilmour embarked on the final great missionary effort of his life. Upon returning to Peking, he faced one of the most painful trials that nearly all missionaries experience: the parting from his children. His two eldest boys were sent home for their education. They sailed from Tientsin on March 23, 1886. His diary entry for that day contains a brief but deeply emotional note.
At 6:45 a.m, all the friends gathered once more. At 7:30, the ship cast off, slowly drifting into the middle of the river. Oh, the parting.
Yet, by 8:30 that same morning, the grieving father was already on his solitary journey back to Peking. Now bereft of both wife and children, he was to spend the rest of his years in China, except for brief stays in Peking, living in the bleak, noisy, and uncomfortable rooms of ordinary Chinese inns. With the return of Reverend S.E. Meach in April 1886, Gilmour was fully released from his mission duties in the capital. Having gained sufficient experience in his new field, he set out once more for eastern Mongolia on April 22, 1886. It is neither necessary nor desirable to give a detailed account of the next 3 years, as his daily work followed a similar pattern. However, it is important to look deeper into his inner life, the spiritual wellspring that fueled his tireless efforts. This is where the true beauty, enduring lesson, and ultimate success of his life can be found. In a private letter to Reverend R. Wardlaw Thompson, the Foreign Secretary of the London Missionary Society, Gilmour described both his actions and the convictions that drove him during the summer of 1886. Differences of opinion arose among his fellow missionaries regarding the wisdom of his methods and the soundness of his judgment. Yet, those who disagreed most strongly had little or no first-hand experience of the work, whether on the plain or in Chaoyang. However, there was never any question about his complete devotion to winning souls. His own words in an official report testified to this.
Man, the fire of God is upon me to go and preach. The past 4.5 months have been a time of great trial and spiritual strain. Since April 22nd, I have received no news from the outside world. A Bible Society agent who was selling books in the district stayed with me for a month, but since he had entered the region before I did, he had no news for me, only questions, hoping for news from me. Some men who once showed promise of believing in Jesus have fallen away. I have a troubling suspicion that one of them was the one who, on the morning of Sunday, June 6th, stole my beautiful copy of the Revised Bible, leaving me with only an English New Testament. I had struggled to obtain that Bible, and it was a heartless act for a Chinaman to steal it, likely for the leather binding, which would have been of little use to him. I said nothing about it to anyone in the town, fearing that making a fuss would create problems later, making innkeepers reluctant to host me in case they were held responsible for such losses. Yet, I must admit that at first, I did not take the loss joyfully. Secret tears bore witness to my grief, but I clung to my faith that all things work together for good, and I found comfort in that. I turned my attention even more earnestly to the New Testament. Then the Chinese would ask, "How many people have believed and joined the faith since you left Peking?" Such questions only reminded me of how slow the work is, stirring within me an even deeper longing for God's blessing in the conversion of souls. At the beginning of July, I must have suffered from heat stroke. I was ill for nearly the entire month, but since this was the time of the great annual fair at Chaoyang, I still had the tent set up daily and dispensed medicines. However, my assistant had to do most of the preaching, as I lacked the strength for it. For the first 3 weeks of August, I suffered from diarrhea and dysentery while at Taching Tsu. There was no fair and only small market gatherings. but whenever the weather allowed, we set up the tent daily and carried on the work. Paul's words in Galatians 4:19, "My little children, of whom I am again in travail until Christ be formed in you," are true. It is a labour of prayer, carrying men before God until the image of Christ is formed in them. And yet, how many prove to be failures? One of the converts at Ta-Cheng Tzu caused me much anxiety. I knew he had shown interest in the gospel the previous winter. He told me he wanted to visit me at the inn and share his struggles. I was eager to return home, but since he said he wouldn't be free until a certain date, I waited nearly a week, almost for no other reason than to meet with him. He never came. I trudged back to Peking, downcast about him. This year, when we arrived at Ta-Cheng Tzu on our way to Chaoyang, we stopped for breakfast at a restaurant owned by two brothers. Both of them, along with a third brother, belong to a sect that forbids opium, whiskey, and tobacco. When we entered, we were taken to a more private area where the brothers and their cook immediately began questioning us about Christianity, how to enter the faith, what it meant, and so on. This took me completely by surprise, and I was so overjoyed that I barely touched my breakfast, though we had travelled 8 hours that morning. That evening, I did not return for a meal. But when my assistant went, he was met at the door by the same inquirers, eager to continue their discussion. They spoke for so long that darkness fell, the cooking range was closed, and the restaurant shut down for the night before they were finished. My assistant had no dinner, but we left the next day for Chaoyang feeling thankful and happy. These restaurant owners had been visited a few days earlier by the Bible Society's agent, and they had received much Christian instruction from his Chinese assistant. Our conversation with the restaurant men took place on Monday. The following Sunday, in Chaoyang, just 6 days after what felt like a mountaintop experience with these eager inquirers, I was confronted with a painful contrast. After the afternoon preaching, as I was dismissing the last few listeners and stepping down from my small preaching stand, a man from the crowd approached me. He said he had a letter for me from Ta-Cheng Tzu, sent by the Bible Society's agent. When I returned to my inn and read the letter, I discovered that the agent and his Chinese assistant had fallen into disagreement. The agent had left Ta-Cheng Tzu to seek me out for help. Seeing the urgency, I set off for Ta-Cheng Tzu the next day. When I arrived, I found the town buzzing with talk about the dispute between the Christian foreigner and the Christian native. This was bad enough, but worse still, when I visited the restaurant, I saw that the eagerness of the inquirers had faded. One of them said openly, "If this is the kind of fruit Christianity produces, how is it any better than other religions?" On a later visit in May, they seemed even colder, and the place where I had once hoped to gather fruit now felt barren and hopeless. In August, we returned to Ta-Cheng Tzu. I was discouraged. The fever in July, the disappointment of the Mongol donkey man who failed to come for us, the diarrhea that turned into dysentery during the journey, the difficulty of finding suitable lodging, and the hardened hearts of the restaurant men all made our arrival far from joyful. On the way, my assistant and I discussed the situation and resolved to pray and do whatever we could to reach the restaurant men again. Just 10 days after we arrived, the eldest brother came to my inn and said, "Tonight, I will dismiss my gods. From now on, I am a Christian. I am ready to be baptized whenever you choose." I cannot express the relief those words brought me. There were still concerns about his sincerity, but within a few days, everything became clear. Day after day, in full view of the public, he could be seen in the restaurant studying his catechism whenever he was not busy, openly speaking about Christianity to anyone who asked what book he was reading. He is a leading figure, though a poor scholar, and was the deacon or head of the Tsai Li Ti sect in Taching Tzu, which has about 12 to 16 members. Most of them joined the sect through his influence, and now he is eager to lead others to Christianity in the same way. You can understand why I am so anxious about him. If he remains steadfast, we may soon have a small group of believers there. If he falls away, well, all things work together for my good. One incident that helped move these restaurant men toward Christianity happened in their establishment last winter. One evening at dinner, a half-drunk Chinaman insulted me terribly, accusing me of many shameful things. Though his words were completely false about me, they might have been true of some other foreigner he had encountered. Reasoning with a drunken man over mistaken identity was pointless, so I said nothing. I simply ate my meal, paid my bill, and returned to my inn. Later, the restaurant men told me they were furious with the man and had felt like going for him themselves. They never forgot what they called my patience. In God's providence, this small incident seems to have played a significant role in shaping their favourable view of Christianity. Another thing that seemed to impress them was seeing me at my post in the tent every day this August, continuing the work even when they knew I was ill, and, by their thinking, should have been in bed. I was not as sick as they imagined, but that was their perception. If enduring another round of insults and another bout of dysentery would bring the same results, I would gladly go through it again. The commitment of another adherent at Taching Tzu, along with the stirring of two other men's hearts, though they lived at a distance and had to leave before receiving full instruction, has deeply moved me. I try to hold hope for them. All of this feels like an answer to a deep longing I had been bringing before God, pleading that He would give me power to reach these people. Oh, that He would do it. I have felt it my duty to try vegetarianism. I don't know if I can sustain it, but the Chinese highly respect this form of supposed asceticism, and I am eager to gain the influence it might provide. I am following it in the strict Chinese manner, which forbids eggs, leeks, carrots, and other foods. So far, all is well. My only concern is that the increased appetite it brings might lead me to eat so much that I become fat. We'll see. The mothers bringing their babies moves me deeply. It reminds me of scenes in Peking when another, more skillful hand tended to their illnesses. Then, the memories of family life come flooding back, and I must find a place to weep. Altogether, this is truly sowing in tears. The district is not an easy one, and the life this work demands is a hard one. There is no hardship or self-denial I am not willing to endure, but I want you to understand me and grant me your sympathy.
This passage reveals much about Gilmour's heart. His desire to fully immerse himself in the lives of the people was evident in all he did. He had long since adopted the dress of an ordinary shopkeeper or respectable labourer. Now, he also adjusted his diet, living on the same food as the poor. Often, he would take his bowl of porridge in the street, just as the locals did, sitting on a low stool by the boiler of an itinerant food vendor. His approach to vegetarianism, as he indicated, was not merely about diet. It was a deliberate effort to align himself with Chinese customs and win their trust. The extreme poverty of the people made Gilmour acutely aware of the vast waste caused by whiskey drinking, tobacco smoking, and opium use. The Tsai Li Ti sect, which he had encountered, was a small Chinese movement advocating complete abstinence from all three. To him, it was intolerable that the moral standards of Christianity in these matters should be lower than those of a heathen sect. Famine was a frequent scourge in the region, and Gilmour came to believe that people could hardly pray, "Give us this day our daily bread," with any hope of an answer, or even expect God's blessing on their farming, while they continued to divert large amounts of grain into strong drink and set aside vast areas of land for growing tobacco and opium. Because of this conviction, he initially made complete abstinence from all three substances a strict requirement for entry into the Christian Church. It was perhaps inevitable that his colleagues in the North China Mission would not all share his views. On the issue of opium, there was full agreement that abstinence was essential. However, regarding whiskey and tobacco, the general consensus was that, while abstinence might be desirable, it was not explicitly commanded in Scripture, and should not be made an absolute condition for baptism. Some of Gilmour's colleagues feared that the heathen might confuse Christianity with their own Psi Liti sect. In response to this concern, Gilmour wrote,
"My hearers not know the difference between Psi Liti and Christianity. Thanks be to God, this whole town and surrounding area has echoed with the truths of Christianity. Children, men, shop boys, and, even of all people, a lad gathering grain stumps in a distant field. I have overheard them repeating sayings of mine when they saw me, not realising I could hear them."
We do not wish to enter into this debate as a mere discussion, but to understand Gilmour as he truly was, this issue deserves more than a passing mention. The following letter is one of many exchanged on the subject.
"I expect to leave on Tuesday. Pardon me for expressing myself on one matter, the Chinese teetotal issue. You and some of my colleagues seem immovable on this question. This grieves me deeply. I believe you are mistaken in your views. Perhaps you can out-argue me, but I am more convinced than ever that teetotalism is right and necessary for the success of native Christian life in China. We already have painful examples of this among the converts, especially 2 cases, one of them from Tientsin. I do not know your church history in Tientsin, but if it is anything like ours here, you will find men whose Christian character has been ruined, men who, but for drink and its consequences, might have been shining examples of faith. And yet, these are men for whom Christ died, brethren for whom Christ died. Pardon me again for taking a direct route to what I wish to say. I believe that if Christ were here now as a missionary among us, he would be an enthusiastic teetotaler and a non-smoker. Tobacco, though comparatively harmless, is not as insignificant as we foreigners tend to think. Whiskey, however, must go, and I believe the Chinese would be quite willing, if led, to abandon both whiskey and tobacco together. In China, these two are closely linked, both widely acknowledged as useless, harmful where they have any effect at all, and relatively expensive. I would like to see you establish an anti-tobacco and whiskey society within your church, voluntary of course, in a church founded on the old principles. Even if I stand alone, I believe the rising tide is with me. Wishing you many souls in 1887 and hoping that no minor differences of opinion will hinder our prayers. Yours, I hardly know how to say what, James Gilmour."
For many years, Gilmour had contributed to the Chinese Recorder, a publication for missionaries. In it, he wrote a detailed paper outlining his views on this matter with great clarity and conviction. This article deserves mention in his life's story because in it, he painted a vivid picture of himself and the evangelistic methods he adopted in his later years.
In December 1885, in a district of North China that was new to me, I found myself preaching to a small crowd of Chinese and Mongols in a market town. I stood in a narrow lane leading to the main street with a mud wall at my back and the audience in front and on both sides. The bright sun above made the place warm and cheerful. After listening for a while, the people began asking how good harvests could be secured. They had paid respectful attention to what I had preached, but as soon as they had the chance to speak, their first concern was how to ensure a good crop. At first, I gave little attention to the question, but soon several men in succession asked the same thing, and I realised that this concern left little room in their minds for anything else. And they had good reason. Their last harvest had been a poor one, yielding only 3/10 of the usual crop. Even so, they were better off than others. In nearby areas, the yield had been only 2/10, and beyond that, entire fields had been sown, but never reaped. Nothing had grown. Later, I passed through some of these areas and saw the barren fields myself. Was it any wonder, then, that their greatest concern was the harvest failure, and their most pressing question was how to secure a better season next year? Looking at the crowd, I saw that 9/10 of them were poorly dressed. Nearly half were utterly insufficiently clothed, many still wearing garments suited for summer. I was wrapped in a sheepskin coat and felt shoes, and even then, I was not too warm. I could not help but think how bitterly cold they must have been in their torn clothes and thin shoes. On top of this, they seemed hungry. I would guess that perhaps half of them were actually suffering from a lack of food. Taking these things into account, I did not see the repeated question, "How about the harvest?" as impertinent, and I set myself to answer it. When they asked again, I responded with a question of my own. "Do you think you deserve good harvests?" This usually made them stare in surprise and ask, "Why shouldn't we deserve good harvests?" I replied, "First of all, because of that tobacco pipe in your mouth." At this, a wave of laughter and disbelief would pass through the crowd. But when they finished laughing and I asked them to think seriously about it, the foolishness of spending money on a pipe and tobacco while shivering in rags and going hungry, they stopped laughing. When I asked them what good smoking did, they had no real answer. Then I pressed them further. Where does the tobacco come from? They admitted that a significant portion of their best land was used for growing it. When I asked how much land was devoted to tobacco, they acknowledged, perhaps for the first time, the sheer extent of it. I myself had not fully realised the scale of tobacco farming until the following summer. Walking around the outskirts of town and looking over the low mud walls of their gardens, I was astonished at the vast stretches of land covered in the broad, green leaves of flourishing tobacco plants. By presenting these ideas to my audience, they would acknowledge that growing tobacco was a misuse of their best land. They would admit that cultivating and using tobacco was wrong and that it hindered heaven from providing for them. Heaven had given them fertile land and good rains for growing food, yet by planting tobacco, they were going against that purpose. As long as they continued, how could they rightfully ask for good harvests? If they used good land to grow tobacco, how could they expect heaven to send rain, knowing that what would grow was not food, but a crop they all agreed was of no real use? My audience would recognise that before they could hope for a good harvest, they needed to stop growing and using tobacco. Over a year and a half of outdoor preaching in streets and fairs, as well as private conversations, I never met an audience that defended tobacco as useful. I recall meeting only 3 individuals who had anything to say in its defence. Almost everyone, even smokers, admitted it was useless. Many had not considered that growing and using tobacco had any moral or practical consequences beyond personal extravagance. They did not see its impact on the food supply or harvests. However, when this was explained, they quickly admitted that growing tobacco reduced the production of grain, and that misusing land in this way could anger heaven, making it less willing to send rain. I never considered smoking a serious problem until I came to this district and had to study the issue. In England, I had never seen tobacco grown. There, a smoker spends a little money and smokes. What harm does he do? Doesn't he contribute to trade and revenue? His smoking seems to harm no one but himself. That was how I thought. But here, I saw that growing tobacco limited the supply of grain, driving up food prices and causing hunger. I saw men, women, and even children in rags, hungry, yet still smoking. When they complained that heaven was not providing them with enough food, it was only right to show them that the fault lay not with heaven, but with themselves. At least part of their food shortage was due to their excessive cultivation and use of tobacco, which was widespread throughout the region. I have spoken at length about the tobacco issue, not because it is the most important of the three concerns mentioned, but because many good brethren have not agreed with me on this point. They feel, as I once did before going to that region, that tobacco smoking is a minor matter, not worth making a serious issue of, or considering in terms of conscience or Christian duty. These brethren have not seen the full effects of the problem. I am convinced that almost any missionary in my position would have done as I did, taken a stand against both the excessive cultivation and even more excessive use of tobacco. The people were not satisfied with what they grew. They also imported large quantities. Tobacco is not the greatest cause of poverty and hunger in the district, but it contributes far more than one might expect. Without its use, many men, women and children who now suffer from inadequate clothing and food would be well fed and properly dressed. Christ taught us to pray, "Give us this day our daily bread." It must be wrong to allow hundreds of people to go half-clothed and half-fed simply so that 80 to 90% of the adults in that district can indulge in tobacco, a habit they themselves admit has no real value. They continue it not because they see any good in it, but simply because they have grown accustomed to it and find it hard to stop. A more serious issue, however, is whiskey. When I first entered that region, I was shocked by the sheer amount of whiskey consumed. Staying in an inn and eating at a public house twice a day, I had frequent opportunities to observe the drinking habits of the people. Almost every man who entered the eating house first asked for a whiskey warmer. He would then go out to buy whiskey, return, set it in the charcoal fire to warm, and slowly drink it from the small wine cups commonly used in China. Many invited me to join them, surprised that a man who could afford it would not treat himself to 2 ounces of whiskey. They were even more astonished when they learned that I also did not use tobacco. It would be an exaggeration, but not a great one, to say that nearly every man who entered the eating house began his meal with whiskey. When my street audiences asked how they could receive good harvests after discussing tobacco, I would ask, "What about your whiskey drinking?" Often they would bring it up first, saying, "If tobacco is wrong, what about whiskey?" Convincing them of its wrongness was never difficult. Asking heaven for good harvests while taking the grain heaven had given for food and turning it into whiskey. They already knew this was wrong. And in that district, it was a particularly serious problem. The amount of whiskey consumed was enormous. Even people from other parts of China were struck by the excess. When I first travelled through the area, I noticed how they described the size and trade of a town. They would mention whether it had a distillery and a pawn shop, and how many of each. Nearly every large, imposing business establishment in the region was either a distillery, a pawn shop, or both combined. The banknotes in circulation were issued with only a small fee by distilleries and pawnshops. The first crop to ripen in the district was barley, and the people themselves would say that all of it went to the distilleries. On the roads, I would see large carts drawn by 6 or 7 mules, loaded with grain. Many of these carts belonged to distilleries, travelling the countryside to collect grain for whisky production. In a quiet market town, one of the first sounds heard in the morning after daylight was the beating of a wooden drum. When asked what it meant, people would explain that it was a distillery calling its workers to breakfast. Some of these establishments had as many as 60 or 70 workers to feed. The whisky trade was massive, far exceeding all other trades. Women generally did not drink, but almost all men did, or rather, all males, since many boys acquired the habit long before they could be called men. Very few men abstained from whisky altogether. Poor agricultural labourers drank it whenever they could, consuming as much or as little as they could afford. Many men regularly drank 2 Chinese ounces per meal, while others drank more. Wealthier individuals consumed half a catty per day, some a whole catty, and a few even 1.5 catties. A small portion of the male population valued drinking more than eating. These were usually older men, but I can think of 2 younger men, both Mongols, one a priest and the other a layman, who had already reached this extreme stage of whisky dependence. This excessive use of whisky has impoverished many families and ruined many men. It has caused countless quarrels and led to many lawsuits. Everyone recognises the harm whisky causes, yet custom demands that friends be honoured with whisky, business be conducted over whisky, and the common belief is that nothing can be done without it. For example, if a farmer adds a few rooms to his house, he is expected to provide whisky for his masons and carpenters. With whisky being so universally used, the amount consumed is enormous. The quantity of grain used in distilleries is almost beyond measure, and I do not recall ever meeting a Chinese man who did not admit that distilling whisky was wrong. When they ask me how to receive good harvests, I tell them, stop misusing the grain you already have before asking for more. If heaven sees you using much of your best land to grow useless tobacco, and taking a large portion of the grain sent for food, not to eat, not to feed animals, but to distill into harmful whisky, do you think heaven, seeing such waste, will listen to your prayers and send even more of what you are already misusing? If you bought food for your child and he ate only half while throwing the rest to the pigs, would you immediately buy him more, even if he said he was hungry? This reasoning always makes sense to them, and they never fail to agree. As for opium, I rarely need to say much. Everyone admits it is entirely and utterly bad, yet the amount grown in the district is enormous. In early spring, the first task of cultivation is irrigating and preparing the opium fields, and during the season, nearly all the best land is covered in the bright bloom of poppies. It is a common sight to see country people carrying bowls and basins of raw opium to market, while buyers and sellers travel with weighing scales tucked in their belts. There are no government restrictions, the duty imposed is not heavy, and public opinion does not speak against it. The locals say opium was originally grown to prevent money from leaving the district for imported opium, but the more they grew, the more they used, and now both production and consumption are immense. A small number of farmers with good land refuse to grow opium, but they are few. Generally, the best plots of land are reserved for opium cultivation. The people's own conscience tells them this is wrong. So when they ask how to receive good harvests, they themselves acknowledge the fairness of the answer. First, stop wasting heaven's blessings by growing and producing opium, whiskey, and tobacco. Only then, and not before, can you reasonably ask heaven for greater harvests. One more fact must not be overlooked. Drinkers of whiskey and smokers, especially of opium, indulge more when the year is good. In poor years, they consume less whiskey and opium, but when times are prosperous and prices drop, they increase their use. Instead of showing gratitude to heaven for a good year, they take advantage of it to fall deeper into waste and wrongdoing. Is this the way to receive better harvests? Given the excessive cultivation and consumption of tobacco and opium, along with the large-scale production and use of whiskey, what could any honest and straightforward person say when asked how to obtain good harvests except, repent and stop this great waste? Thus, not by any deliberate plan of my own, but by the clear direction of circumstances, I felt compelled to call upon the people of the district to give up not only opium, but also whiskey and tobacco as a necessary step toward worshipping the true God. Many friends have objected to my making teetotalism a requirement of Christianity, and even more, have strongly opposed my firm stance against tobacco. But their position is exactly the one I held before going to that region. After witnessing the reality there, no other course seemed possible but to call on all who sought to do right to abandon all three. I am convinced that almost any other missionary, placed in the same circumstances, would have taken the same stand. This position also resonates with the native mind. Even before my arrival in the district, the people themselves had begun to protest against these vices. In some areas, the Tsai Li-Ti sect has gained many followers. The core practical teaching of this sect is Yen Chu Pu Tong, abstinence from tobacco, whiskey, and opium. The very existence and success of this movement clearly show that serious-minded natives recognise the excessive use of these substances as a great evil. Some friends accuse me of replacing faith in Christ and higher Christian duties with self-righteousness. I do no such thing. I start with the Chinaman where I find him, answering the questions he insists on asking first. I appeal to him to abandon what he already acknowledges as sin, Tsaonye, as a first step in turning from evil, learning to do good, and coming into a right relationship with God through Christ. Some fear that this approach could lead to self-righteousness. There is no such danger. The real risk lies in the opposite direction. Allowing Christians in that region to continue drinking whiskey and smoking tobacco would mean preaching forgiveness of sin through Christ, while they persisted in what their own conscience condemned as sin. That would be unacceptable. Given the conditions in that district, I have no doubt that an honest man seeking to obey God must abandon all three: tobacco, whiskey, and opium. I have carefully confined my remarks to the state of things in that region. This district is unique in that it produces almost everything necessary for both survival and luxury within its own borders. It also has a perfectly balanced population, no more, no less than it can sustain. When the population grows too large, the surplus moves to Manchuria. When it falls below capacity, new arrivals from the south quickly fill the gap. The cultivation of tobacco, whiskey, and opium not only reduces many people from comfort to misery, but also decreases the number of inhabitants the land can support. Without these three things, many more people could make a living in the district. But is this not a reflection of the world as a whole? What is true of that district? Is it not true of the entire world? Opium is a great evil everywhere. On that, there is no debate. but whiskey and tobacco also diminish both the well-being and the number of people who could be sustained. Is their effect not the same globally? If tobacco and whiskey were not produced, would there not be more food and clothing for a much larger population? If so, do they not take the bread out of men's mouths and the clothes off their backs? And if that is true, does not every smoker and drinker share in this wrongdoing? Christians pray, "Give us this day our daily bread." Is it not only right and consistent that they should stop undermining this prayer by smoking and drinking, reducing the world's supply of life's necessities? Tobacco seems harmless. It is far less harmful than opium and whiskey, but its cultivation reduces the supply of grain and cotton, making it harder to feed the hungry and clothe the poor. Good, sincere Christian men smoke and drink. Evangelists and pastors whom God has used to save souls smoke without seeing any harm in it. The reason is that they have never witnessed firsthand the true effects of these habits. They do not realise the harm being done. But I am certain that if they saw with their own eyes men, women and children hungry and in rags, when, without tobacco and whiskey, they could be well fed and clothed, these same good brethren, whose example is used to argue against my position, would be the first to say, "I will neither smoke tobacco nor drink whiskey while the world stands."
Later, not because his convictions changed, but out of respect for the views of others, always seeking to work in harmony, he adjusted his approach, no longer making the use of whiskey and tobacco an absolute barrier to church membership. His brethren also opposed the austere lifestyle he chose and the extreme hardships he willingly endured in his work. However, he often said, and his diary contains many references to the same, that the life he lived in the interior was just as healthy and conducive to longevity as the more comfortable life of a missionary in Peking. While it may be true that 20 years of exposure and suffering had so weakened him that he was powerless against his final illness, those years of labour in the service of God and man surely planted seeds that would bring forth a rich harvest, to the glory of God and the blessing of the dark and degraded Mongols and Chinese. By the end of 1886, 3 main centres of work had been established in the new district: Tachengzu, Tasukou and Chaoyang, each an important town. Mr. Gilmour would spend about a month in each place, also visiting the surrounding areas, especially where fairs were held and large crowds gathered. He had a tent that he set up in busy streets, where he stood from morning until night, healing the sick, selling Christian books, speaking with inquirers, and preaching the full and free gospel at every opportunity. Yet, more than all these efforts combined, his constant and selfless life of Christ-like sacrifice left the greatest impression on those who watched him. His letters are filled with vivid descriptions of his daily labour and spiritual experiences.
Chaoyang, May 14th, 1886. The people here are very poor. Last year's crops were bad. When the trees begin to bud, the poor break off branches and eat the seeds of elm trees. I saw a woman high up in a tree, gathering seeds. She had taken half of her door, leaned it against the tree as a makeshift ladder, climbed up using the crossbars, and reached the branches. Below, her 3 children gathered the twigs and seeds she threw down. The elm seeds are just ripening now. They are the size of large fish scales and fall like snow when the wind blows. I met 3 llamas on a long pilgrimage. Every 2 or 3 steps, they lay flat on the ground, then got up, walked a few more steps, and prostrated themselves again. They did not know that Jesus saves, believing instead that they must save themselves through this effort. Poor people. Yet they do not want to hear about Jesus. They want the credit for saving themselves. September 3rd. At Tachengzu, we had 7 days and nights of rain. It caused a great flood. The river rose washing away about 100 acres of land and 40 or 50 houses. For 2 days, house roof timbers, beams, and other debris floated down the river. One poor man tried to save his house by pulling it down, but it collapsed on him and killed him. It was heartbreaking to see the river eroding good land, 2 square yards at a time falling into the rushing waters. The Chinese people did nothing but stand and watch. Many walls and houses collapsed. In the courtyard next to ours, a house fell one morning after the rain had stopped. The family barely had time to escape through the window. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Our own room did not leak much, but the outer section of the wall facing the street fell. The inner wall remained standing, keeping our room intact. Chinese walls are built in 2 layers. One may fall, while the other stays standing. October 25th. God has given me a deep hunger and thirst for souls. Will He leave me unsatisfied? No, surely not. At night before bed, I read the Psalms in a small print copy of the Revised Bible, holding it at arm's length close to a Chinese candle to suit my failing eyesight. I find great strength and courage in the words of the old warrior. Truly, the Psalms are inspired. There is no doubt about that. None who wait on Him will be put to shame. He is here with me. November 17th. We start around the 5th watch, 6 a.m, reach the fair early, and spend the day on the street. It is late before we find rest, and I fear it is now well into the 3rd watch. I am in excellent health, though my feet and socks are in a sorry state. The country is unsafe, but we have been preserved so far. A few days ago, 2 men who slept on the same kang as us and left a little earlier were robbed. We later overtook them as they were gathering themselves after the attack. I had been frustrated at not leaving as soon as they did. But you see, God arranged it that way. Lately, I have come a step closer to God. Instead of striving to draw near to Him, I simply ask Christ to bring me closer. Why shouldn't I? Is He not the one who saves men from separation and brings us near to God? Peace, blessing, and power by Haslam, sent to me by an old college friend in Scotland, was the instrument God used. This friend once tested my soul when I was last at home. I believe I was of help to him then, and now he has been of great help to me. Let us sow beside all waters. My attitude here now is that of Psalm 123, verses 2 through 4. I trust that God can work through me as His instrument if He so wills. So I watch for His hand, looking among those who come to my stand to see whom He has sent. I feel as helpless as a Chinese farmer in a drought, but when God opens the heavens, the rain will come. Amen.
Mr. Gilmour returned to Peking on December 13th, after nearly 8 months away. The recorded results of his missionary efforts were patients seen, approximately 5,717. Hearers preached to 23,755. Books sold 3,067. Tracts distributed 4,500. Miles travelled 1,860. Money spent 120.92 tiles, approximately 30 to 40 pounds. He adds,
And out of all this, only 2 men have openly confessed Christ. In one sense, the result seems small. In another, there is much to be thankful for. I must part with my assistant and do not yet know whom to take in his place. My travel arrangements have fallen apart, and I am troubled in more ways than I have patience to write about. But where He may lead, I'll follow. In Him my trust repose, and every hour in perfect peace I'll sing, He knows, He knows.
After a visit to Tientsin and a brief rest in Peking, mostly spent preparing for his next journey into Mongolia, Mr. Gilmour set out again on January 25, 1887. At Tarchentsu, he managed to secure a kind of a home, hoping it would provide some relief from the discomforts of inn life and serve as a fixed base to aid in preaching the gospel. He rented 2 rooms for a year, located at the back of a small trading courtyard surrounded by a tin shop, a rope spinner's workshop, and a stable. In one corner, there was a pigsty.
When I first saw it, I almost refused to take it. But in the end, there was no other option, so we rented it for a year.
Finding suitable premises in a Chinese town was always difficult, especially given the financial limitations and the suspicion and hostility Christian missionaries often faced. He wrote,
"It is only a lodging for me, a place convenient for meeting converts and inquirers. The courtyard is too small, and the conditions are not sanitary. But don't worry, my health is just as safe there as it would be in the best premises in Peking."
His plan was to stay there for a month at the beginning of the Chinese year, then return for 10 to 15 days in the 4th, 7th, and 10th months. He also hoped to arrange a lodging in Chaoyang, while in Taisuko he continued to stay at an inn, paying the usual nightly rate. A letter to his sons, dated March 24, 1887, describes the kind of scenes he so often encountered and the routine of his work that would have been tiresome if not for the love and peace Christ filled his heart with.
My Li Ying Tzu is a very wicked place. There were no fewer than 14 large gambling tents, along with 30 or 40 smaller mat tents for gambling. I stayed there for 3 days. The first day, people were wary of me. The second day, they were less afraid. By the third day, I had quite a number of patients. We sold many books, preached often, and treated a good number of the sick. From there, we travelled to Bo or Chi, setting out in the dark and covering 17 miles before breakfast. After about 10 miles, we reached a small town just as people were opening their doors. A vendor selling xie jiao, that sticky pudding, had just set out his wheelbarrow. Each of us bought a large piece, wrapped it in a chien ping, a thin scone, and continued our journey, eating as we walked. That was our breakfast. When we arrived at Bo or Chi, we immediately set up our table. After a short time of preaching, patients began gathering in crowds, keeping us busy until late in the afternoon. The inn where I'm staying now is owned by 2 brothers, both opium smokers. Though their inn does good business, it is of no benefit to them. All their earnings go to opium, leaving them with nothing. There are also 2 barbers associated with the inn. Both drink and gamble. Despite having a decent trade, they live in rags and poverty. It is heartbreaking to see men brought so low when, if not for drink and gambling, they could be well off. April 28th, 1887. For the past week, I have been very busy at a great temple gathering that lasted 6 days. Although this is only a country district, enormous crowds of people came. It was the most important religious event of the year for the area. And how do they observe it? They hire a theatrical company to perform for 6 days on a large mat stage set up in front of the temple. In China, theatrical performances are the people's religion. These shows are meant to honour the idols in the temple. The people believe that by entertaining the gods in this way, they will receive good harvests, health, and blessings in return. On the main festival day, crowds of women came to worship at the temple. Until noon, only women were allowed inside, no men. They were dressed in all the colours of the rainbow, with red trousers especially noticeable. They moved along on their tiny bound feet, just as I have seen you try to walk on your heels. That is exactly how they move. No end of gamblers came as well. There were about 26 large gambling tents and as many straw mat booths, all doing brisk business. Man, it is sad to see the utter worldliness of these Chinese. They soon found me out. I had my tent set up in a quiet place, away from the noise. In front hung a large sign, the Jesus Religion Gospel Hall. At one end, God the Heavenly Father. At the other, Jesus the Saviour. But they did not seek me out to hear preaching. They came for medicine. Oh, the number of suffering people I treated. I would go out early in the morning and stay there all day, often so busy that there was no time to eat. To get food, I had to slip away unnoticed, because everyone wanted me to see just one more patient before I left. But after that one, another would come, and then another. I was able to cure many, and I also had good opportunities to preach. I sold a number of books. Since I was the first missionary ever to visit that place, it was difficult to make them understand the message.
In China, the best results in Christian work usually come through direct personal interactions, and Mr. Gilmour always prioritised this. Day or night, in season or out of season, he was ready to receive inquirers. The sight of a searching face could erase even his deepest exhaustion, and nothing lifted his frequent and severe discouragement more than seeing a heathen eager to learn the doctrine. Here is one such encounter.
In the 8th month, we were greatly encouraged to find Mr. Sun much advanced in knowledge and boldly confessing his faith. Before we left, he was baptized, and 1 or 2 others were beginning to inquire, especially one man, a member of a sect, who was asking many questions. These men seemed to be earnestly seeking righteousness, though in their own half-instructed way. Some of these sects are quite large in parts of the district, and if God grants us converts among them, we may hope for rapid progress among their companions. The last I heard of this man, he was visiting Mr. Sun, asking many questions. He stayed with us one night, and in the morning I invited him to breakfast. He hesitated, saying he was a vegetarian. It gave me great satisfaction to reply, "So am I." The Tsai Li Ti are strong in Chaoyang. I had been praying and working for over a year to reach them. One evening, 2 men came to my inn as a deputation, saying they represented many who wanted to learn about Christianity. They told me that the Tsai Li Ti had been watching me ever since I arrived in Chaoyang. They had listened to our preaching many times, and now they had come to make formal inquiries. I gave them the information I thought they needed, and our conversation went well, until they asked me to refute a slander. The accusation was that in a chapel in Peking, after finishing his sermon, the preacher would step down from the platform and smoke a pipe. I had to admit that this was not a slander, but the truth. I explained as best I could, but alas, they never returned.
To properly understand Mr. Gilmour's work in Eastern Mongolia, one must remember that it was a completely new approach. As far as we know, he was the only missionary in China under the London Missionary Society who fully adopted native dress, ate almost entirely native food, and, as much as a Christian could, followed native customs. His daily food expenses averaged only 3p a day, a cost made possible by his commitment to vegetarianism. His lifestyle shaped his thinking, and he came to believe, rightly or wrongly, that missionaries in China should not live as foreigners. He felt that wearing Western clothing, arranging homes in a European style, and eating European food was a mistake. Both for economic reasons and for gaining the trust of the Chinese, he believed his way was more effective. Most of his fellow missionaries in Peking and Tientsin disagreed. Understandably, following his example would have required major sacrifices, especially under conditions very different from those in Tachengtsu and Chaoyang. This difference of opinion was inevitable, and it is mentioned here simply as a well-known fact. No true account of Mr. Gilmour's life would be complete without showing how firmly he followed his convictions. When he believed that loyalty to his work and to Christ required it, he stood his ground, even when it meant going against the wishes of fellow missionaries he deeply loved. From time to time, Mr. Gilmour had to justify his actions to the home authorities, not because they doubted or withdrew their support, but because, on methods where opinions differed among missionaries, it was important for a man like Gilmour to clearly explain his motives and reasoning to those in leadership. To his credit, he never shrank from this task. The following excerpts from his letters to the London Missionary Society help us understand his perspective. Writing in response to concerns that he was placing too great a strain on his health, he said,
"I feel called to go through all this, and I feel perfectly secure in God's hands. This is not my own choice, it is His. Following His lead, I have as much right to expect His special provision as the Israelites did when they faced the Red Sea, received manna and water in the desert, crossed the Jordan, and saw the walls of Jericho fall. One thing I am certain of, the thousands here need salvation, and God is eager to give it to them. Where then is the hindrance? Is it in them? I hardly think so. In God? Number, then it must be in me. The prayer I am continually bringing before God is that He would remove this hindrance by whatever means necessary. I will not be surprised if He puts me through fire or severe trials, nor will I be sorry if, in the end, they leave me a vessel through which His saving grace can flow unhindered to these needy souls. I dare not even tell you how much I am asking Him for. It is the foreign element in our lives that consumes our resources. Foreign houses, foreign clothes, and foreign food are costly. When selecting missionaries, physical ability to endure native houses, clothing, and food should be considered just as essential as the ability to handle the native climate. I believe native clothing is actually healthier than foreign clothing. It suits the climate better, is more comfortable, and when worn, makes a Chinese house feel quite sufficient. In the past, I have suffered extreme discomfort trying to live in foreign dress within native homes.
James Gilmour was neither a fanatic nor a bigot. At this stage of his life, his greatest hardship was the loneliness of having no colleague. Whenever his fellow missionaries expressed concerns, it was largely because they believed that such complete isolation, which he endured throughout his Mongolian ministry, could take a toll on his well-being. Yet this only increases our love and respect for him. He did not allow repeated failures in securing a co-worker to hinder the mission. No one acted more readily or consistently on the principle of doing the next best thing. Though he never had what he considered ideal conditions, he never let this weaken his efforts or loosen his strict self-discipline for even a single day. Anyone who has followed his journey closely will see that Gilmour deeply believed in God's direct influence in daily life. He lived in absolute dependence on and submission to God's will. His diaries are filled with examples of this. One morning he was delayed at his inn and became frustrated. Later, he overtook travellers who had left earlier and found them recovering from a robbery attack. That delay had been God's providential care, shielding him from harm. Yet, he was never fatalistic. He poured all his energy, quick thinking, and physical endurance into his work. A clear example of this is a long letter he wrote from Tasuko on March 15, 1888, requesting an official proclamation from the Chinese authorities in Peking. The document would affirm that Christian worship was permitted and that native Christians were not required to contribute to idol worship, theatrical performances, or the building and repair of temples. The official decree was requested in Peking and, in time, successfully obtained. On March 24, 1888, James Gilmour was overjoyed by what seemed to be the fulfilment of his deepest longing, the arrival of a fully qualified medical colleague, Dr. Roberts, at Tasuko. We have already seen how repeatedly and earnestly he had pleaded for this essential addition to his mission. For 1 month, he experienced the joy of companionship and the strength of skilled medical help. But then came a blow even harder to bear than his previous solitude.
April 21st, 1888. 2 days ago, as I was dispensing medicines in the marketplace, a man pushed his way through the crowd around my table and announced himself as a courier from Tientsin. When I asked what news he brought, he remained silent. I led him away toward my inn. On the way I asked again. He groaned. I began to grow alarmed and noticed he carried a sword, covered only with a cloth scabbard. This looked warlike. Had there been another massacre in Tientsin? When we reached the quiet part of the street, I demanded to know his news. He replied, "Doctor, Mackenzie is dead," after a week's illness. Back at the inn, we unwrapped our letters from his bundle and found it was true. After a moment, Dr. Roberts looked up from a letter he was reading and said he had been appointed to fill Mackenzie's place in Tientsin. Then the full weight of my loss hit me. Mackenzie, dead. Roberts, called away. One of my dearest friends, gone. My colleague, taken from me. 48 hours have passed, and I am just beginning to steady myself again. I have felt like a ship struck in mid-ocean by a towering wave breaking over it. You know how a ship staggers, takes on water, and needs time to right itself. As for Mackenzie, I deeply valued his friendship. We spent the week of prayer together in Peking in January 1887, and again in Tientsin in January 1888. Both were times of great joy. When we parted, we spoke of meeting again for another week in April 1889. That will not be. The full weight of this loss will take time to grasp. The prospect of Dr. Roberts settling here in the autumn had brought light and hope. My faith is still firm, but I cannot say I am not walking in darkness. I will do my best to hold on here alone, but I earnestly hope this will not last much longer. Something must be done. There is a limit to human endurance. Despite many storms, we are pressing forward and making progress among the Chinese, but with the Mongols, I have nothing encouraging to report. They come, they listen daily to the gospel, but as yet, that is where it ends. I search their faces, looking for the one the Lord will call, but I have not seen him yet. Meanwhile, I am becoming more and more engaged in Chinese work, and at times I wonder if my knowledge of Mongolian is being put to its best use here. On the other hand, I see more Mongols here than I could anywhere on the plain.
God's ways of dealing with his work and his workers are often difficult for human understanding. Humanly speaking, no man in China seemed more indispensable than Dr. Mackenzie, and no one needed the joy of companionship more than Gilmour, just as it had finally been granted to him. Yet his unyielding spirit shines clearly through his words.
It would be untrue to say that I am not walking in the dark. I shall do my best to hold on here single-handed.
Seeing God's hand even in his sorrow, and believing that Dr. Roberts was also following God's will, he turned again to his lonely work, but at a great personal cost. His health was failing faster than he realised. The concerns of his brethren in Peking, who feared that the strain of isolation would break him, were not unfounded. The home authorities did what they could, but nearly a year passed before Dr. Smith, the missionary doctor sent to replace Dr. Roberts, arrived in Mongolia. When Dr. Smith finally arrived, his first recommendation was that Mr. Gilmour return to England for rest and recovery. But until then, he pressed on. Like his master, he endured the contradiction of sinners against himself, and when he was reviled, he reviled not again.
We left Chaoyang on August 10th, 1888. Along the way, We attended markets, encountered heavy rain, and finally reached Ta Ching Tsu on August 20th. There, I discovered that one of the Christians had taken my bank book and withdrawn about 15 taels of my money, which I had deposited at the grocer's. The next day, the man walked in and hung up his whip as if nothing had happened. I was eating at the time, and he sat down beside me. I calmly asked why he had done such a thing. He assured me not to worry, saying he had money and cattle and would repay me. I told him, "Go and bring me the money. Until you do, don't come to me again." He left, but days passed without any effort to make things right. Meanwhile, the whole town was talking about the incident, and the ridicule was so sharp that Liu, my assistant, became very upset. He was angry that I didn't take legal action against the man who was boldly riding around on a donkey, bought with my stolen money, and speaking abusively about me, though not to my face. The rougher crowd in town grew insolent, and a drunk man even came to our quarters and caused a scene. Liu kept pressing me to act, even threatening to return to Shantung if all I did was pray, which frustrated him. Li San, the head Christian there, also insisted that I needed to show strength. I asked them to read Matthew 5, 6 to 7 when they had time. Liu warned me that I was in danger, clearly anxious about the situation. I planned a trip to a town 90 li away, but heavy rain kept me from going. Eventually, the offender sent messengers asking for peace. The day before we left, a group of respected mutual friends, both Christian and non-Christian, visited me one by one to avoid drawing attention. Last of all, the thief himself arrived. As planned, I asked why he had come. He walked to the wall, knelt, and confessed his sin in prayer to God. The final resolution was that he gave me one donkey, promised another, and was suspended from church membership for a year. Additionally, he was barred from the chapel for 3 months. I am not feeling hopeful about Ta Ching Tsu, as you might expect. Even worse than the theft is the situation with Li San, the head man, who now claims he was promised a job before he became a Christian. During the 10 days we spent there, we were mocked by drunkards and made the subject of ridicule. But the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, kept my heart and mind. We maintained a calm appearance, set up our stand daily, and carried on as if nothing had happened. The thought that fills my mind these days, and the purpose of my life, is to be like Christ. As he was in the world, so are we to be. He came to reveal God. We are here to reveal Christ. Is that not true? Sin often seems to prevail against me, I admit. But just as corruption came to us through Adam, does not the power to be made new flow to us through Christ? Is that not so?
Meanwhile, the work continued steadily, and some progress was being made. That autumn, he made a short trip to Tientsin and Peking, but soon returned to his post. In his yearly report, he was able to point to signs of progress.
1888 has been a tumultuous year. In December, at Chaoyang, there was a sudden surge of men and boys eager to learn about the doctrine. Each evening, we had between 20 and 50 people gathering in our rooms for worship. We could hardly understand what had caused this sudden interest, but we did our best to teach as many as possible. Eventually, the cold weather reduced the overcrowding, but many remained engaged until the end of the year. The baptisms for the year were as follows: Ta Chung Tsu, 2, Ta Suku, 2, Chao Yang, 8, total, 12 adults, all Chinese. One man has been removed from membership, leaving the numbers as Ta Chung Tsu, 4, Ta Suku, 3, Chao Yang, 9, Total, 16, all Chinese. 10 days ago, 3 more adults were baptised, and I hope to baptise 2 children next Sunday. However, at present, we have very few promising new adherents. There are 3 entirely Christian families here, each displaying Christian emblems on their doorposts. Another family is Christian, but they cannot display the emblems because the grandfather, who shares the house, remains a heathen. In yet another family, only the husband is Christian, yet they have placed Christian symbols on their home, though the rest of the family remains heathen. My heart is set on reinforcements. Can they not be sent? I had hoped Dr. Smith would spend the winter with me, but he did not. God has provided all the grace I have needed in abundance, but I do not believe solitary work should continue. It is not beneficial in any way. Besides, I may soon need a change. My eyesight is failing. Doctors express concern about my heart, saying its weakness would likely prevent me from obtaining life insurance. This winter, I have also developed a persistent cough, which is not a good sign. For the continuity of the work, a younger man should be placed in the field. Don't be alarmed, and don't alarm my friends. What I've shared is for your private understanding and guidance. I still consider myself to be in excellent health. I am not satisfied that we seem to be drifting away from the Mongols. Though many Mongols are around, our work is almost entirely among the Chinese. I still believe that the best way to reach the Mongols is through a foundation in Chinese ministry. This may take years, which is why I am eager to see the future of the work secured by the addition of younger men. In the meantime, I am striving to follow God's leading fully and faithfully. I have faced deep spiritual struggles as well as times of great peace. My prayer is that you and the board will be completely guided by Him in all plans for Mongolia. Oh, that His rich blessing would descend upon this district.
Dr. Smith arrived in Mongolia in March 1889 and met his colleague for the first time. He later recorded his impressions of that meeting. Upon reaching Chaoyang, Dr. Smith found that Mr. Gilmour was not there.
I followed the innkeeper,
he wrote,
to see the place where my devoted colleague had spent so many lonely hours. We arrived at a small outhouse with a tiny courtyard in front. The outer door was secured with a padlock, but the innkeeper simply lifted it off its wooden hinges, and we stepped inside the entryway, or rather, the kitchen. Inside, there was a built-in cooking pan, an earthenware bowl, and a wooden stick like a Scotch porridge stick, along with some brushwood ready for his next visit. One of the 2 adjoining rooms was locked, and we couldn't open it. But through the cracks in the door, I saw clear traces of Gilmour's presence. It was especially refreshing to spot some familiar English writing on one of the boxes. Ferris, Bourne, and Cominter Bristol, his supplier for medicines. My servant and I decided to settle in the other room, which was likely the servants' quarters. We quickly made ourselves comfortable, and it was an unspeakable relief to finally be in a place connected to the London mission, even if only rented. We spent Sunday there. Mr. Sun, the box-maker, soon visited. He seemed genuinely pleased to see me and offered to arrange everything for the next stage of our journey. After settling in, we dismissed our carts, and I sent my letters home with them. After spending Sunday with the Christians there, we set out on Monday morning with a local carter for Ta Chung Tzu, about 23 miles away. We traveled through a hilly, sparsely populated area that reminded me of some of Scotland's bleaker landscapes. Upon reaching the town, we went straight to the new private mission premises. A small house enclosed by a straw fence. A crowd of rough-looking people followed us in. One of the doors had been stolen, and the place seemed so unprotected that I decided to stay at a small Mongol inn where Mr. Gilmour had previously lived. The next day, I expected to meet Gilmour. The two Christians there were also waiting for him. That evening, we had quite a gathering. Lee-san and the other Christian, whom Gilmour called Long Legs, sat in my room drinking tea and were very friendly, clearly trying to win my favor. At the time, I had no idea how disgracefully they had treated Gilmour, nor did I realize the serious matter that was bringing him there. The following day, or perhaps the next, I forget exactly, I was sitting in my room when a young man arrived while my servant was out. At first, I couldn't understand him, but he seemed to have an urgent purpose. It eventually dawned on me that he must be Gilmour's servant, and this was confirmed when Lin Seng, my own servant, returned. He had been sent ahead to announce Gilmour's arrival. A dust storm had been blowing all day, so I had not expected him. But now I knew he was on his way. Around 4 o'clock that afternoon, Gilmour arrived. I will never forget that first meeting. I had imagined him quite differently. Instead, I saw a thin man of medium height, clean-shaven, dressed in Chinese clothing similar to that worn by respectable shopkeepers in the area. He wore a cap lined with cat's fur. His face had a kind but determined look. He greeted me warmly, saying,
"I am glad to see you."
He looked exhausted and unwell. I immediately handed him his letters. After settling his things, making sure his men were comfortable, and having his first meeting with the local Christians, he came to my room to spend the night. We sat talking until the early hours of the morning, speaking of home and his boys, whom I had seen before leaving Scotland. The next day, Gilmour arranged the dreaded meeting with Lee-san at the mission premises. He warned me that it would be a long, drawn-out affair and told me not to expect him back for several hours. After waiting for quite some time, I decided to go and see how things were progressing. When I arrived, I found Lee-san and Gilmour sitting cross-legged on the kang, one on each side of a low table. Lee-san was singing hymns, but there was something uneasy in his expression, as if he did not truly feel like singing. Gilmour spoke to me in English, saying that they had not yet begun discussing the real issue. He was determined that Lee-san would have to speak first, so he kept inviting him to sing hymn after hymn. I left them there. It was clear that Lee-san's real intention was to get money from Gilmour. When he realized that would not happen, he threatened to go to Tientsin and accuse Gilmour before his missionary colleagues, claiming that he had broken a promise to give him employment. Gilmour had no recollection of making such a promise. He told me that perhaps one of his former assistants had, on his own authority, given Lee-san that impression. Meanwhile, Long Legs was also pressing Gilmour for money, and the two of them caused him much trouble. But in the end, he settled everything. The mission premises were resold, and as Gilmour put it,
"It was the funeral of that little church."
there were threats that they would prevent us from leaving town, and Gilmour was unsure whether we would even be able to hire a cart. However, in the end, Lee-san himself arranged one for us.
Before long, Dr. Smith, with his trained medical eye, could see that Gilmour had been pushing himself beyond his physical limits. Despite his natural energy and moments of high spirits, Gilmour had long been prone to deep bouts of depression. His diary contains many brief but telling entries about these struggles. Phrases like, "felt blue today" appear frequently, though they are usually followed by signs of a quick recovery. However, certain events that negatively affected his work would plunge him into a much deeper state of discouragement. A clear example of this was the unavoidable recall of Dr. Roberts. During that difficult period, Gilmour's diary contained entries like these.
April 26th, 1888. These last days have been full of blessing and peace in my own soul. I have been able to leave things at Tachang Tzu and my colleagues, all in God's hands. May 7th, downcast day. no one came to prayer. May 9th, in terrible darkness and tears for 2 days. Light broke over me today at my stand when I remembered that Jesus was tempted by the devil for 40 days after his baptism and that he felt forsaken on the cross. May 27th, Sunday. Service on Romans 12. Present, 4 Christians. Great Depression.
The greatest source of Gilmour's mental struggles was what he saw as a lack of immediate success. He longed, deeply and almost painfully, to see signs that the gospel had broken through the spiritual darkness of those he encountered daily. He yearned for proof that the love of Christ was taking hold in the hearts of the Chinese and Mongols, much like a mother longs to see her children grow in love and understanding. But disappointment weighed heavily on him. The delayed arrival of a medical colleague, constant obstacles in securing suitable mission premises, and the betrayal of trust by some of the very people he had hoped to rely on. These, combined with the relentless demands of his daily work, left him physically and emotionally drained. To those who truly understood his hardships, the surprise was not that he eventually broke down, but that it had not happened sooner. There are many forms of heroism, but few reach the level of this patient sower of the gospel, labouring in Mongolia's unyielding soil. He continued his work faithfully, stopping only when his medical colleague, alarmed by his condition, insisted that he must step back for a time, not because Gilmour himself recognised his failing strength, but because others saw that he could endure no more. Once the decision was made, it was carried out swiftly. On March 26, 1889, in Peking, Gilmour resolved to leave. By April 4th, he had departed from the city, and on April 20th, he set sail from Shanghai. He arrived in London on May 25th. This visit to England was a much-needed restoration for his body, mind, and spirit. The voyage itself, by pulling him away from the difficult conditions he had endured for the past 3 years, began the healing process. By the time he reached London, he was already feeling the benefits of the change. However, the 6 years since he had last walked the streets of London had taken their toll. He had poured out his physical and spiritual strength in the service of those he longed to see come to Christ. He had endured deep personal sorrow with the passing of his wife into the sinless life. The hardships and struggles of the years had left deep lines on his once cheerful face, and his eyes bore the marks of mental and spiritual strain. His return was so sudden and unexpected that few knew of it until he was actually in England. On May 27, 1889, the writer was sitting in his room, overlooking the small garden that brightens the northeast corner of St. Paul's churchyard, speaking with a visitor when there was a knock at the door. A head appeared, but not seeing clearly, and being engaged in conversation, he asked for a moment's delay. The head disappeared. As soon as the first visitor left, a man entered and stood near the door. Looking at him, the writer felt sure he knew him, yet could not immediately recall the connection. Then, suddenly, the old smile spread across the man's face, and he burst into laughter, saying,
"Why, man, you don't know me."
"Yes, I do," came the reply. "You're Gilmour, but I thought you were in Mongolia right now." Only upon closer inspection did the full impact of Gilmour's condition become clear. The strain and exhaustion were painfully evident. It was hardly surprising, even for an old friend, to momentarily fail to recognise in this worn and weary man, thought to be labouring thousands of miles away, the strong and cheerful Gilmour of 1883. Taking him home, we talked late into the night, not because it was wise for an exhausted man, but because he was so full of his work, its struggles, its urgent needs, and his hopes for what he could accomplish for Mongolia during his visit to England. There was no choice but to let him speak until he had worn himself out. And how magnificently he spoke! He painted vivid pictures of his life in a Mongol inn. He spoke passionately about the opium, whiskey, and tobacco crisis, weaving the entire controversy into a gripping narrative. With the dramatic skill he so naturally possessed, he described how he confronted the Chinese and Mongols, pressing them with undeniable logic until they themselves acknowledged the truth. How could they not expect famine when they devoted their land to opium and their grain to whiskey? In rapid dialogue, he recreated his conversations, his own pointed questions, the responses of the people, so vividly that it felt as though one were standing with him under the tent, surrounded by Chinese and Mongols, seeing their faces, hearing their voices, and, like them, feeling the weight of his words and the inescapable force of his reasoning. Chapter 10. Personal Characteristics as Illustrated by Letters to Relatives and Friends. This pause in his active work provides a fitting moment to highlight, through selections from his correspondence, some of the most significant aspects of James Gilmour's character. He was a devoted letter writer, maintaining regular and heartfelt communication with his family and close friends. Up to this point, we have primarily drawn from his official reports and letters concerning the progress of his mission work. However, in his personal letters to relatives and intimate friends, the deeper side of his nature shines through. Here, we see more clearly the strength of his faith and the depth of his affection. He wrote consistently to his parents until their passing, his mother in 1884 and his father in 1888. His letters to his father in those later years were particularly touching, often written to encourage and strengthen his faith as he journeyed through old age. The following letter offers a glimpse of the tenderness and sincerity in his words. Peking, Friday, January the 23rd, 1885.
My dear father, so now this must be the heading of my letters, no longer my dear parents. Mother has gone. Your letter of November 21st reached me this evening. As I was coming home from the chapel, I found a beggar waiting at the gate. I assumed he was there to beg, but he did not ask for anything. Inside, the gatekeeper stood at our house door, waiting for a reply to confirm that the letter had been delivered. I went to my study and was praying for a blessing on the preaching at the chapel when Emily arrived. I let her in, and she handed me your letter. It had come by way of Russia, and sometimes the Russian post sends our mail through Peking beggars, paying them for the delivery. I have not yet had time to think. As soon as I received your letter, men arrived for the Friday evening prayer meeting we hold in our house, and I have been occupied ever since. It is now 10:20 p.m. This week, I am behind in preparing my sermon for Sunday, and it so happens that I will be preaching on the topic of entire families believing in Christ. What led me to this subject was an old Christian man here who is dying, the only believer in his family. His great sorrow is that his relatives remain heathens. Also, just the other day, a Christian father admitted to a missionary that he had not taught his daughter about Christ before she died. While preaching on this, I will have something to say about my own dear, good, and anxious mother, how she used to say to me when I was a boy, "What a dreadful thing it will be if I see you shut out of heaven." She did not say dreadful. Her word was extraordinary. I have not yet had time to fully grasp my loss, and I cannot imagine the house in Hamilton without her. Ah, man, you know how good a mother she was to us, and I have some sense of what a companion and help she was to you. You two had nearly 50 years together. You must feel so lonely without her. The Chinese have great respect for parents, and at my request, they prayed most earnestly for you at our prayer meeting tonight. You would have been deeply moved if you had heard and understood them.
The sentence frequently spoken by Gilmour's mother, "What an unco thing it will be if I see you shut out of heaven," holds a special significance. Although Gilmour briefly refers to his conversion earlier in the book, no detailed account or exact date has been recorded. However, His brothers strongly believed that their mother's repeated and memorable words were among the most powerful influences leading to his conversion. The following letters were written during the last 2 years of his father's life.
Let us not be troubled about not having more communication. I pray often for you and think of you even more often. I feel increasingly that this earth is a fleeting scene, that we have no permanent place here, that heaven is our true home. Your wife, my dear mother, has gone there. My wife has gone there and is now in the Golden City, and sooner or later you and I will be there too. When that time comes, we'll have plenty of time to sit together and talk as a family. Recently, I've realised that we simply need to place ourselves in the hands of Jesus, letting him do with us as he pleases, and he will save us, sure and certain. He can even make us willing to let him change us and train us. You are 80 years old, and I am proud of you. I love to think about your life. Mother told me when I was just a lad about some of your early struggles. God has been with you, guiding you through everything to reach a good old age, surrounded by honour, respect, and love. Trust him, and he will never leave you. Rest assured, God has something far better for us in the world to come than anything we have experienced here. And it is not hard to receive it. God wants to give it to us, offers it freely, and is even grieved when we don't accept it. All we need to do is go to Christ and ask him to make it right for us, and he will. I know you are earnest, and Jesus will never turn away an earnest man.
Mr. Gilmour Sr. acted as steward over the small savings his son had carefully set aside for the benefit of his children. Both father and son embodied the well-known Scottish trait of thrift. However, in 1887, James Gilmour began to feel uneasy about accumulating even a modest sum of personal wealth. In his solitary and deeply reflective life in Mongolia, holding on to money started to seem, in his eyes, like a failure to fully trust in God. At that same time, the London Missionary Society was facing financial difficulties. A special appeal had been sent out, warning that without additional funds, certain mission fields might have to be abandoned. In response, Gilmour arranged for a donation of £100 to be given anonymously to the Society's general fund, along with £50 to the Fund for Widows and Orphans. March 16, 1887.
My dear father, some explanation is due to you regarding my order to pay £100 of my money to the London Missionary Society as a contribution to their funds. The money I have in the bank is the result of years of savings, much of it gathered through self-denial, both on my part and even more so on the part of my late wife. When she passed away and I left for this remote and isolated mission field, it was a comfort to me to think that, should anything happen to me, there would be a small sum set aside to help my sons receive an education. I have since added all I could to that amount, including proceeds from the sale of my household furniture, and it has grown to a reasonable sum, though I cannot yet say exactly how much, as I have not received your financial account for 1886. Some time ago, God seemed to say to me, "Entrust that money to my keeping." As time passed, the command grew louder and more persistent until it was always on my mind. Eventually, I could neither read my Bible nor pray without being confronted by it. I had no choice but to obey. I did not want to give it up. But in the end, I have come to see that God is only holding these funds for my boys, and that He will make sure they have what they need when the time comes. How He will do this is not for me to question. He may, for instance, keep me alive for their sake. From a worldly perspective, it seems unwise not to set something aside for their education, but that is only one side of the matter. God is asking me to trust Him with my children, and I do trust Him. They are far from my care, and I have seen too many painful cases of missionaries' children growing up without faith. I dare not do anything that, to my mind, would be failing to place them fully in God's hands for their upbringing. Furthermore, I am here urging people to become Christians, knowing that by doing so, they risk being cast out from their communities. I tell them to trust God for protection and help in their difficulties. How can I do this with integrity if I do not trust Him fully for myself and my own children? Beyond that, I desperately need God's help and blessing in my work here. I cannot expect His provision if I am unwilling to trust Him completely. So please, do not think of this money as lost. It has only been placed in a safer bank.
The following letter, also dealing with money matters from a Christian perspective, is so remarkable in many ways that it is best quoted in full. Chuaoyang, Mongolia, May 6th, 1888.
My dear Father, enclosed, you will find some instructions about the management of my money. These arrangements differ so much from my previous plans that I owe you and my brothers an explanation. Here they are. In my mission work here, I am entirely dependent on God. The field is a hard one. The superstitions of the people are like cities walled up to heaven. Human effort alone is powerless against them. As far as man is concerned, I am almost alone. So I turn to God. I hear His words, not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, says the Lord. I trust Him. I call upon Him. I seek communion with Him. He draws near. I ask Him to bring men to faith. There are conversions, few, but as far as I can judge, genuine. Yet I sense a barrier between God and me, something holding back the full measure of blessing. As I search my heart, I hear a voice asking, "Can't you trust me with the money you have set aside for your children?" I think about it. I pray over it. I answer, "But I may die, and the boys will need the money." God replies, "If you trust me with it, don't you believe I will provide for them as they need?" I hesitate. But my father and brothers may not see it this way. They might not like the idea of orphaned children left without provision. God answers, "With me as their provider, your children will not be destitute. And if you put your trust in father and brothers before me, you are not worthy of me." Then I ask, "What would you have me do?" God says, "Give me the money. I will see that they have all that is necessary. I dare not disobey. I do not want to disobey. The spiritual well-being of my boys weighs heavily on my heart, and I am willing to do anything that places them more fully under God's care. I am troubled by what has happened to some missionaries' children, how some have not grown up to be godly men. O Lord, preserve my boys from this. This is not a sudden decision. I have thought and prayed over it for a long time. I can no longer delay without feeling that I am refusing to follow God's leading. At the same time, I know that God has countless ways to bless both the boys and me, so in taking this step, I am taking no real risk. The only part I am not yet completely certain about is the exact way to distribute the money. For now, I believe the best way to use it for God is in this mission here. I plan to deposit it in a bank in Peking first, and then use it to rent or purchase premises. As for the general principle of having money for ourselves or our children, I do not believe God asks everyone to give up all they have in this way, nor do I think He even requires me to do this with all I own. This money was originally saved from my mission salary, which makes it unique. If I had earned it through business or other means, I do not think God would have asked me to use it in the same way. But in this particular case, His voice seems unmistakably clear. I will still receive my salary, and the boys' remittances will continue as usual. If I live, I believe this will be enough for their education. If I die, they will not be left destitute. Even apart from this sum that I am entrusting to God, knowing He will return it with compound interest when needed, the London Missionary Society does provide some assistance. While they do not offer pensions, they regularly raise funds to support elderly missionaries, widows, and orphans. I do not suppose it is much, or even enough, but it is something. I mention this so that, if your faith wavers, you will not be troubled. I hope these arrangements will not seem unwise to you, and that you will at least accept them, even if you cannot fully approve. As for myself, I am grateful that God has given me enough faith to trust Him in this way. It has taken time to reach this point. It is one thing to trust for oneself. It takes far more faith to trust for one's children. Just think of old Abraham offering up his Isaac. Just think, God so loved the world that He gave His only Son. Let us respond to God's love. Your loving son, James Gilmour.
In accordance with his wishes, several £100s were sent to Peking and deposited in a bank under his name. If not for the many obstacles created by Chinese customs and legal difficulties, James Gilmour would almost certainly have used this money for his own mission field. However, he passed away before any of the negotiations he had begun for securing mission premises could be successfully completed. Because he did not explicitly state in his will that this money was to be used for mission work, the trustees of his sons had no choice but to consider it part of his estate, using its income for their education. Yet his intention was well known, and it is hoped that those who admired his life and work will be moved to establish a permanent mission home in his memory, on the very ground where he laboured with joy and sacrifice. A year or two later, in a letter to his boys, he encouraged them to develop the habit of systematic giving to God. Chaoyang, August 19, 1890.
I wonder if you are giving 1/10 of all the money you receive to God. I believe it is the right thing to do, and a good thing. Your mother did it. I do it. And God has never let us lack what we needed. I would be glad if you chose to do it too. But don't do it just to please me. Only do it if you can give gladly. God loves a cheerful giver. I am sure you would receive a blessing from it. Money given to God is never lost, and it is easier to begin the habit now than later. When you give it to God, you can put it in the London Missionary Society box, though it would also be fair to give a portion at the collection in the church you attend. You could also set aside some for destitute children. It does not matter much where you give it, but I believe the London Missionary Society has the best claim. Think it over, boys. Jesus died to save us. Surely we can show our gratitude by giving Him some of our money.
Later letters to his father provide further insight into his spiritual life during these years, revealing the depth of his faith and the experiences that shaped him. Chaoyang, March 29, 1887.
I am wondering how you all are. These past weeks, God has been drawing me closer to Him, and I am living in the hope that one day He will bless me and my work in great measure. There is so much ignorance to be overcome, so much suspicion and misunderstanding of me as a foreigner. But I keep hammering away with all my strength. The obstacles before me are like mountains, yet I trust God to remove them. These last few days, I have had great peace and joy in my heart as I think of God's love for me and the salvation found in Jesus. I have no doubt at all that I am His, and at times the great hope He gives is almost too much to comprehend. Yet I often feel downcast that I do not see more conversions. If God delights in me and shows me favour, surely He can move the hearts of these people to believe in His Son. Surely He can raise up others to come and help me in this work. I do feel lonely sometimes and long for a friend to talk to, someone with whom I can share all my burdens. Then I remember that Jesus is such a friend, and I tell him all my sorrows. Still, I would dearly love to have a colleague. I hope, my dear Father, that your heart is content and happy in Jesus. Let him arrange everything for you. He will do it right. He is worthy of trust. Heaven is not far away. We will soon be there. Take comfort. Won't it be wonderful to be reunited with our wives, free from all suffering, surrounded only by what is pure and good? This is no mere dream. It is real, it is true, it is prepared for us, and it will be ours. We will see it soon, and you and I will be there together. It may be some time yet, but the years pass quickly. Cheer up, my Father. We miss so much by not living close to Jesus, by not taking him at his word, and trusting that he will do everything we need, both in saving us and in making our hearts good. Jesus is real, heaven is real, and if we trust and follow him, our place in heaven is just as real. You say you are busy. I am too. You have cares. I have them as well. Go ahead and take care of your work and responsibilities, but remember, you will handle them all the better when your heart is at peace with God and at rest in Jesus. I have found that the closer I am to him, the more strength I have to bear troubles, trials, and difficulties. You will find the same if you try. Tonight, I feel uplifted. I finally have a room to myself, the first time since I left Peking on January 25th. It is pleasant to have a little privacy. This room is mine alone only after about 8 p.m, when I am left in peace, but I hope to have it for 3 weeks. If you saw the room, I'm afraid you might not think much of it. But tonight, I have something else. A pillow. For over 3 weeks, I have rested my head on a folded-up bag or a piece of clothing, but tonight I have a real pillow. Yet Christ had no place to lay his head. In all things, I am still better off than he was. If only I could see souls saved, I would not mind any hardship.
In a letter later that year to a missionary colleague in a distant field, Gilmour shares even more about his spiritual journey. Mongolia, October 7th, 1887.
Your letter of May 31st arrived 3 or 4 days ago. The China Inland Mission has many good men in it and does a great work. It is wholehearted devotion that wins souls and gains God's approval. My experience has been different from yours, happily so. I have always followed the headlong for Christ way, even when preaching to the most intellectual English and American audiences, and they have received me warmly. Man, God has awakened me these past few years to such an extent that I feel like a different man. Sometimes I even wonder if I was truly converted before. I suppose I was, but my life was cold and dull. Just the other day, as I was reading a hymn, Jesus, so to speak, reached out his hand and touched me. The hymn spoke of desiring spiritual things, yet passing by Jesus himself. That struck me. I realised I had been seeking his blessing more than I had been seeking him. That is not right. Lately, I have also become calmer. Before, I worked so hard, so much, and then asked God to bless my work. Now, I try to pray more, to receive more of his blessing first, and then work just enough to let that blessing flow through me to others. And this is the better way. It is the right way. I still work a lot, perhaps as much as before, but I no longer worry about the things I cannot accomplish. More than ever, I feel that God is guiding me. Oh, sometimes the peace of God flows over me like a river. Then everything is so clear. Heaven is real, God is real, Jesus is real. What a great calling we have. Try not to rush around so much. Spend more time with God. Be in private prayer with him more often. and see if he will not pour out a greater spiritual blessing on your people. From your letters, it seems that this is the greatest need. Ask for it, my friend, and you will receive it. God's promises are sure. I am working to bring together the China Inland Mission, the Salvation Army, and the London Missionary Society. My district is large and difficult, and I am the only one here. A young doctor is said to be on his way to join me, and I am requesting 3 young laymen by this mail. Church membership requires abstaining from smoking and alcohol. I have not seen another foreigner since January 25th, and likely will not until December 5th. My mail takes a long time to reach me, and 2 letters sent from Peking in June and July, just an 8-day journey away, have never arrived. I am often weary, discouraged, and struggling in spirit, but I thank God that I am holding on, believing that He will bless me. Oh, my friend, never speak of not going back. Return, even if you can only do half the work. Go back, work less, and pray more. That is what you need. I have been a vegetarian for over a year and find fasting helpful for prayer. 2 books by Andrew Murray, Abide in Christ and With Christ in the School of Prayer, have greatly helped me. May God bless your dear wife and children. I hope to have a long and joyful rest with you in heaven. James Gilmour.
Some years earlier, he had written a letter of loving correction to a friend who, in a moment of discouragement and without real cause, felt slighted. The same spirit is present in both letters, but the later one is richer and deeper. God had been teaching James Gilmour in a hard but fruitful school.
I know of your zeal in working both at home and abroad, and it grieves me to hear that you feel badly treated. It is unfortunate for any worker to have such feelings toward their society, whether for the London Missionary Society or another. But my dear friend, I am also troubled by how strongly you express yourself. It is not quite right. Would Christ have spoken that way? Please forgive me for saying this, but you know that sometimes a careless word can do more harm than an action. I only wish for you to have a peaceful heart. I know your worth and want to see you grow ever stronger. Let me remind you of something we both believe, something that has often comforted me. Jesus has suffered far more for us than we could ever suffer for Him. What you do, raising funds, striving in your efforts, is not for the Mission Society, but for Him. And He sees, He knows, and He will never forget. He sympathises, He appreciates, and at the end, He will speak clearly and openly for His faithful servants. I often carry my own luggage, walk long distances, and, as the Chinese say, eat bitterness, both in China and in England. I receive no thanks for it, but He knows. There is no risk of being overlooked. Now, don't take offence at my words, and don't think I am trying to build up merit for myself like a Buddhist, as if I am earning something from Jesus. My dear friend, you know better than that. I only remind you of the one way I know to be both consistently useful and truly joyful.
Of all the relationships in his life, son, brother, friend, and ambassador for Christ, the one that most deeply and beautifully reveals his heart is when he writes as a loving father to his distant motherless boys. Many of these letters have been entrusted to his biographer, though some touch on matters too sacred to be published. They speak of bonds so personal that even close friends could not rightly share in them. Yet, because they reveal a side of his character that should not be hidden, a thoughtful selection has been included. When he first began writing, his sons were too young to read the letters themselves, so he wrote long accounts of his work for others to read to them. He had a keen eye for details that would amuse and capture their attention. Some letters were written in large, printed-style letters, while their short, childlike replies were carefully bound into a paper volume that he carried with him on his travels through Mongolia. Looking through these letters brought him constant comfort and refreshment. He often illustrated his letters with simple but vivid sketches of people and scenes he encountered. The loss of their mother had drawn father and sons even closer together. Though they could no longer see her, they always spoke of her as still part of their family, perfectly happy and simply waiting for God's time to reunite them in heaven. When it was decided to place his sons in the care of an uncle in Scotland, Mr. Gilmour shared his heartfelt hopes for their upbringing. It is only to be regretted that such careful plans are not more commonly made and followed in raising all children.
The boys are here with me now, and I am both father and mother to them. Tonight, after they went to bed, I darned 3 stockings for them. I have been away for 2 months, and in a week or 2, I may have to part from them for 10 years. So I'm making the most of this time with them. Sometimes I feel deep sorrow at the thought of sending my 2 orphaned sons so far away. But Christ's promise comforts me. He assures us that no one leaves parents or children for his sake without being repaid many times over. This gives me faith that God will provide friends to care for them wherever they go. Cheer up! Heaven and earth are not so far apart. I hear that Mrs. Prankard won't allow Emily's name to be mentioned. But we take the opposite approach here. The children talk all day about what their mother said and did, and about the adventures we had together. And why not? Tears come sometimes. Let them. They do no harm, and often bring relief. The time is coming when God will wipe away all tears from our eyes. I want them to belong to Christ from their youth. I want them to receive a solid education, not too expensive, but to learn to read, write, and spell well. If either of them shows promise, I may be able to provide a college education, but I do not want them to go if they are not suited for it. What I ask of you is something money cannot buy: fatherly and motherly care in Christ for these boys. Their entire future, both in this life and in eternity, may depend on how they are raised in these next few years. I am not rich, but I can support my sons. What I seek, however, is the Christian love and care that money cannot provide. So I ask for it earnestly. I recently spent 5 hours talking with a Chinese man without a break. I believe he was already close to God's kingdom, and I think he's even closer now. These things take time, and I feel a strong desire to spend these last days with the children as much as possible. It's hard to think of them being sent out into the world without their mother. Yesterday, we visited their mother's grave for the first time since September 21st. We sang "There is a Land That is Fairer Than Day" in Chinese, along with a Chinese hymn we know that has a chorus saying, "We'll soon go and see them in our heavenly home." We also sang "There is a Happy Land" in English. The children and I speak of their mother freely, without sadness. We don't think of her as buried here, but as happy and well in a beautiful place.
Here are a few short pieces from earlier letters.
Cheer up, my dear boys. We will see each other again one day. Tell all your troubles to Jesus and let him be your friend. I often think of your mother, her kind face, and how good she was to you and to me. Don't forget her. She sees you every day and is so pleased when you are good. One day we will all be with her. Won't that be wonderful? Until then, Jesus is taking care of her and will take care of us too. Sometimes, when I'm writing a letter to you and I reach the end of a page, instead of blotting it, I kneel and pray while the ink dries. I will be leaving in a few days as well, and then I'll have no one to talk to except the Chinese. But that's okay. I'll just tell Jesus everything. I can't be far from him, and he's never too busy to listen. You should do the same. Tell Jesus all your troubles. He sees both you and me.
Here are a few longer letters written exactly as they were, which show the character of many others.
Chaoyang, April 10th, 1887. My dear sons, I am well, and I'm thankful for it. I'm also doing well, thank God. The weather lately has been terrible. Every day I set up my tent, a simple cloth roof on 6 bamboo poles, in the marketplace. But we've had 3 days of strong wind. The first day the dust was awful. Still, I had many patience and stayed outside all day. Eventually, we had to take the tent down because it couldn't hold up. We carried it back to the inn, but we stayed at our table until evening. By the end, you wouldn't have recognised us under all the dust, but patience kept coming the whole time. The second day, the wind blew the tent down twice. Once, a bamboo pole hit a man's head, but he didn't say a word and took it cheerfully. Nearby, a man with a peep show had his display blown apart and scattered everywhere. He calmly gathered his things and went back to his inn. I'm so glad the people here like us, trust us, and come to us for medicine. Even women and boys come. Right now, the schoolboys are on holiday for the fair, and they stand around watching me treat patients. They are especially fascinated by a glass bottle of eye medicine I have. When I dip a glass tube into the bottle and press a rubber bulb, bubbles rise to the surface. The boys are thrilled to see the bubbling water and will stand there for a long time, just watching it happen again and again. Sometimes they get troublesome, and I send them away. But when they behave, I push the tube deep into the bottle, and they are delighted to see the air bubbling up from the bottom. When a man comes to have a tooth pulled, even the other men get excited. They encourage him to go through with it because they want to watch and enjoy the spectacle. Mothers also send their little boys for medicine, and some of these boys are so polite and modest. They bow deeply as they leave, and it pleases me so much. Always be modest and polite, my sons. People will respect you and treat you kindly if you are. The boys also buy many books, and I preach to them earnestly. In 10 years, these boys will grow into men, and if they learn about Jesus now, it will be easier for them to follow him later. Jimmy, you already know Jesus. Does Willie? Teach him. Mama is no longer here to guide him, and I am far away. You are his big brother, so be a good lad and help him. The other day, while I was preaching, a man stood behind me holding a small black pig under his arm. He wanted to listen, but the pig wouldn't stay quiet. He tried holding its mouth shut, but every now and then it would let out a squeak. Eventually, it became so noisy that he had to leave. I couldn't help but smile. There's an older man here at the inn, the innkeeper's father. He's about 65, not very old, but he used to be a heavy opium smoker. A year ago, he became seriously ill and gave up opium, but the years of smoking destroyed his health. He likely doesn't have long to live. He can barely speak clearly now. Sometimes he visits me in my room, and I try to tell him about Jesus, hoping he will be saved. He listens, but his mind isn't very sharp anymore. Still, I pray he will call out to Jesus. The other day, I had to pull my own tooth. It was a back tooth that had been hurting for days. With no one to help, I sat down with a small Chinese mirror and a candle. I gripped the tooth firmly with forceps, and after a lot of wrenching, it finally came out. It had deep roots and bled a lot, but I was so thankful that God helped me get it out. Now I can sleep peacefully. Our Mongol donkeyman says he wants to be a Christian. I hope he's sincere, but he's slow and struggles to learn. There are 3 other men here who are learning about Jesus too, but it's too early to tell how serious they are. Many people begin to learn and then stop. It's late, and I must go to bed, or I won't have the strength to preach and treat patients all day tomorrow at the fair. Praying that God blesses you, my sons, and sending you much love. Your affectionate father, James Gilmour.
Tarchan 2, September 3, 1887.
My dear sons, I am well and thankful for it. The 3 Christians here come daily to evening worship. There are others who want to be Christians but lack the courage. One man's wife has threatened to kill herself if he becomes a Christian. Another man is in a similar situation. He's Chinese, and his wife is Mongol. A third man, also with a Mongol wife, came recently to confess his faith in Christianity, but his wife does not approve. She only says, "We'll see." Another young man wants to follow Jesus, but his father is holding him back. He's a very good lad. Yesterday was the day people bring food and fruit to the graves as offerings. One of the Christians was sent to make an offering. He brought the melon back here, and we shared half of it with him. Another man here is forbidden by his father to become a Christian. Altogether, that makes 5 men in this one place who believe in their hearts, read our books, and are learning about Christianity, but who do not confess Christ publicly. Do you know what Jesus says about this? Matthew 10:32-39. He says that if they obey others rather than him, they are not worthy to be his disciples. I am praying for these men and others like them, and I ask you to pray for them too, that they may find the courage to confess Christ. It is difficult for men in China to be Christians. Their families oppose them, and they face much pressure. How different it is for you. Everyone around you, your father, your friends, encourages you to follow Jesus. If you don't, we are all deeply saddened. Boys, please stay true to Jesus. In your words and actions, honour him. Make his heart glad. He loves you, died for you, and longs for your love in return. How can you not love him when you think about how much he loves you? Now I must stop writing for breakfast and then spend the day in the streets telling people about Jesus. God bless you, my dear boys. It is now afternoon, and I'll add a few lines. There's a lad in a shop here who has a tame dove, but he has painted it all different colours. It looks strange and unnatural, and I don't like seeing it just sitting around the shop. Doves seem so much happier flying free. Your mama also loved seeing birds wild in the trees and on rooftops, not shut up in cages. I guess it's about 8 a.m, Saturday for you, and you're just having breakfast now. Here, it's 4 p.m. I wish I could see you. My love to you, my dear sons. I pray that as boys, and later as men, you will know and love Jesus. Your loving father, James Gilmour.
In August 1884, Mr. and Mrs. Gilmour were blessed with a 3rd son, whom they named Alexander. Unfortunately, in 1887, he developed spinal problems and passed away in December of that year. When announcing the news to Alexander's uncle, after whom he was named, Mr. Gilmour wrote,
"Though often ill, his life was a happy one. It is now happier than ever. Thanks be to God that there is, and that we know there is, a bright and joyful life beyond. Let us make that the great meeting place for ourselves, our children, and our friends. May it bring us joy. As one by one our loved ones go there, may we feel more and more connected to that place. Let us live looking toward the joy set before us."
This baby brother, called Alec, is mentioned in the following letter. Tarchan, Mongolia, February 11th, 1888.
My dear sons, I am well, and I am thankful for it. I arrived here 2 days ago after a very cold journey. I have never felt the cold so much before. The people here are very busy because today is the last day of the Chinese year. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Everyone is rushing to buy food, as the shops will stay closed for several days after the new year begins. They are also busy scraping off old papers from the sides of their doors and putting up new ones. These papers are bright red with large black Chinese characters written on them. At first, They look impressive, but after some time, the sun fades their colour. In their homes, they are pasting up new pictures of gods, which are printed on sheets of paper. Every house has a kitchen god. They believe that by burning the old picture of the god, he is sent to heaven to report what he has seen in the house over the past year. They burned the old one last Saturday and are now putting up a new one. To please this god, they buy sticky sugar cakes, thinking the sweet treat will make him happy so he won't report their bad behaviour. They even believe the sticky sugar will glue his lips shut so he can't speak badly of them to the higher god. The shopkeepers also paste up pictures of the god of riches, thinking this will bring them wealth. Isn't it all so silly and so sad? Tomorrow, Sunday, I hope to baptise a man. He is a Chinaman. That will make 4 Christians here. They all have their faults and weaknesses, and I am not completely at ease about them. Pray that God will help them grow in grace and become goldier. Pray also that God will convert more people here. We need a house of our own to live in. People here are afraid to rent us a house, but now that Dr. Roberts is coming, we will need one. He will arrive in 6 or 7 weeks, stay for 2 months, and then return to Tientsin for a while. As we travelled, we saw the Christian at Tasuku, but we haven't yet met the man from Chaoyang. I have kept all your letters and made them into a book, which I have with me. Your letters are so nice to read, and I can see how much your writing has improved. I plan to keep all your letters this year as well and bind them. You might enjoy reading them when you're older. The last letter I received from you was dated October 27th. My dear sons, I think of you often and pray for you daily. You have a photo of Mama's grave. Little Alec's small mound is close to hers, on the side nearer to little Edie's. Mama's and Alec's coffins are side by side below. They rest together. But remember, Mama and Alec are not there. They are in heaven, with its golden streets, beautiful river, trees of life, shining gates, and kind, loving people. Best of all, they are with Jesus and God. They are having such a wonderful time there. My boys, don't be afraid of dying. Pray to Jesus and do the things that please him. If you die, you will go to his wonderful place, where everything is good and beautiful. I don't know whether you or I will go there first, but I hope that one day we will all be there together, Mama, Alec, and all of us. I love thinking about this. In the meantime, let's do all we can for Jesus by telling others about him and encouraging them to follow him. Are your school friends Jesus boys? Do you ever tell them about him? Please do, my dear sons. I hope to receive letters from you in about a month. Goodbye, my dear boys. Be good and diligent, and you will find happiness. Jesus can make your hearts glad. Your loving father, James Gilmour.
Mrs. Meach had been a loving and caring mother figure to little Alexander. Just a few months after he passed, she suffered the loss of her own son. Upon hearing the sad news, Mr. Gilmour wrote to her, Mongolia, March 25th, 1888.
My dear Mrs. Meach, many congratulations and condolences to you. Your little son has gone to Emily. She will look after him just as you looked after her little Alexander. Isn't it remarkable that we now have many family connections in heaven, and they seem to keep growing? I hope you're feeling better now and that things are improving for you. I'm greatly encouraged by the news of spiritual movements in the West Mission. May they continue and grow stronger. With many prayers for you all and constant remembrance of you through the date block, yours in loving sympathy, James Gilmour.
May 30th, 1888.
I've been treating a little homeless boy here for sores on his head. Today, I applied ointment all over it, and he cried from the pain. I told him I had medicine that would stop the pain and handed him 6 cash, just enough for a bowl of buckwheat noodles. Everyone laughed, and he stopped crying. After that, he didn't seem to feel the pain anymore. The people in the town are impressed by the improvement in the boy's condition. Before he came to me, I saw a Chinese medicine man poking at his head with a straw. When he came to me, I used my finger to gently rub on the ointment. The bystanders were pleased to see I wasn't afraid to touch the dirty sores on the boy's head. Jesus touched a leper, and I want to do what Jesus would do. That's the right way, boys. Always think about what Jesus would have done and follow his example.
Mongolia, September 9th, 1888.
My dear sons, I am out on a journey. I knew letters were being sent to me and hoped to meet the messenger. From a distance, I saw a red umbrella shining in the sun, and I wondered if it might be him. Then I forgot about it as I read a book while walking. Suddenly, I heard someone say, "He's come." I looked up and saw the red umbrella close by. It was him. The messenger is returning tomorrow. I hadn't received any letters for 80 days. I last wrote to you on August 2nd. Since then, several men have professed faith in Christ, and one has been baptized. Sadly, one of the Christians at Ta Ching Tsu stole my bank book and withdrew about £3 of my money. He claims to be sorry, so we've put him on a year's probation to see if he improves. He is a lazy man. I once told him, if you are lazy, someday the devil will lead you into sin. And that's exactly what happened. If he had been diligent, he wouldn't have been poor and wouldn't have stolen. Laziness is a bad thing. A good Christian cannot be lazy because Jesus doesn't like laziness. I hope to hear from you soon. I pray for God to bless you in everything and guide you throughout your life. Your loving father, James Gilmour.
Chaoyang, Mongolia, Saturday, November the 17th, 1888.
My dear sons, today I saw a crowd on the street and went to see what was happening. 2 Chinese gentlemen were showing off a trained bird. One man stood on the street while the other placed 3 small flags on a wall. The bird flew to the wall, picked up a flag, and brought it back to the man on the street, carrying it in its beak. It was rewarded with food each time it brought back a flag. It was clever and nice to watch, but I couldn't help thinking it was a rather trivial thing for 2 grown men to be doing. Even the crowd seemed to think so. I don't like seeing birds in captivity. It's so much prettier to watch them flying free and hear them singing. I feel sorry for birds kept in cages or tied to strings, as the Chinese often do. When I see that, I think of Mama, who loved to see birds flying wild. Your loving father, James Gilmour. I remember one day in Mongolia when Mama stopped me from picking a flower. She said it looked so pretty growing where it was. Another time, a beetle landed nearby, and Mama said, "It is so glad to be alive. Don't hurt it." I feel very distressed seeing how the boys in the marketplace behave. They steal as much as they can from the sellers of straw and fuel, grabbing handfuls from their bundles and running away without shame. If the owner doesn't chase them, they get away with it. If he drops his load and runs after them, they drop what they've stolen, and the owner picks it up without saying anything further. In summer, little naked boys follow people carrying fruit in open baskets and snatch what they can. It all seems so dishonest, but no one seems to care. On the street, people will watch a thief steal a man's pipe and say nothing because they feel it's not their business. I often think of you and pray for you. I know you don't forget Mama. She is with Jesus. Be his boys. Do your lessons well, and he will guide you through life. Be diligent and careful, and you will grow into useful and respected men. Always tell Jesus all your affairs. Goodbye for now, my boys. Much love from your affectionate father, James Gilmour.
Chapter 11. Closing labours. James Gilmour remained in Great Britain for less than 8 months. During this time, he deeply enjoyed the company of his sons and cherished his renewed connections with relatives and old friends. His spiritual life grew even stronger, and he spoke at many meetings about missionary work, leaving a great impression everywhere he went. Reflecting on this visit, particularly his time with the boys, a close relative wrote,
"It was a time full of interest and pleasure. He showed such a variety of moods, from playful and joyful to deeply emotional and reflective. The loss of his wife had profoundly impacted him. There was much more sadness and tenderness in him compared to his previous visit, when he had been accompanied by her bright presence. Once, speaking about a medical missionary who had brought his wife back from China, gravely ill and nearing death, James said,
'Eh, man, he little knows the terrible dark valley he has to go through, and if Christ is not with him, he will be undone.'
He spoke as if reliving his own pain. Then he added,
'But if Christ is with him, he will come through it with victory, and Christ will be dearer to him. But he has no idea what he must face, though he thinks he does.'
James had looked forward to spending time with his sons in Millport, where he had spent June and July of 1883 with his wife and boys during a previous visit. They stayed there for a month, enjoying boating, walking, and reminiscing about their happy times together as a family. The thought of reunion in heaven was always emphasised, and his efforts to lead his sons to focus on heaven left a lasting impression. The boys now think of heaven as a very real place. During their stay in Millport, James spent several nights pasting Bible verses on stones, gateways and fences across the island, anywhere they might catch someone's eye. He felt an urgency to work while he still had time. One relative recalled,
"I noticed him making paste but thought nothing of it. At night I heard the sound of a softly closing door, but I dismissed it as my imagination. In the mornings, his icy cold hand struck me when he greeted me. I saw the little texts posted around, but never guessed they were his work until the next day, when he began making more paste. It all came to me at once. I begged him in tears not to go out in the cold night air, telling him that God would surely prefer him to stay in bed, rest, and regain his strength. He answered so kindly,
'Sister, it pains me to grieve you.'
But he completed his work anyway. He was always incredibly considerate and grateful for any kindness. When he noticed I was especially tired, he would bring an extra pillow and make me rest on the sofa. At mealtimes, he would seat me in the most comfortable chair, pour the tea himself, or gently say,
'Sister, take a cup first, so you'll have strength to help us.'
The day before he left to return to China, he gave his real farewell. After dinner, he stepped outside but paused to look back through the window at the happy faces still gathered around the table. He threw a kiss, but then his emotions overwhelmed him. His lip quivered, tears filled his eyes, and he turned quickly away. Later that day, when I tried to speak hopefully of seeing him again, he quietly replied,
'I shall see your face no more.'
I know he felt deeply the sacrifice of leaving the comforts of home and civilised life, but he resolved to face it. On his last evening with us, after I had to remind him several times about some business matters that needed attending, before he left, he finally said,
'I can hardly drag myself away from this bright, cosy scene.'
His soul was extraordinarily sensitive. It pained him to hear anyone speaking ill of another. I have seen him turn pale when someone accused another of having wrong motives. He deeply longed for more of the Spirit of Christ among people and for more workers in the mission field. Often, after walking through Hamilton on a Saturday evening, he would say,
'Just think, in a small town like this, there are men preaching on nearly every street corner, while I am alone in those hundreds of square miles in Mongolia. What you people are thinking of, I cannot imagine.'
In his correspondence with the daughter of one of his former professors, James Gilmour revealed the depth of his religious life and his awareness of the renewed spirituality flowing through the evangelical church at the time. From these letters, we are fortunate to share some beautiful and inspiring passages. Glasgow, November 18th, 1889.
May he himself lead you into closer and closer communion with him, and may he grant you his joy and peace in full measure. For both you and me, I pray that we may become even more captivated by him and his friendship. Do you know number 565, In the Secret of His Presence, from the 750 edition of Sankey's hymnal? I find it deeply moving. I also love number 328, O Christ, in Thee my soul hath found, which expresses both experience and aspiration. He is truly the only source of real satisfaction. May we learn to trust him more and more with every aspect of our lives. I firmly believe that when we look back on life from its end, it will be the moments we trusted him most and were most devoted to his service that we will treasure most. May his blessings and his presence be your abundant satisfaction.
November the 20th, 1889.
I wonder if your experience is anything like mine, that I have often found less benefit than I had hoped for from stepping away from daily life to seek deeper communion with the Lord. There have been one or two prominent instances of this in my own life. Yet I am so grateful that he can be found anywhere and that he is always accessible, whether our circumstances are favourable or unfavourable. About feelings, don't worry about them at all. Things are true whether we feel them or not. Let us take God at his word and not rely on our emotions. God turns no one away who comes to him sincerely. Let us be absolutely sure of this. I once heard Spurgeon say something very helpful. When doubts or the devil come and say, "You are not saved, you are not right with God," I go to him and say, "If I never came before, I come now. If I never trusted before, I trust now." That clears away all doubts about the past and gives us a fresh start in the present. Across the kingdom, there is a hunger and thirst in many for a deeper closeness to God, a desire not just to know him in thought, but to experience him as a daily, living reality. Without him truly present, life is unsatisfying. When this longing takes hold of us, we don't give things up merely as a duty to deny ourselves for Christ. Instead, our hearts are changed and we naturally drift away from things that once held us. What we once counted as gain, we now consider loss for the sake of Christ. Our goals and aims are transformed. May our lives be fully captivated by this change. For a life lived in this way, death is not an ending. It is an enlargement of our life and purpose.
Hamilton, December 5th, 1889.
All I know about drawing closer to God is simply this: go to him, tell him what you need, and ask for it. Seek, and you shall find. Ask, and you shall receive. That is the only secret I know. God knows his children perfectly and teaches each one in the way they need. Some may require different lessons or methods, but we can safely trust ourselves in his hands. All he asks is that we be earnest students. I've often been amazed at how God brings just the right book, friend, or comment into my life at the moment I need it most. Truly, none teach like him.
December 25th, 1889.
Oh, that we may be more fully surrendered to him, to be used as he pleases and for his purposes. Oh, for greater faith in him. My lads, I think, are enjoying themselves, and I commit them to him.
January 1st, 1890.
I've just returned with my two lads after a day spent in London visiting my ship, the Peshawar. The ship is full. My berth isn't in the best spot, but it's not bad, and it's only for a short time. You'll have plenty of need for wisdom, and Jesus is made unto us wisdom as well as everything else. He will teach you all the right things. Let's not hold back out of fear of making mistakes. The greatest mistake would be to do nothing at all. Everyone keeps remarking how well I look. It's being noticed everywhere. And I do feel remarkably well. May God be pleased to use me in His service.
His heart remained in Mongolia, and as soon as the medical authorities and the London Missionary Society allowed it, he prepared to return. He sailed for China on January 9th, 1890. While the steamer was making its way down the English Channel, he wrote to an old college friend he hadn't seen in 20 years and was sorry to miss.
In response to your letter of November 19th, I addressed an envelope to you long ago. It's been sitting in my writing case ever since, often noticed but always pushed aside by something more immediate. Now it's finally your turn. I'm sorry you won't see me in England. I sailed yesterday. My health has been restored, and I'm off again. You say you want reviving. Go directly to Jesus, ask Him plainly, and you'll receive it right away. Revival isn't something you need to work yourself into, or rely on others to help you achieve, or travel to England to find. Jesus can grant it anywhere, and does so wherever men and women ask for it. Ask, and you shall receive. My dear brother, I've learned that the key to blessing is simply to go to Jesus and tell Him what you need. I'm glad to hear you say you desire blessing, because I know Jesus has more than enough to give. Oh, for an outpouring of His Spirit on every part of the LMS missions. There's so much I'd like to say that it's hardly worth starting, so I'll just commend you to Jesus in all His fullness.
On January 21st, 1890, nearing Port Said, he wrote,
We have excellent company on board, and have never had such a pleasant voyage. Some of the first saloon passengers join our Bible readings. Those who are unfriendly to Christianity are careful to give no offence and remain polite. So far, this voyage feels like an exquisite picnic. Knowing well what lies ahead of us, we still rejoice in this present Elam and calmly trust for the future. I boarded with a tremendous cold, as did 2 or 3 others. As I expected, mine has gone with the fresh air and exposure. No one teaches like him, who was also the first of preachers. In daily, hourly, humble communication with him, you'll lack nothing, neither wisdom, guidance, nor shepherding. Rejoice in having him manage everything for you.
James Gilmour reached Peking on March 14th, 1890, and by March 24th he had set out again for Mongolia. He began this final phase of his work with a strong heart and high hopes. Dr. Smith was to join him as his medical colleague, and Gilmour was eagerly anticipating the arrival of Mr. Parker, whose heart he had stirred with a passion for mission work during a visit to Cheshunt College in England. While Gilmour had been in England, Dr. Smith had made 2 visits to Mongolia, one on his own and one briefly accompanied by the Reverend T. Bryson of Tientsin. Meanwhile, the work in Mongolia had continued under the faithful care of the native helper, Mr. Liu, and some of the converts. In a letter to the Reverend Robert Wardlaw Thompson on May 9th, 1890, Gilmour wrote,
I have travelled throughout the district, spending a month at Chaoyang. There, we had the privilege of baptising 4 adults, 3 men and 1 woman, and 1 child, all Chinese. 2 of the adults were young men who have been under instruction for 8 or 9 months. They are very promising cases indeed. The other 2 were a man and his wife, the latter being the first woman in the district to find the courage to be baptised. These baptisms are a result of the medical work. This couple lives in a small hamlet where interest in Christianity began with a man who came to me in the marketplace with a bad sore on his leg. It had been caused by a wound from his own harvest sickle. After I treated and cured the sore, friendly relations developed with the entire hamlet. Though only one family in the hamlet has given up its idols so far, I am thankful that all the neighbours remain friendly toward us. In Chaoyang, there are several inquirers. While some of the Christians are very promising, others are less satisfactory. For example, one Christian man told me that his wife was possessed by an evil spirit. To cure her and please her, he allowed the worship of the spirit to be re-established in their home. As soon as this was done, the woman was cured. Such beliefs are deeply ingrained in the Chinese mindset. One of the most encouraging incidents in Chaoyang was a visit from a well-to-do farmer who lives about 20 li, roughly 6 miles from the town. He has been friendly and inquiring about Christianity since the beginning. Though he has not made a public profession of faith, he says he reads the New Testament regularly and prays. Moreover, he has taught 2 men in his neighbourhood, one a carpenter, the other a farmer. Both know the catechism, observe Sunday, and gather with him for worship. We met both men, and their story seems genuine. The farmer, Mr. Feng, also spent a day with us. I asked him why he has not made an open profession of Christianity. He explained that, like most Chinese, he lives with his parents, and they, along with his wife and children, are still heathen. He cannot reorganize the household against their wishes, and has only been able to partially remove idols from his home. Outside his home, the social pressure is so immense that Feng says openly, joining Christianity would make life unbearable. He admits he lacks the courage to face the persecution that would come with baptism. For now, he focuses on teaching others around him, hoping that if there were more believers in his area, they could face the challenges together. It is an intriguing case, though not fully satisfying. My hope is that as he continues to immerse himself in the Word of God, the Spirit will not let him rest until he finds the courage to make a bold confession of faith and take his stand. We had a wonderful month in the marketplace with plenty of Chinese and Mongols to preach to and heal. One Mongol showed an astonishingly full knowledge of Christianity. The drought gave us good opportunities to speak on many subjects, and in most cases, we received respectful attention. It was a hard month of work. From 7 a.m. until noon or later, we were in the market. In the afternoons, we treated private patients, and in the evenings, we met with inquirers. Our days began at daylight and didn't end until well into the night. Unlike most Chinese who rest after lunch, we rarely had a break. Often, patients would come just as we tried to rest. Typically, rain or storms bring occasional breaks in the work, but this time there was none. It was nearly uninterrupted. I am more convinced than ever that medical work needs to be handed over to a trained medical professional. One day in Chaoyang, a man arrived swaggering across the marketplace, his comical straw hat drawing laughter from the crowd. I couldn't help but smile. But it was no joke. He was a messenger from the cavalry camp outside the town, sent to fetch me to treat 2 soldiers with bullet wounds from a clash with Mongolian brigands. I had never treated bullet wounds before, but I knew I could help more than a Chinese doctor could, so I went. The wounds were 48 hours old. I dressed them as best I could and visited daily for 2 weeks. 2 wounds were deep, but only in the flesh, which were easier to treat. The third, however, involved a bone injury. I had no knowledge of anatomy, no books, no resources, nothing to consult. All I could do was pray. The answer came in an unexpected way. On the 3rd morning, while treating ordinary patients in the marketplace and preoccupied with the bone case, I saw a frail, skeletal old man approaching me through the crowd. He was so emaciated that every bone in his body was visible under his yellow, loose-hanging skin. I think he came for cough medicine, and if so, He got it, but I quickly began studying and fingering his bones to prepare for the soldier's case. It was an answer to prayer. I smiled at the situation, and a sharp young Chinaman in the crowd whispered, "That smile means something." It did. I now knew how to treat the damaged bone. Soon after, the soldier's wound was healing well. I was and still am deeply thankful for God's guidance. However, this experience left me even more convinced that things are out of balance. There are so many Christian doctors at home and abroad, yet I, with no medical training, am left to handle doctoring in this vast, underserved district. It's not just the people here who lack proper care. Even I would have no help if I needed it. A grim reminder of the dangers we face came as I prepared to leave Chaoyang. I had to pass through a district overrun by brigands, so dangerous that travellers had abandoned the main road. As Scripture says, the highways were unoccupied, and the travellers walked through byways. I had avoided this road twice before, but I felt ashamed to avoid it again, so this time we went straight through. Thankfully, we encountered no one who wished us harm. However, just a week ago, it was just as likely that today I would be lying on a Chinese kang, heated bed, trying to dress my own wounds, as that I would be sitting here writing to you. I am currently waiting for Dr. Smith, who last wrote to me from Tientsin on April 9th, saying I would either see or hear from him here between June 6th and 12th. Yesterday, Sunday, June 8th, was a pleasant day. The 3 Christians here have grown in their faith. 2 of them have endured significant troubles, but stood firm through it all. The farmer, who has been very ill, guessed we would be here and came in to spend the day with us. They all seem very earnest.
The positive effects of James Gilmour's home visit in 1889 were evident during this time. The trip had halted the running down he had been experiencing and allowed him to renew old friendships and form new ones. His unwavering dedication to his challenging work and the depth of his faith had deeply moved many faithful men and women back home, who responded to his frequent plea.
Pray for me and for the conversion of the Chinese and the Mongols.
His interest in the broader happenings of the world was also renewed. Years earlier, he had given up reading anything but the Bible. Now, while he still studied the Bible with fervour, he also received newspapers, welcomed books from friends, especially those focused on the cultivation of the soul, and kept a watchful eye on the religious and social movements of his time. The following selections from his correspondence illustrate these changes. He had adjusted his way of life in Mongolia. Having abandoned vegetarianism during his voyage home, he did not return to it upon resuming his work. However, he remained a total abstainer and continued to despise opium, whiskey, and tobacco with the same intensity as before. That said, he no longer required abstinence from the latter 2 as a condition for church membership. He also began reserving more of Sunday for rest, limiting his activities to religious services with Christians and inquirers, instead of setting up his tent in the streets as he had previously done. These changes brought noticeable improvements in his health and demeanour. The careworn look disappeared, his posture regained energy and vitality, and his face became fuller. His smile regained its former brightness, and his voice returned to much of its original clarity. These signs of renewal suggested many years of fruitful work ahead. In a letter to a friend, he playfully mentioned the 20 or 30 years of labour he still had ahead of him. He often, half jokingly, half seriously, claimed that life in the interior was so healthy that he would likely outlive his fellow workers in Tientsin and Peking. In a letter to a friend in Edinburgh, Gilmour shared the following reflections.
Do you know Adolphe Monod's farewell? It was recently sent to me by Reverend C. New of Hastings an old chess hunt fellow student. I have enjoyed the entire book, but most especially chapter 12 of Things Not Seen. I also intensely enjoyed a volume of sermons titled The Baptism of the Spirit and Other Sermons by Mr. New. For a meek, childlike spirit desiring the nourishing of the Word, I think nothing could be more helpful. If ever you send a book to the boys, let it be one that will do their souls good. I may be filling my life too full, but between medical work and spiritual work, I barely have time to sleep. Yet I know that for any hope of continuing this work, I must rest. For the past month, I've been rising at 4:30 a.m, and our evening worship and conversations haven't ended until around 9, 9:15, or even 10 p.m. at times. After that, it takes a while to settle the day's matters and lay out my bedding. In the daytime, I sometimes bolt my door to secure an hour's quiet, but often it is in vain. I hear some poor cultivator come for medicine, and knowing he has a long journey home, I cannot help but let him in and attend to him. Yesterday, as no one knew we were here, I escaped at 5:30 a.m. and walked to the hot springs, 12 miles away. I walked there and back, and now I'm lame with badly blistered feet, but it was worth it. I had a grand day. So quiet. Along the way, I sat behind a mud wall and read the first 4 chapters of Hebrews. After reaching the springs, I had a bath, found an empty room in an inn, had a nap, ate dinner, drank tea, and read the rest of Hebrews. I've never seen so much in that book before. On the road, I had a 4-mile conversation with a farmer who eventually admitted he believed Christianity to be true. Since I returned, we've baptised 6 people, 5 adults and 1 child, all Chinese. Be not weary in well-doing. In due time we shall reap if we faint not. We are on God's side, and God has need of us. Oh, let us live in a way that He can take pleasure in us. Faithfulness and love to Him are what He desires, and surely we can give Him these. Oh, that everyone who comes into contact with us might feel the spiritual touch. Would this not be the ideal Christian life? May He work it in us. Have you been to any Salvation Army efforts? I always felt better for going, though I didn't go much in later years. I couldn't handle the row. Still, I am very eager for you to identify yourself with some soul-saving agency. If it truly focuses on saving souls, I don't think it matters much what it is.
On July 21st, 1890, he wrote to the same friend,
Since July 3rd, we've had the most unusual weather for this region, rainy and overcast. There have only been 4 or 5 days where I could go out in the street with my tent. As a result, I'm not as busy. And now that Dr. Smith has joined me and handles all the indoor medical work, I'm even less so, which gives me a rare chance to write at leisure. The rain reached its peak on Saturday night, July 19th. Up until then, the roofs and walls had held up well, with only a few minor leaks. But then the wind shifted, and the rain poured down in torrents. The reed and paper ceilings started to give way. Every so often, a burst of water would crash down as the paper gave way in different spots. Dr. Smith and I had a lively time moving our boxes and bedding to drier areas. By dusk, it had become serious. I was at my wit's end when a Chinaman popped his head into my room and half-jokingly said, "There's a tent standing idle in that room. Why not set it up in your bedroom?" The idea seemed so absurd that we had a good laugh, but after some thought, I realised it might work. We ended up setting the tent up in my room. It covered 2/3 of my kang and a bit of floor space where I kept my boxes. I positioned one corner of the tent over my books and medicines, lit my lamp, brewed some tea, and squatted inside. When Dr. Smith came in, he said I looked just like an opium smoker. Dr. Smith had a portable iron bedstead. He covered it with floor mats and a waterproof sheet, and without undressing, we settled in for the night. At some point, there was a loud crash. Part of the building had come down. In the dark and pouring rain, it was hard to figure out the extent of the damage, but thankfully, it turned out to be more noise than actual destruction. We were very relieved when dawn finally came. The Chinese suffered far more than we did during the rain. Such heavy rains happen so rarely, once every 3, 4, or even 5 years, that houses are not built to withstand them. The Chinese consider it cheaper to endure the occasional soaking than to spend extra money on more durable roofing. During the wet weather, I've been studying the Chinese Psalms and have been deeply struck by the blessed state of those who fear the Lord, trust in the Lord, and are described in various ways as being on the Lord's side and under his protection. All these promises are ours to claim. Did you read the story in The Christian some time ago about an old woman from Annan who was about to be sold out for not paying her rent? She had no money, but her son in America had sent her letters. A neighbour, curious as to why her son hadn't helped, asked to see them. Among the letters was a post office order for £7 10 shillings, which she'd had for some time, but thought was just a picture. When the order was cashed, she had the money she needed. Wasn't she a foolish old woman? To be bankrupt while holding an uncashed post office order. But how often are we just as foolish, if not more so? We fear, worry, and feel troubled or cast down while holding all of God's promises, ready for us to claim. Let us cash our cheques. Not only do we have God's promises, but we also have God himself as our portion. Why should we ever be spiritually bankrupt? Another thing I notice is how much our subjective states affect our reading of the Psalms. At times, I read a psalm and see little in it. At other times, I go over the same psalm and find it overflowing with richness. How important it is to have the light of the Holy Spirit in our scripture reading. July 30th. The little wordless book you sent quickly found its way into the hands of a Chinese convert. He asked to take it with him because he wants to speak from it. He enjoys it because it gives him carte blanche, letting him say just what he likes. How full the Psalms are. These days, I am reading them in Chinese. Each morning, I focus on one psalm, carefully committing some of its verses to memory. Then, as time permits during the day, I read a few more. The soul of man is so universal. When I feel dull, cold, or lifeless, and as though I cannot pray, I turn to the Psalms and they refresh me. When I am most filled with the Spirit, the Psalms provide almost every word and need of expression. Yet, some deluded men dismiss the Bible as merely the product of the Jewish mind. The greatest proof of the divine origin of the Bible is how perfectly it fits the soul, like a Chubb's key fits the lock it was made for. Now I am off to the street with my tent.
Mongolia, July 28th, 1890.
My dear Meech, Dr. Smith arrived here on July 2nd, and the rains began almost immediately after his arrival. They've continued ever since. However, the spiritual rain has not come yet, nor are there any signs of it. When it does come, may it pour down as abundantly as the physical rain. I'm glad to hear you've had some spiritual rain where you are. May you have much more. Dig the ditches, brother, and prepare for the flood. Do you think we'll ever be able to go up to him and say, "We did our part, but you didn't do yours, Lord"? No, man. Elijah called down fire with a short prayer, but his servant had to make 6 fruitless trips to the summit before he finally saw a small cloud. May the good Lord, who knows our frailty and remembers we are but dust, grant us little tokens now and then to sustain us as we wait. There will never be any lack on his part. He will not only perform, but also strengthen and support his servants who trust in him. My dear Owen, I know worry should be a stranger to the believer's experience. I long to be done with it entirely, and I thank him for how often it has been absent. But dissatisfaction with the present state of things is not worry. It is a legitimate longing of the soul, and to lose that would be a great loss. I can hardly say how I am. Since Dr. Smith arrived, I haven't taken much note of inward things, or outward ones either. It is a blessing to have him here. Is it true that, just as the best sign of good digestion is to be unaware you have a stomach, the best sign of spiritual health might be not being aware of your soul at all? I wonder if this is so. His presence has made a difference. Duty has kept me living quietly in good lodgings, with manageable work and no overrush, and it seems I'll have another month of the same. I fear I am not as good company to him as he is to me. The rains have been terrible. For 5 or 6 days, the rivers were completely impassable. Even after that, 2 men were swept away on one day and 2 more on another. 4 lives lost in this one town alone. I know you pray for us here. Hey, man, if only the work would move, if only the rain would come, as the eyes of servants. Psalms 123, 126. I often read these psalms together. Then I think, what would please me most as a master? To see my servant going forward, energetically, faithfully, and loyally in his work, not moping about, downcast. Isn't this what God wants from us? So here goes, cheerily and trustfully.
August 10th, 1890.
I cannot say that God gives me all the victories I desire, but he keeps me in peace and faith, and that is no small thing. Lately, my devotional reading has been the Chinese Psalms. Despite Shereshevsky's lofty Chinese style, for which may he be forgiven, they are refreshing and strong. How similar the heart longings and soul breathings of the old Judean hunted outlaw, call him a brigand, if you will, are to those of an educated Westerner in the 19th century. Poor old Moses, another outlaw. What a battered life he led, yet what a magnificent soul he had. How wonderfully he outlived it all, remaining hale when called to die. His people troubled him so much, so like the Chinese. Imagine Moses climbing the mountain to die alone. It's so comforting to catch a later glimpse of him in the New Testament, standing alongside Elijah, who also once struggled under a cloud. God does not hold things against us. As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our transgressions from us. Love to all. James Gilmour.
Chao Yang, August 19th, 1890.
My dear sons, I have just arrived here after a very hard 4-day journey. It is summer, and the rains have made the roads terrible. Our first adventure happened in a deep, narrow gully going up a mountain. We met a cart coming down, and there was no room to pass or turn back. What could we do? One of the carts had to be pulled up the bank, but neither carter wanted to go first. They just sat and stared at each other. Our cart was heavy, and the other was light, so finally the other carter pulled his cart up. Once we passed, our carter helped him bring it down again. The next adventure was in a river, where the leading mule sank into a quicksand. The carter jumped into the water, shoes and all, and in a few seconds I had stripped down to my singlet and pants, and was in the river too. After some effort, we managed to get out. On the following day, we got stuck in a quagmire. We hitched the mules to the back of the cart, pulled it free, then dug a new road along the side of the ravine to get past. The third day started with the cart tipping over in a very muddy spot early in the morning. Later in the afternoon, we got caught in a thunder shower. Finally, on the fourth day, we got stuck in a mud hole just half a mile from the end of the journey. When we reached our inn, we found the rooms taken over by a crowd of people celebrating a wedding. Despite all this, something made the journey very pleasant. As we were starting, one of the Christians, a poor Chinese farmer who dresses and eats very simply, came to me and gave 2 tiao, about 3 shillings. Secondly, as an offering to God. I was so glad to see him do this, and I'm sure God was glad too. Then, at the end of the journey, when we were stuck in the mud hole, another Christian came, took off his stockings and shoes, stepped into the mud, and helped us get free. The countryside was very beautiful all the way, just at its best.
In a letter to another correspondent, Gilmour described the challenges of travelling in China during the wet season.
The last task we faced was an 80-mile journey. In England, you would cover that distance quickly. Here, in August, it's no easy matter. It's the time of year when, because of the rains, no one should travel, and no one does, unless they absolutely must. Carts wouldn't move. The night before we started, I had to find my way back to the car inn through a newly rained-on, muddy Chinese street in the dark. The next day, however, one of the Chinese Christians brightened the journey for me. He is a very poor man with such a worn, thin coat, but he gave a donation to print Christian books. It was about $1, a small amount to some, but it cost him a lot of self-denial. As I passed through the drought-parched district where he lives and saw the poor fields, I wondered where he had found the money. I suppose God gave him the heart to give it. Starting a journey with such a glimmer of light made it cheerful. We travelled those 80 miles in 4 days and rested one Sabbath, making it 5 days in total. Within 3/4 of a mile from the end of our journey, our cart got stuck in a mud hole. Earlier, we had passed the cottage of a Christian. After we had been stuck in that hole for half an hour or more, this Christian suddenly appeared. He is known for being very neat and clean, but in a few moments he was knee-deep in the mud, ordering the carter about, shouting at the mules and lifting at the back of the cart. Even the mules seemed to sense a new energy in the situation. They made a fresh effort, and out the cart came. Would you believe it? A cart had tipped over in that spot some days before, and it was said the people lost 30 shillings in silver. Hoping to recover the money, the locals had dug up the road and left a pit. We didn't know this and thought it was just an ordinary puddle, so we drove straight into it. The Christian generosity at the start of the journey and the Christian help at the end made the whole trip and its memory quite pleasant. I am now reading Moole's Veni Creator, which arrived a few days ago. However, what helps me most these days are the Psalms. Almost every morning, I take a few verses, commit them to memory in the Chinese translation, and reflect on them. I never realised there was so much depth in the Psalms before. I believe that even at the end of a long life, this constant discovery of more and more in God's Word will hold true for the entire Bible. And for what lies beyond, there is the inexhaustible One Himself, satisfaction for the present and plenty for the future. The endless sorrows and sufferings of the people here weigh heavily on me. I see much of their physical suffering, and in some small way, I bear their sorrows and carry their griefs, though I cannot relieve them much, and spiritually, they are so dead and dark.
Dr. Smith, who spent several weeks with Mr. Gilmour during the summer, provided this fascinating account of his daily routine. For much of this time, they were based in Tasuku.
Mr. Gilmour always rose at daylight. He folded his bedding and immediately began reading. Around 6 o'clock, a man selling hot millet and bean porridge would arrive, and Mr. Gilmour would purchase 2 bowls for his early breakfast. He then continued reading Chinese, often aloud. When he encountered a difficult word, he would repeat it over and over to fix it firmly in his memory. By 8, he had a more substantial breakfast, which consisted of Chinese rolls and a cup of cocoa. At 9, he headed to the street with his tent, accompanied by Mr. Liu, the native preacher. One of the inn servants helped carry the tent and medicine boxes and assisted with setting them up. The tent was usually erected in a broad street behind the inn, where a daily market was held. The medicine boxes were placed on a small table in the tent, with wooden benches in front and at the side for the patients. Any particularly challenging medical cases were referred back to the inn for me to treat. On the table there were also copies of various tracts and portions of Scripture. Mr. Gilmour dispensed medicines, talked with people, and preached whenever the opportunity arose. About 1 o'clock, Mr. Gilmour would return to the inn for dinner, which typically consisted of meat and other items bought at a Chinese cookshop. Around 3, we would usually go for a walk in the countryside. We would stroll among the various crops, with Mr. Gilmour chatting with anyone we met along the way. He was widely recognized, and people greeted him in a friendly manner. I have very fond memories of these walks. Often, our conversations would turn to home, our boys, and our friends. Sometimes he would tell me stories about his student days or share anecdotes from his deputation work back in Britain and the people he had met there. Occasionally, a gentleman would approach and ask, "Where are you going?" Mr. Gilmour would reply with a smile, "We are cooling ourselves. We're going nowhere." It was always a mystery to the locals why we would take such aimless walks in the countryside. One day, 2 curious lads followed us for miles over some low hills, trying to figure out our purpose. They returned to the town only to be laughed at by their friends for their efforts. What impressed me most about Mr. Gilmour was his extraordinary understanding of the subtle nuances of Chinese politeness and his remarkable power of observation. He truly loved the Chinese, viewing and treating them as brothers. He was also a man of deep prayer, and it was in this that his great power as a missionary lay. When he met a Mongol, he would exchange a few words in their language, and it was incredible to see their faces light up upon hearing their mother tongue. All the Mongols knew he could speak their language, and they respected him as one of the few who did. As we returned to the town and walked along the street, many passers-by would bow to Mr. Gilmour, and shopkeepers here and there would greet him with a friendly bow as well. Sometimes he would stop to buy a few peaches or apples, and on occasion he would give a sweetmeat vendor 2 cash for 2 sweets, handing one to me with a smile. Around 4:30, we would return to the inn. Usually some people would already be waiting to see him. Mr. Sun, the boxmaker, was a frequent visitor. He often came to read the Scriptures with Mr. Gilmour, and their discussions would cover various points. Mr. Sun would share his opinions, and Mr. Gilmour would gently guide him, correcting any misunderstandings. Occasionally an outsider would drop in, and Mr. Sun, with enthusiasm, would often share the gospel with them. At about 6, Mr. Gilmour would have some cocoa and bread. When the candles were lit, the Christians would gather for evening prayers, as Mr. Gilmour had made it a rule for them to assemble at that time. In Mr. Gilmour's room, a Chinese table was placed in the center, with 3 wooden forms around it for the preacher and the Christians. Mr. Gilmour and I sat on chairs on the vacant side of the table. On the table stood 2 Chinese candlesticks, each holding a Chinese candle. These candles were made from castor bean wax and were fixed to the candlestick by inserting the iron pin of the candlestick into a hollow straw embedded in the candle's end. There was also a Chinese oil lamp. The upper part of the lamp was a small earthenware saucer containing oil, with cotton threads lying in it as wicks. The wicks were made to project over the saucer's edge, and were then lit. The lower part of the lamp was another earthenware receptacle that held additional oil for refilling the lamp. The little lamp rested on this base. This setup often reminded me of the parable of the virgins. When reading that parable by the light of such a lamp, it became strikingly vivid and realistic to the Chinaman who listened. Our evening worship began with the singing of a hymn, led by Mr. Gilmour. This was followed by a short prayer offered by him. Then we read a chapter from either the Old or New Testament, taking turns reading verse by verse. Each man had his own copy of the Scriptures. After the reading, Mr. Gilmour gave a brief address on the chapter, explaining its meaning and offering insights. Another prayer followed, this time led by one of the Christians, whom Mr. Gilmour would invite to pray. We closed with another hymn and the benediction. Often one or more of the Christians would stay behind to chat with Mr. Gilmour. Once they left, we shared a cup of cocoa together. Afterward, Mr. Gilmour and I had our own evening prayers. He would read a chapter from a small book by Mr. Moule, and then we both prayed. Finally, we would sit and chat for a while before heading to bed, bringing the day to a peaceful close.
In August 1890, Dr. Smith faced a heartbreaking loss with the passing of his wife, who, as Miss Phillip, had been cherished by many friends of the London Missionary Society in both Great Britain and Australia. His own health also declined, and the combination of physical weakness and the emotional toll of his wife's sudden death forced him to return to England in early 1891. Before leaving, however, he was able to escort Mr. Parker, the young and energetic colleague appointed to assist Mr. Gilmour to Mongolia. They arrived in Tarsu Ko on December 5th. Mr. Gilmour was greatly encouraged by the arrival of his new helper, but Dr. Smith's departure, coupled with the indefinite delay of the hospital project that was central to his vision for the mission's success, was a heavy blow. Yet such trials only deepened his reliance on God. Writing to Mr. Owen on December 29, 1890, he reflected,
About myself, I have much to be thankful for. I am mostly in the light, sometimes very sweetly. Other times it is cold and dark, but I just hold on, and it is all right. Romans 8 is excellent reading during dull spiritual times, and so are the Psalms. When I feel unable to make progress in devotion, I turn to the Psalms. I push out my canoe into their flow and let myself be carried by the stream of devotion that runs through the entire book. The current always sets toward God, strong and deep in most places. Those old men, man, they outshine us, even with all our New Testament and devotional aids. But then again, I wonder, in their time, there were giants, individuals of extraordinary stature. Today, there are many nameless yet capable men of ordinary stature doing their work faithfully. Brother, let us be faithful. That is what God wants, what He needs, what He can use. I was greatly struck by one saying of Mrs. Booth's, "It will not be so very different there, in heaven, to what it is here." I guess she is right. I guess there will be differences of occupation there as here, and I guess that our life here is a training for life and work there. Oh, the mystery! How thin a wall divides it from us! How well the secret has been kept from of old till now! May the richest blessings be on you and yours, and your work. Yours affectionately, James Gilmour.
The year 1891 found Mr. Gilmour hard at work as usual, in good health and spirits, and with the hope and seemingly the prospect of many years of fruitful service ahead. Yet, as the summer began, he was suddenly called to the presence of the king, and to the perfect work and fellowship of the Church of the Firstborn. If he could have chosen, it is unlikely he would have wished it otherwise. His work in Mongolia was steadily growing, not rapidly but surely, with a strength and momentum that would endure and lay the foundation for the region's conquest for Christ. Although he still lacked the medical colleague and the hospital for which he had long prayed and worked, the fellowship of Mr. Parker brought him renewed cheer and strength. His letters from this period are filled with hope and a buoyant spirit. While he occasionally referred to the future life, there was no indication or sense that he foresaw how near his earthly journey was to its end. In a letter to Mr. Thompson dated January 7th, he writes,
"You will be glad to hear I am in good health and spirits."
To Mr. Owen, he wrote on March 2nd,
"Does God intend to send a doctor here? I wonder. Wondering, I tell him as I tell you and try to leave it in his hands. And for the most part, I truly do. It is good to rest in his calm mercy and help. How is your soul, brother? I'll tell you about mine, longing to experience more of God's mighty power working within me, longing to be more transformed, less conformed to the world, longing to draw closer to God, to touch him more, and to feel his touch more deeply. I am troubled by the lack of conversions here. But sometimes I also feel very content, believing I am doing my best to follow his will. That gives me peace. I feel anxious about our property venture, but then I put my trust in God, and the fear fades. Sometimes the world to come seems very near, and the light of that hope changes how I see things quite a bit."
From other letters that remain, we catch glimpses of his thoughts and actions during these final weeks. In 1869, he met Mrs. Swan in Edinburgh, the widow of one of the pioneers of the Mongol mission, 1817 to 1841. That meeting gave the main direction to his life's work. In March 1891, he learned of Mrs. Swan's death and wrote the following letter to Miss Cullen, her niece.
"I sent you a postcard to acknowledge your kind letter of December 10th, informing me that Mrs. Swan passed away on November 22nd. I had not heard until then, and at the time, I did not have the opportunity to write. I am now at the east end of my district, 3 days' journey from where the mail reached me. I am deeply moved to think that her letter to me was her last. There is a certain rightness in it. As the phrase goes, baptised for the dead. In a way, I am her successor in the work, and it seems fitting that her final letter was to this field, which always held such a large place and keen interest in her heart, where so many good works were done. I often reflect on the kindness and friendship she showed me, both during my visits to Edinburgh and through her letters. Missionaries deeply feel the loss of such lives when they are taken away. I don't need to tell you who knew her so well, what a gracious hostess she was, or how, even in her old age, her great and steady earnestness was always accompanied by a cheerful Scotch humour. I had no idea Mrs. Swan was so old, 81. She never seemed it, except perhaps the last time I saw her, and even then, I didn't realise her age was so advanced. She is gone, but for many years, if I am spared, I shall return in memory to her home in Edinburgh. I'll picture her at the table, with quiet Jane, moving silently around, or sitting at her desk in the corner, writing letters. Please give my warm regards to your father, a worthy brother for such a sister. Their separation will not be long at the most. For that matter, none of us who remain here will be long in this world. And when the time comes, or when the end draws near, let us not focus on the leaving, but on the being there."
Having closely observed the work and methods of the Salvation Army, the publication of In Darkest England deeply interested him. On March 9th, he shared the following pointed criticism in a letter, which is all the more striking given his strong sympathy with much of the army's work that others struggle to accept.
Got here Saturday. Had a good Sunday with the Christians. Today it snowed, so we had time to put our house in order. I have read Booth's scheme in the Review of Reviews. I am greatly puzzled. It marks such a departure from Booth's principle of focusing solely on spiritual work. It reads well, but Booth must know as well as I do that much of the theory will never work in practice. What I dislike most about it is that, in spiritual things, it mirrors what it attempts in secular things. It threatens to absorb countless smaller charities which have been and are working effectively into one great holy syndicate. Then there is the issue of the finally impenitent being cast off. Yes, that is the sticking point. Many of the utterly hopeless cases will still be left out, as they were before. Also, Booth's despotism won't endure in the long run. Still, I support the scheme, and Booth too. But there is a limit, and eventually an end, to all despotisms. Yet, I am more in favour of the scheme than these words might suggest.
Mr. Parker, who seems destined to be a successor after Gilmour's own heart, gave a bright and hopeful report of his experiences in Mongolia, offering an encouraging view of his colleague.
When we arrived at Tasuko, we found Gilmour in excellent health, better, in fact, than when I last saw him in England. He was overjoyed at our arrival, and it has been a great comfort to me to know that God sending me here has brought happiness and relief to one of his faithful servants. Having had a brief taste of being alone, I can't help but admire the endurance Gilmour has shown during these last few years. We're staying in rented rooms at an inn, though Gilmour isn't in this courtyard. I've been alone here with my Chinese boy for the past 5 weeks. Dr. Smith was in Chaoyang until a few days ago. I haven't been able to find a proper teacher yet, but Gilmour's student has been helping me learn. He speaks clearly, and I've made decent progress with him. I hope to secure a proper teacher soon. One thing that has helped me pick up a fair amount of Chinese has been managing household tasks and giving orders to my Chinese boy. I'm grateful to God for the rough experiences in my past because they've turned out to be surprisingly useful here. I had to teach my boy how to cook and manage general household work, which turned into quite an entertaining challenge, given that I knew nothing of the language. Each order became a little comedy, acted out in 2 or 3 parts, all through gestures and dumb show. When trying to tell him what to buy, I often resorted to mimicking the sounds of certain animals or birds. When he understood, he would widen his eyes in recognition and exclaim aloud, "Ah!" followed by the name of the item shouted at the top of his lungs, as if I were hard of hearing. In turn, when he had something to tell me, he would stand in the middle of the room and put on a full performance. One day, he wanted to explain that a dog had stolen our meat for the day. His reenactment was so comical that once he had finished, I asked him to repeat it, just so I could enjoy the scene all over again. Forgive me for taking up your time with such trivial things. Yet, I've learned much of the language this way, though it came at the cost of being covered in soot and burning my fingers. That phase is now behind me, and the boy has become quite useful. Although he is still a heathen, I pray that through my influence he might come to know the love of Jesus Christ. I'm very glad I came straight out here. I'm confident that I'll learn the language of the people, perhaps not of the books, better than I would in the frontier cities. I'm constantly forced to try speaking. Every day I have visitors to entertain. Sometimes I feel foolish with them, and perhaps they think so too. But each day's experience adds to my vocabulary. And I know that when learned this way, people will understand me when I speak. Gilmour is doing valuable work. Each day, he goes to the street, sets out his table with boxes of medicines and books, and sits on one of his 3 narrow benches, leaving the other 2 for his patients. He has no shortage of patients, coming with every imaginable ailment. The street is a busy one, though not of the best reputation, as it's where traders in second-hand clothes and dealers in marine wares display their goods. For several weeks, I would take over Gilmour's stand at a certain hour while he went to get a refresher in the form of some indigestible pudding made of millet flour with beans as a substitute for plums. He usually left me with a patient or two, perhaps someone needing lotion for an eye or a wound to dress. As a newcomer and a classic foreign devil with red hair and fair complexion, I inevitably attracted a large crowd down the street and around the stand. At first, it was uncomfortable to sit there, unable to speak to them while they stared at me, but over time, I grew interested in the variety of faces that gathered. One day, I noticed the crowd eagerly discussing something, occasionally glancing at me with curious expressions. Now and then, one of them would rub a finger across his upper lip as though feeling for a moustache. I had only been there a week or so and knew very little of the language, but I listened closely. Eventually, I caught them saying the Chinese numerals, and it dawned on me. They were debating my age. So, I held up my fingers to indicate the years of my life. I've never seen a crowd so entertained. Ah, they exclaimed, their eyes widening with delight that I could answer their question. Then it was my turn. I pointed to a man here and there in the crowd, and using what little Chinese I knew, tried guessing their ages. The sights of misery, suffering, and wretchedness surrounding Gilmour's stand are simply overwhelming. His work, to me, seems to come closest to Christ's own way of blessing people, healing their wounds, bringing comfort in sickness, and sharing the gospel of eternal salvation through Jesus Christ. One day, I found Gilmour bandaging the knee of a poor beggar boy about 16 years old. The boy was entirely naked, except for a piece of sacking used as a loincloth. He had been crawling around, nearly frozen from the cold, when a dog, likely mistaking him for nothing more than an animated bone, had attacked him. The people here are desperately poor, and the misery and suffering seen crawling through the streets daily is heartbreaking. I have no doubt that I am in a true mission field, and I thank God for the opportunity to help alleviate some of this misery. But what of the work in terms of saving souls and building a church? I can only speak of what is happening in Tasuko. The work here is in its earliest stage. All the Christians and adherents could fit around the four sides of my table. Yet, I am deeply encouraged by them and highly pleased with their faith.
The letters from this period have a tender and sacred significance for all who received them, as they reached England after the news of James Gilmour's death brought sorrow to his many friends. These letters, in a way, feel like messages from one within the veil. Some speak of the books that had influenced and benefited him, others reflect on his experiences, and many address his work and its needs. All are imbued with a solemn importance, read now in the clearer light brought by death. To one of his brothers he wrote,
"Do you know, in the volume of the book by Dr. Pentecost? It's top-notch. I've just read it. It's not an expensive book. Read it, man, by all means. It brings new excitement to the old Bible. I'm reading through the New Testament at the pace of a gospel a day, or 2 epistles. Rapid reading has its benefits, while close study of smaller portions has others. All types of reading are valuable. Go for your Bible, brother. There's more in it than you or I have yet discovered. I'm reading it in both Chinese and English, and it pays as nothing else does. And Jesus is all fullness. Draw from him. May he pour out his richest blessings on you. Heaven is ahead, brother. Hurrah!"
To his Edinburgh correspondent,
"This mail was sent off on February 2nd, but came back the same day. The courier was frightened off by robbers. He leaves again tomorrow. We are well, and, for now, idle. Can you believe it? It's Chinese New Year, so I can't set up my stand on the street. There are no people. But soon there will be. We're thankful for the rest. It won't last long. Oh, it is such a blessing to have Jesus to pour everything out to. May he become an even closer friend to you and to me. The troubles of this life are many. Think of Paul, how many he faced. I'm reading Farrar's Life and Work of Paul, and it sheds new light on the epistles. What a life Paul had! Yet he called his hardships light afflictions. How much lighter are ours? And the same heaven Paul looked to is for us, the same crown, not only to him, but to all who love Christ's appearing. You love him, don't you? Rejoice and be glad. I'm so thankful that the crown is not just for someone like Paul, whom we can never hope to imitate, but for all who love his appearing. That includes us, doesn't it? May the joy set before us help us endure when endurance is needed. May your heart rest in him, your soul cling to him, and his light shine always on your path. May I, even in dark days and tough times, always have his light in my heart and soul. Don't think of me as always on the sunny heights. I am often cast down, often weak, often falling far short of my own ideals. But it is a great comfort to know that, in Christ, we are perfect. He makes up for all we lack. Parker and I read Holy of Holies together when we were in the same place. It's a good book. For now, he and I are 3 days' journey apart and may remain so for another month. I hope he's doing well. It's a bit hard on him, but I had to come here for mission business. If needed, I'll return to him at any time. I've been looking again at Hebrews 6:4-6. You asked me about this passage. It says it's impossible to renew them again to repentance. Doesn't it seem clear that what is described cannot apply to someone with a truly repentant heart? I believe so, without a doubt. That passage does not apply to the sinner who repents. No one will come to harm who commits himself to God's keeping, and no one will lack direction who has God as their guide. If only I could hear that the friends I pray for had entrusted themselves fully to God's care, I would be at peace and so thankful. You are trusting in him. You will not be ashamed. He will make sure to provide every needed blessing at the right time and in the right way. Someday, I believe we shall stand in eternity and look back on time. How ashamed we will be then for any lack of trust or unfaithfulness. May he help us now to see things in that light and to act as we will wish we had done when that day comes. I would be grateful if you could send me 6 copies of the wordless book. 2 copies fell into the hands of robbers and were lost. I would also be glad to have The Life of Faith. Please mark any passages that strike you.
In a letter to the Reverend J. Patterson, dated April 1st, he writes,
It helps me greatly out here to receive the best consecrated literature and to get it early. Those working in the most difficult and dangerous fields should be the best armed and equipped. Some of these books reveal new treasures to me in God's Word. I do not use them as substitutes for Scripture, but as tools to unlock its treasures.
In one of the last letters received by his brother Alexander, dated April 24th, 1891, he wrote,
The practice of the presence of God, being conversations and letters of Brother Lawrence. Please send a copy to yourself, John, Matthew, Patterson, Miss Gowan, and 10 copies to me, charging all costs to me, of course. It is by a Roman Catholic. Don't imitate his Roman Catholicism, but his practice of the presence of God.
In April, Mr. Gilmour travelled to Tientsin, where he was unanimously elected as chairman of the annual meeting of the North China District Committee of the London Missionary Society. His final communication to the Home Society, aside from a brief committee note, was a postcard dated April 20th, 1891, which arrived in London weeks after the news of his death. It reads,
Arrived here yesterday. The world keeps shrinking. Left Tasuku, Monday, 8 a.m, Tuesday noon. Dined in a border Mongol village in a Mongol's inn. served by a Mongol waiter in the presence of several Mongols. Got to London Missionary Society's compound, Tientsin, Saturday, 5 p.m. Our headquarters are just 5 days from the extended railway. I am in excellent health. Everyone here says so, and it's true. In the meantime, I'm thriving both physically and spiritually, sending prayers for the home efforts of the London Missionary Society's work. Yours truly, J. Gilmour.
Just 31 days later, James Gilmour lay dead in the same compound. The interval is described by those who experienced those final days of profound spiritual fellowship. Had anyone foreseen that the end was so near, the fervour, inspiration and impact of his presence could hardly have been greater. Before turning to the details of his last month, the following letters are shared in full, offering the final detailed accounts of his work in his own words. Tientsin, LMS, April 20th, 1891.
My dear Mrs. Lovett, I suspect you're behind the £10 from the Clapham Congregational Church Working Society, ladies, aren't you? If so, thanks. If not, well, I was going to say you ought to be. But my courage fails me. Either way, please read and forward the enclosed with my heartfelt thanks to the friends. I arrived here 2 days ago and will stay for a short time. The railway has now extended eastward and has a station near me in Mongolia, near being 5 long days' journey away. But that is considered close by our standards here. I hold many grateful and prayerful memories of England and my English friends, and have a vivid recollection of your kindness while I was with you. Please give my regards to your parents. I trust you, your husband, and your children are all doing well. I heard of Mr. Lovett being in America, working on American pictures perhaps. I intended to write you a proper letter, but it just isn't coming together, and this letter must go as it is. Please read into the blank spaces all the thoughts, feelings, and good wishes I wish I could express. Next time I write, may it not be during the ebb tide, at the end of a mail rush. Your husband's a director. I do hope they're sending me a doctor. If he can do anything about it, I hope he will. Yours, dried up and feeling dumb, James Gilmour.
Enclosed with the above was the following letter, dated March 10th, and addressed to the Clapham Congregational Church Ladies Working Society.
Dear friends, many thanks for your generous donation, £10, notice of which reached me last night. I hear you want to hear from me, so here I am. I have just returned from a month's mission trip to Chaoyang. It was a fine time, with good weather and plenty of work in the marketplace. I baptised 4 adults, 3 of whom were women, all Chinese. Truly, it is the day of small things, but I am greatly encouraged, especially by the women. This now makes 4 Christian families in Chaoyang or its immediate neighbourhood. The 2 wives baptised this time have Christian husbands. It has long been our prayer that the unsaved relatives of the saved might come to Christ. Mrs. Chu's husband was baptised a couple of years ago. She allowed him to bring their 2 children to me for baptism, but wanted nothing to do with Christianity or Christ herself. This time, she overcame her hesitations, and I was much pleased, especially since last year she had troubled her husband a great deal about being beaten because of his faith. She also had her little child baptised. Please pray that God may sustain and guide them in the many challenges they will face due to their faith, as they live in a composite family where the leaders are still heathen. Mrs. Ning is a model wife. They are poor and her husband cannot afford fine clothes, but he is always as neat as a virtuous wife, skillful with her needle, can make him. She mends with such care. Once, I discarded a Chinese vest and gave it to her husband. He took it home, and later I saw him wearing it proudly, looking like a neat, respectable gentleman, even though I had been almost ashamed to give it to him. They have had family worship in their home for a year or two, so they say. We went to baptise her. The house was so small and poor, yet so clean and orderly inside. The mother, grown daughters, and little girl, along with the father and grown son, all sleep on a tiny brick platform, barely big enough for one man like me. The mother and the eldest daughter support the family through needlework, making horsehair fittings for women's headwear, which the father sells when he has no other work to do. The son is epileptic and cannot earn anything, yet he is a big eater. Despite his condition, he is a good man and a Christian. When we entered, the son and the eldest daughter went outside. The mother and little daughter were baptized, but the father objected to his eldest daughter being baptized. He feared that when she married, her heathen mother-in-law would force her to worship idols. A few days later, the father returned, admitting that he had withheld her baptism out of fear of the mother-in-law, but now his daughter was pressing him so strongly that she was as formidable as the mother-in-law. The daughter declared she would stick to her God and let the others stick to theirs. So, she was baptized. She has a challenging road ahead. Chinese mothers-in-law are no joke. Pray for the young woman that A. She may remain steadfast, B. She may be wise, C. She may be gentle in her resistance, D. She may endure with God's help, and that her mother-in-law may be restrained. God can do all things. Here in Tasuku, 2 Christians have wives who are strongly opposed to Christianity and cause their husbands great difficulty. Please remember these husbands and others in similar situations in prayer, and may their wives be enlightened. You can't imagine how deeply these women are entrenched in superstition. One Christian here even has a wife who insists on worshipping a weasel because she claims the beast will possess her if she does not worship it. The other day, a woman came to my stand in the marketplace saying that Mr. Yellow was troubling her. Mr. Yellow turned out to be the weasel, and she was convinced that her sickness was caused by the creature. We are in urgent need of a lady doctor in this district. Don't you know of anyone suitable? Are there none among you who could study medicine and go out as doctors to some of these many needy places? Much hope was placed in this district on the late Mrs. Smith, but God took her. Anyone who comes here must have good health and be unafraid of isolation from foreign company. I would suggest a couple, a medical worker and a non-medical companion. There is a house available for such a couple, but I don't see how they could manage without knowing some Chinese. Perhaps one of the ladies already in Peking or Tientsin who speaks Chinese might volunteer to accompany a medical worker as a companion. Would that God would stir someone's heart for this? Meanwhile, thank you for the money and for the prayers, which I take for granted you offer on our behalf. Please also pray for a woman here who has a good, quiet, Christian husband, but such a fierce temper that she cannot, with decency, take on a Christian profession. Man, it's strange that I, a widower, am left to look after women's souls out here, while at home so many women are competing for men's jobs and opportunities. I trust things will come right one day, though I may or may not live to see it. Very gratefully yours sincerely, James Gilmour.
Tientsin, May 8th, Friday.
My dear Mrs. Williams, thank you for returning the photos. Not having delivered them to you personally, I was afraid that, amidst the current whirl of people and business, they might have been mislaid or even not reached you. It is a great pleasure to see you here at this time. Many memories of past days come to mind. Though I am unlikely ever to see Calgan again, I often, in thought, walk along its narrow, hard streets and its winding paths, call in at your house, see all your faces, even young Stephen's and studious Etta's, and travel in my mind over the pass into the grasslands. Being with you all here is like resting for a little while beside the palms and wells of Elim. Your peaceful, happy family fills me with gratitude to God. May He bless your children and lead them not only into paths of peace and pleasantness, but also into useful service for Him. You and your husband seem well. May many fruitful years of experienced labour lie ahead for you both. Lately, I have been increasingly impressed by the thought that what China needs is not so much new lightning methods, but rather good, honest, quiet, earnest, persistent work in the old lines and ways. With many grateful memories of the kindness of old-time Calgon days, and hoping to receive a note from you or Mr. Williams once a year or so, and with prayers for you and all the Mongols of Calgon. Yours, cheered by the vision of you all, James Gilmour.
Chapter 12. The Last Days. In Tientsin, James Gilmour stayed with Dr. Roberts, a former colleague from his time in Mongolia, and Miss Roberts, the doctor's sister who managed the household. The story of Gilmour's final days is best told in their own words. Miss Roberts had the sorrowful task of sending news of his tragic death to Gilmour's 2 motherless sons in England. Tientsin, June 6, 1891.
My dear Willie and Jimmy, you will wonder who I am, addressing you by name, though we've never met. But when you hear that your dear father spent the last 5 weeks of his life with my brother, Dr. Roberts, and me, perhaps you'll not mind receiving a few lines from an unknown friend. It has been many weeks since we received a letter from your father, saying he hoped to attend the annual meetings in Tientsin and asking who might host him. My brother replied immediately, saying it would be a real pleasure to have him stay with us. And so he came, arriving about 2 weeks earlier than expected, which delighted us all the more. On his arrival, he looked the very picture of health and was in excellent spirits. Many people commented on how strong and well he seemed. I clearly remember the Saturday afternoon he arrived. I suggested he have some dinner immediately, but thoughtful as your father always was, he replied,
"No, thank you. I've already had all I need. I won't require anything more until your next regular meal."
By and by we showed him to his room, whose windows opened to the sun rising. We had made it as pretty and comfortable as possible, decorating it with freshly cut flowers. The next day I noticed he had removed the tablecloth from his writing table. That evening he handed it to me, saying, if I recall correctly,
"Here, mademoiselle, is your tablecloth. I'm afraid of inking it. You had better put it away."
I was dismayed and urged him to use it, even if he did ink it. But he was firm, he would not spoil my cloth, and so he refused to use it. He seemed very happy with us, and I think he truly appreciated the homelikeness of his surroundings after his lonely life in Mongolia and the dreary accommodations of a Chinese inn. It was such a pleasure for us to do everything we could to make him comfortable. He had a regular routine for his days. After breakfast, he would write letters. At 10:45, he'd have a cup of cocoa and then head over to the hospital, returning at 1 o'clock for dinner. Afterward, he would go back with my brother to visit the inpatients. At 4:30, we would all have tea together. After tea, he would either make calls, go for a walk, or discuss committee matters with Mr. Lees or Mr. Bryson. Many evenings he was invited out, attended a meeting, or spent the time quietly at home. Thus the days passed until the meetings began. Once the meetings started, his schedule changed. He spent the entire day in committee until 4 p.m. Then, at 6 p.m., he held a Bible class for an hour with the Chinese preachers who had come to attend some of the meetings. The meetings were nearly over when your father began to complain of feeling worn out and having a fever. By the following Sunday, he was in bed, just 11 days before he passed away. However, on Monday, he felt better, was up and about, spent the whole day with us, and even joined us for communion in the evening. Afterward, we chatted for some time and sang hymns together, including God Be With You Till We Meet Again. Let me tell you some of your father's favourite hymns from that book. Numbers 494, 535, 150, and 328. I think you might like to learn them and sing them in his memory. Your dear father was only confined to bed for 10 days before the end came. During this time he spoke very little, being too feverish and ill to want conversation or company. He lay quietly, enduring his sickness with remarkable patience. One day, noticing he seemed restless, I went to his bedside and asked if he wanted anything.
"No, nothing,"
he replied.
"Only that the Lord would deliver me out of this distress."
In his final days his mind was not clear, but all his wanderings were about his work. On the second to last day of his life he was more restless than usual, trying repeatedly to rouse himself as though preparing for a journey. At one point he looked up and asked,
"Where are we going?"
"To heaven," I answered, "to see the Lord."
"No,"
he replied.
"That is not the address."
"Yes, it is, Mr. Gilmour," I said again. "We are going to heaven. Would you not like to go and see the Lord Jesus?" He seemed to understand my words then. Bowing his head reverently, his lips quivered, and his eyes filled with tears. He was quieted like a weary child who, after losing his way, learns that only a few more steps will bring him to rest and home. The next day, his final one, was marked by even greater restlessness. At one point he appeared to be addressing an audience, gesturing earnestly with his hands. Summoning as much strength as he could, he said,
"We are not spending the time as we should. We ought to be waiting on God in prayer for blessing on the work He has given us to do. I would like to make a rattling speech, but I cannot. I am very ill, and can only say these few words."
He then nodded his head and waved his hand as if bidding farewell to his listeners. At 7 o'clock that evening, my brother saw the end was near. We sent immediately for all the other members of the mission, so they might join in this solemn hour. He remained unconscious throughout, his breathing laboured. For an hour and a half the two doctors fought to delay death's grasp, but to no avail. The Lord had called his faithful worker, and we could not hold him, though we wanted him deeply and knew Willie and Jimmy in England needed him even more. Gradually his breathing grew softer and quieter until, at last, around 9:30, he peacefully closed his eyes and fell asleep, with the peace of heaven resting on his face.
In a letter Dr. Roberts sent to Dr. Smith, then in England, a few additional details were shared.
He preached one Sunday evening on the text, "Examine yourself," delivering a deeply solemn sermon. No one who heard it will soon forget the way he preached. During the annual meetings, he was exceptionally busy. Everyone remarked on what a fine chairman he made, and in the devotional meetings from 9 to 9:30 a.m., he was always ready to lead in prayer or share a few words. Everything he said or did was marked by freshness, clarity, and heart. In the evenings he held services for the native preachers attending the annual gathering, bringing one foreigner each night to assist in the speaking. It was at the close of this busy week, worn out, that he contracted the fever that would ultimately carry him home. The fever was irregular in nature, but after some days, I recognized it as an unusual form of typhus fever. A significant feature throughout his illness was the great weakness of his heart, an old enemy of his. Without this sad complication, I believe he would still be with us today. During the first week of his illness, he did not feel severely unwell, and we were able to have many chats together, along with times of prayer and reading God's Word almost every night. However, in the second week, his temperature rose to 106 degrees. Though it came down temporarily with antipyretics, he never regained his strength. His mind became increasingly clouded. Parker handled the night nursing, my sister took the days, and I stayed with him whenever I could. On Thursday, May 21st, the day he passed, he was delirious throughout, though he still recognized us all. I did not lose hope until 7 p.m., when his heart began to fail despite active treatment. We gathered around his bed as his breathing grew weaker and weaker. Fraser and I did all we could to delay the inevitable, but seeing our efforts were futile, we stopped and sat quietly in his room. We watched as he peacefully slipped away, his breathing becoming fainter until he closed his eyes and fell asleep in Jesus. The funeral was held towards evening on May 23rd, 1891. It was a beautiful afternoon, the bright sunshine lending special meaning to John Bunyan's words, printed on the hymn sheet to be sung at the grave. The pilgrim they laid in an upper chamber whose window opened towards the sun rising. The coffin was carried to the grave by 2 groups of bearers. The first group included 3 Europeans and 3 native preachers. The second group was made up of Reverend S.E. Meach, his brother-in-law, Reverend J. Parker, his colleague, and Dr. Roberts on one side, and Liu, his faithful Chinese preacher and helper, Chang, the theological tutor at Tientsin, and Si, his courier from Ta Su Ku, on the other. His final resting place lies beside that of his dear friend, Dr. Mackenzie. The service at the grave was conducted by Reverend Jonathan Lees and Reverend J. Parker. Chang offered a heartfelt prayer, and the gathered mourners sang a farewell hymn. Sleep on, beloved, sleep and take thy rest. Lay down thy head upon thy Saviour's breast. We love thee well, but Jesus loves thee best. Good night, good night, good night, until the shadows from this earth are cast, until he gathers in his sheaves at last, until the twilight gloom be overpast. Good night, good night, good night, until we meet again before his throne, clothed in the spotless robe he gives his own, until we know even as we are known. Good night, good night, good night. Little Chinese boys who had known and loved Mr. Gilmour came forward and scattered handfuls of flowers into his grave. A wreath of white blossoms was lovingly placed on the coffin by caring hands on behalf of his now orphaned boys far away. The simple yet beautiful service concluded with a spontaneous act by the Chinese converts in attendance, pressing near the grave of the man whose heart burned with a love for China and the Chinese that has rarely, if ever, been surpassed. They sang in their own tongue the hymn that begins, "In the Christian's home in glory."
The labourer had entered into the rest he had so often envisioned by the eye of faith. Less than a year before his death, he wrote,
There remains a rest, somewhere ahead, not very far at the longest, perfect, quiet, full, without solitude, isolation, or inability to accomplish, when the days of our youth will be more than restored to us, where, should mysteries remain, there will be no torment in them, and the reunions there, continuous too, with no feeling that the rest of today is tomorrow to be ended by a plunge again into a world seething with iniquity and groaning with suffering.
Many pages could be filled with tributes to James Gilmour, but the most fitting tribute is the simple account of his life. However, a few reflections on his work and influence deserve mention. Dr. Reynolds offered this significant testimony.
The end of his career came all too suddenly, and as I reflect on his life as a whole, I am convinced that I have seldom seen a man so entirely possessed by a grand idea, so utterly persuaded of our debt to the heathen world, and so unshakably sure that Christian faith and life is the one supreme need of these regions beyond our circle of light. Few men have cast the bread upon greater waters, sown the seed over a wider area, or mourned more deeply over the heartbreaking months between seed time and harvest. Impartial critics have recognized his intense honesty, shrewd wit, and remarkable vision, along with his ability to recount his unique experiences with such vividness and credibility that readers readily accepted every detail of his narrative. But to his Christian brethren, there was something deeper in Gilmour's life. He was ablaze from beginning to end with a passionate desire to exalt Christ in his majesty and mercy, in his power to heal and command. I had unexpected opportunities to discover the tenderness and affection in his nature, his deep gratitude and fervent love for his Hamilton home, his father, mother, and wife, and his unwavering loyalty to the society he served and the brotherhood of his alma mater.
The Reverend G. Owen, at a memorial service held in Peking shortly after James Gilmour's death, provided a sketch of his character and work and summed up his life as follows.
He spared himself in nothing, but gave himself wholly to God. He held nothing back. All was laid upon the altar. I doubt if even St. Paul endured more for Christ than did James Gilmour. I also doubt if Christ ever received from human hands or a human heart more loving and devoted service. If anyone asks, would it not have been better if Mr. Gilmour had taken more care of himself and lived longer? I would answer, I don't know. His life was beautiful, and I would not alter it if I could. A few years of such service as he gave to Christ are worth 100 years of humdrum toil. We need the inspiration of such a life as his. Heaven, too, is richer for such a man and such a life. The pearly gates opened wide, I have no doubt, to receive him. Angels and men gave him a glad welcome, and what a smile would light up the Saviour's face as he received his faithful servant home. And he being dead yet speaketh. He says, Be faithful, work hard, for the night cometh when no man can work. Be earnest, for life is brief. Be ready, for life is uncertain. But why did God call him away in the midst of life and work? I don't know. Perhaps the work here is not as important as we think. Or perhaps there is more significant service elsewhere waiting for men like Mr. Gilmour. He has been faithful over a few things. He has been made ruler over many things and has entered into the joy of his Lord.
Mr. Parker wrote to the sons of his late colleague on June 6, 1891.
It is sad that my first letter to you must be to tell you about your father's death, though no doubt you have already heard the news. The last photographs of you that you sent to him were always kept where he could see them. Whenever he traveled, he carried them with him. During his last illness in Tientsin, they were on a low side table at the level of his bed, so that he could see them as he lay there. He was very happy and died like a faithful soldier who had finished his work. It is a great sorrow, dear boys, to lose a father like yours. But it is an even greater blessing to have had such a father, so brave, so courageous. For the sake of Christ, he endured bodily discomfort and pain, and suffered terrible loneliness, so that he might bring some of God's lost children back to their father's arms. He lived and suffered for the Mongols, and though God denied him the honor of baptizing even one of them, yet he remained so faithful to his work that he toiled to the very end. Faithful unto death, these words were perfectly exemplified in your father's life.
In his first letter from Mongolia, after promptly returning to continue, in faith and devotion, the work from which Mr. Gilmour had been called away, Mr. Parker described the grief of the native Christians upon hearing of their loss.
The sorrow of the converts here at the news of Gilmour's death was deeply moving. Grown men burst into tears and sobbed like children when they were told he was gone. Along the route where Gilmour was such a familiar figure, in the marketplace and at their fairs, the first question they asked when they saw me was, "Has Mr. Gilmour come?" At my reply, there was always great astonishment, accompanied by expressions of sorrow. Every day during evening prayers, I can hear Gilmour's name mingled with their petitions.
The Christians here have sent a letter of sympathy to his two boys.
Here in Chaoyang, there are many Mongols, not the nomadic, tent-loving kind, but settled here, so they do not have to be sought. In the center of the town is an enormous Mongol temple with 200 or 300 priests. Every day, several of these priests come to see me. Yet, again and again, I have heard it said that this mission is misplaced. Words like these often wounded the heart that now rests in death. But this is, and will remain, essentially a Mongol mission. Just as Gilmour gave his best efforts to making Christ known to the Mongols, so my best endeavors will be for the same cause. Still, if a hungry Chinaman, standing by as I offer the bread of life to his Mongol brother, seeks to eat of it, he shall have it, and be just as welcome.
The letter to James Gilmour's children, referenced in Mr. Parker's report, provides a fitting tribute to his life, a testament that he himself would have cherished. It came from the hearts of those he served, showing the deep affection he inspired.
We respectfully inquire about the peace and happiness of your excellencies, our brothers Gilmour, and the peace of your entire school. Pastor Gilmour, in his preaching and doctoring at Chaoyang, north of the pass, truly loved others as himself. He was considerate, humble, and bore the likeness of our Savior Jesus. Not only do the Christians thank him endlessly, but even those outside the church, the heathen, bless him without limit. We, who through Pastor Gilmour have received the doctrine of the second birth and the grace of Jesus, had hoped to gather with Mr. Gilmour on this earth until our heads turned white, and to journey with him to heaven in the life to come. Little did we think we would face such sorrow. He has already gone to the Lord. We are certain that he is in the presence of the Lord, praying not only for us, but also for you, our brothers. We urge you when you see this letter, not to grieve beyond measure. We hope you will study with even greater zeal to gain heavenly wisdom, like Solomon, and that one day you may come to China, to Chaoyang, to preach the gospel widely. As the Father did, may the sons follow. This is our earnest prayer. Signed by the Chaoyang Christians.
Here then we leave him. If the story of his life fails to move the heart, strengthen faith, exalt our view of the power of regeneration, or rekindle enthusiasm for work for Christ at home and abroad, the fault must lie with the one who has sought to tell it and arrange the facts. God's ways are often mysterious. James Gilmour had felt this deeply, and to those who knew him, it seemed he was taken just when God's work needed him most. When the first fruits of the harvest were beginning to appear, when his understanding of the Chinese and Mongols, and their growing affection for him, were beginning to bear significant results. Yet God knows best. Nothing can take from the Church of Christ the gift of his splendid self-sacrifice, his unwavering perseverance in duty, his courage, devotion, enthusiasm for souls, and patient endurance in well-doing. Through all the years of toil, James Gilmour's life shone brightly as an example of love, self-crucifixion, and steadfastness in following Jesus Christ, whether in adversity, loneliness, or perils of every kind. These seeds, sown so richly across the hard Mongolian plain and its eastern mountains and valleys, will bear fruit. In due time, we shall reap if we faint not. His work continues. He now serves the Master in the higher service, where, we must believe, he has found full scope for the exceptional spiritual gifts and capacities that marked his life. The responsibility now falls upon us who remain, to carry forward the work he began, to send reinforcements to the field, and to uphold Mongolia in our prayers until Buddhism fades away before the pure truth and perfect love of Jesus Christ. May even the hard and unyielding Mongols come to understand what James Gilmour so faithfully taught, that they need the great physician even more than the earthly doctor, and that he is both able and willing to heal the wounds of their souls in ways no human hand ever could. Is not the real lesson of James Gilmour's life twofold? From the perspective of results, his life provides a clear and vivid reminder not to be discouraged by the absence of visible fruit in the face of the immense difficulties of missionary work in China. There are still many Christians who believe that all that is necessary for the conversion of the Chinese and Mongols is to place a copy of God's Word in their hands, in their native tongue, and preach the good news of salvation. No man in this generation, or any before, has done this more faithfully than James Gilmour. He firmly believed that it is
not by might, nor by power, but by the direct influence of the Holy Spirit,
that the intellect, conscience, and heart of the heathen are subdued to the Saviour. He wrestled fervently and eagerly in prayer for the ignorant and sinful, yet his avowed converts can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Does this mean that God is unfaithful? Does it suggest the enterprise is hopeless? Or has God, through the life of one of his most faithful servants, been teaching us the lesson of patient perseverance in the path of his commands, regardless of whether he blesses visibly or withholds results? Is he not proclaiming to his church the necessity of a self-sacrifice from all its members? A sacrifice equal to that shown by James Gilmour and others who, like him, have not counted their lives dear in the struggle against heathenism? Some must go as part of the forlorn hope. Some must lay down their lives to prepare the highway of our God. Herein is the saying true, one soweth, and another reapeth. In days to come, succeeding workers in the Mongolian field will reap the harvest of James Gilmour's sowing. They will be able to take to heart our Lord's words.
I sent you to reap that whereon ye have not laboured. Others have laboured, and ye are entered into their labour.
If the life of James Gilmour is viewed apart from the measurable results recorded in tables of statistics, how profoundly inspiring it is. Faithful to his master, faithful to his work, even when the master seemed to delay the blessing and the work drained the strength of the worker. I, said St. Paul to the ungrateful Corinthian church, will most gladly spend and be spent for your souls. If I love you more abundantly, am I loved the less? But be it so. And in the epistle to the Romans, he applied to the resistant Jews the ancient words of Isaiah. But as to Israel, he saith, all the day long did I spread out my hands unto a disobedient and gainsaying people. I say then, did God cast off his people? God forbid! Nor will God cast off the Israel of China, or the Mongols, who gave James Gilmour respect, attention, and, in their way, the love of their hearts, though they have not yet surrendered those hearts to their true Lord. In season and out of season, in near constant solitude, amidst overwhelming physical labours that often burdened and once nearly broke him, through the long disappointment of his most cherished hopes, and under the unrelenting strain that would have crushed anyone but a giant in faith, James Gilmour lived a life that taught this invaluable lesson. Jesus Christ can and does give his servants victory, not over their apparent non-success, but in it, after the most intense and sustained efforts to secure visible results. The greatest victory possible to renewed and sanctified human nature is this, that faith triumphs, even when visible success does not. You have finished listening to James Gilmour of Mongolia. Visit scrollreader.com to listen to more free missionary biographies, and also visit our shop to see our printed books section.